Well, hello everyone, and welcome once again to Uncivil Law, and I hope you're having just the greatest of days. We tune in once again for the Karen Read Murder Trial 2.0 Spectacular. When we last left the action, we watched ARCA on the stand relating to this voir dire, which also really was a deposition, which also really was an interrogation, which also really was some bullshit. Last night relating to whether ARCA will be allowed to testify, and if so, about what. And there was, as predicted, absolutely nothing behind the prosecutor's questions. And it was even worse than I think any of us dreamed. I think we all believed it was going to be bad, but I'm not sure any of us really anticipated just how much bullshit it would wind up being. It was sad. It was sad. And the reason it went on as long as it did, and the reason it was as stupid as it was, is because the judge wanted it to be that way. The prosecutor was absolutely berating and badgering the witnesses, looking for like any discrepancy, trying to just eke out like any lie or misstatement. It was really distasteful. It was upsetting. It was not in keeping with the profession. It was not in keeping with ethics. It was not in keeping with the duties of a prosecutor. The judge allowing it was not in keeping with the duties of the judge. Her passiveness in light of this was amazing. I was distressed that the judge didn't just basically call an end to it much sooner and be like, I've heard enough things. This entire thing was a waste of my time. Also, I'll see you at Sidebar as I slowly beat you to death for the stupid. But unfortunately that didn't happen, and yeah, it was very distressing. In terms of what will happen as a result of all this, unclear, of course, because Judge Bev doesn't rule from the bench. But it seems like she's going to be gracious enough to give ARCA until the 7th to file their amended report, which is more than enough time for the prosecution. ARCA isn't going to testify for a couple weeks, and their own expert can be called in rebuttal to anything ARCA says. So it's not an unfair surprise. There's no prejudice here. The whole thing was a big pile of stupid. These email chains and text changes are nothing. So the most plausible result is that she's going to be allow ARCA to testify and allow them to testify, including the amended report. But she's probably going to scold the defense some more and berate them and say how they're bad and violate their duty. Possibly some sort of sanction against the defense. I fine you $5,000 or some other bullshit, so that she can feel like a big person, as though judge wasn't enough. You know, she needs to feel like she's important. Being judge isn't enough. So something like that maybe is the most likely resolution. Unlikely resolution is that she says that ARCA can't testify about anything relating to the amended report. And then, of course, also in the more unlikely sanctions category is ARCA's not allowed to testify, and or a member of the defense team is not allowed to continue being a member of the defense team. Mr. Jackson, for example, is kicked off the defense as unlikely resolutions. But the facts don't really warrant that. I mean, judges are allowed a lot of latitude, but not infinite latitude. There is abuse of discretion guidelines, and it would be hard to justify the more extreme sanctions under this fact pattern. So if she takes the more aggressive actions, she is just, riding headlong into an eventual reversal if Karen Read is convicted. Not to say a reversal will be guaranteed, but it's certainly not promising or good in any way. So, yeah. that's sort of where we left off. And then, of course, we're going to have more cross-examination from the guy from yesterday. Who was that guy? I forget. Was that Celebrate who was on the stand yesterday? That guy's back. So we'll hear more from him. And yeah. So that's what's going on in the agenda today. Also, I'm trying to wake up a little bit. So good morning. Don't worry. I don't think we're going to have as high blood pressure a day today. I don't think we're going to do that. Because it would be hard. Brandon was wildly inappropriate. He was wildly inappropriate. He was going for nothing. Can't you remember every conversation you've ever had? Can't you remember everything that ever happened in the history of ever? It was completely distasteful. Distasteful is not a strong enough word. It was reprehensible. Maybe this weekend I'll write up an ethics complaint or something and send it to the bar. Not that it'll do any good, but maybe it'll make me feel marginally better. Yes, and supposedly Jen McCabe is also supposed to be today, which could be pretty entertaining, depending on how that all turns out. So we'll see. We will see. Make the screen look nice for everybody. Make the screen look pretty. Pretty. That's nice. That's a nice screen. That's a nice screen. Excellent. We are ready to go. It is 8:53. I have 8:54. Boston 25 News. I have 8:54. You have 8:53. Your clock is slow. Your clock is slow by about 20 seconds. You got to work on that, Boston 25. Reset your clock. How are y'all doing in chat today? How are y'all feeling? You feeling good? Feeling energetic? Awake? Awake enough? You here for it? I'm here for it. Tony P, she also allowed Brennan to repeatedly make comments that were very unprofessional. Yes. Yes. It was a lot. Mama Bear 1 says, I was yelling at my phone, and my husband was, what in the world are you watching? My response was, a bratty, nasty, whiny lawyer who needs a timeout nap and a Snickers. I don't think even a Snickers can help Mr. Brennan, but yeah. We also noted that ARCA might have told a slight lie. Dr. Wolf might have told a slight lie. He might have told a slight perjury. Because he was asked by the prosecutor, what would you call me? And after a moment's pause, he said, I'd probably call you Mr. Brennan. I don't think that was the first thought that went through his head. Yeah. Jonathan Swink says, just had the most embarrassing thing. I spent the last 20 minutes calling someone Karen. And finally she said, my name is Rebecca, not Karen. Oops. Oops, that's no good. Yeah, what I would call you cannot be said in polite company. Destroyer of dreams. Anti-paladin. I don't know. House long to sidebar. Not long the way this is going, Tony. Not long at all, man. You felt secondhand narcissistic abuse? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably one of the more accurate descriptions of what we witnessed yesterday. Fair. Full throated testimony, if you know, you know, said Stanky Bronin. Thank you for the super chat. Day 6. Is it already day 6? The days bleed together, man. The days, they bleed together. Gaslighting. Yeah. The Celebrite expert was a whole thing, not for at least two reasons: that he was testifying well outside of his domain of expertise, in my humble opinion, which was very frustrating. He was testifying about things he didn't know. It's like, how does he know that how Apple, he's like, oh, it records you going up a step if there's a 3-foot incline. Well, how does he know that? How does he know that as a Celebrite expert, right? Morning, Cat. Kurt, thank you very much. Expert of all things. Yeah, no doubt, for sure, 100%. What time Karen Reed accelerate her car backward? Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of problems in this case, man. There are a lot of problems. Yeah. Rewrote the video description for today. Exciting. Every day, just try to rewrite the video description, make it a little bit more interesting or something. Microdot clips did a hilarious parody with a beautiful mind. That's worthy of our time. Let's watch the parody. I'd like to watch the funny thing. Let's watch the funny thing together. I hope Microdots won't mind. Oh, you can't hear anything. I'm sorry. You can't hear. I apologize. I'm sorry. I have to change the output so you can hear it. I'm sorry. That's my fault. That was completely my bad. No problem. We're gonna go back. I just forgot to change the input source. Give me a second. Sorry about that. My fault. This is why it's good to get out these problems early, right? So that you don't make these problems in the middle of trial. One problem at a time, baby. One problem at a time. All right. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh, let's give this another shot. There we go.
One of the most brilliant minds of his generation. The extraordinary gift that set him apart. One man's journey to the greatest discovery of all.
The natural suspension of the vehicle plus the movement of my arm would be considered enough to be steps. Then I think it was 9 flights of stairs climbed while I was driving up the same hill.
That was good. I needed the funny in my day. That was definitely worth the price of admission. Okay, I needed that in my day. What else? What is this one? Let's check out this other clip too. This looks promising. Let's give this a shot. Okay.
Did you ever delete text?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes.
After you had text messages with the defense, did you delete those texts?
Yeah, after the trial concluded, I mean, that's something I routinely do. I'm not going to keep texts from Mr. Jackson, especially now that we're past a year. I would have no reason to keep those, sir.
I'm not asking for the excuse. I'm asking if you did it. Did you delete texts?
Again, it's something that I typically do. I communicate with attorneys all the time, whether it's for trial or inspections. I don't have a habit of keeping a text chain about scheduling or meeting or, hey, can we meet at this time or show up here. I just don't have a habit of keeping that type of text. So he's not my friend, sir.
So you didn't delete texts?
I think I just told you that, yes, I did delete the text.
You didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
Did you ever delete text from last year?
Yes.
Yes.
I think I just told you that, yes, I did delete the text.
You didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
Yep, that feels about right. Thank you for the funny, Microdots. Thank you for the funny. I needed that injected into my day. I needed a little funny injected into my day to get me going. Thank you for whoever suggested that in chat. I needed that little uplift of joy in my day. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. That was definitely worth the price of admission. Excellent. +1 channel point for a good suggestion. +1 channel points. The points are made up. Yeah, the points are made up and they don't matter, but you got +1 channel point anyway. You can redeem your channel point, with somebody for something somewhere, I don't know. But, not exchangeable for cash, worth 1/20th of a cent of value. May only be redeemed on the third Sunday when there's a full blood moon, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. Great. Yeah. I will accept funny clips. I will accept further funny clips. So if people have other funny clips or stuff, I will accept funny. I need some humor in my morning. Excellent. Excellent. I also like the parts, by the way, where there were other parts where he didn't highlight that in that clip, but other parts where he told him not to speculate. Like the witness would say things like, well, I think it was this, and he'd say, don't speculate, which incidentally is correct, by the way. He's not supposed to. And then he'd say, well, I don't really know. And then he'd say, well, can you think about it and take a guess? It's like, and then my personal favorite, the chef d'oeuvre of the entire interaction. For me, the number one thing of the stupid was when Brennan told him not to think. That was my personal favorite chef kiff moment, when he told the guy who works with ARCA, who is one of the best in the country with all the PhDs, and it's basically just, he's one of the best, and he told this guy not to think. I'm like, you are talking to the wrong guy, man. You want this guy not to think? Holy shit. Holy shit. That was my personal favorites of all the stupid. So put that in your clip compilation. Those two moments, those were pretty good. When he told him not to speculate and then told him to speculate and then told him not to think, those were the highlights for me. And then there was just a lot of infuriating stupid on top of that, but When is court supposed to start? It was supposed to start 9 minutes ago. How long to court start? I don't know. You don't need the court to start. You got Spinny Fan, okay? We're not here for testimony. You guys should know better. We're not here for testimony. We're only here for Spinny Fan. Spinny Fan is where it's at. We're going to sit here for 8 hours and we're going to watch Spinny Fan, and it's going to be great. Spinny Fan is truth. Spinny Fan is ever reliable. Spinny Fan doesn't lie, nor does it forget. Spinny Fan is ever faithful. It always works. It's always there, working quietly, silently, diligently, sometimes thanklessly. We should thank Spinny Fan. We should open a shrine to Spinny Fan. What does Spinny Fan like? When is its birthday? What would Spinny Fan like for its birthday? Would it like some LEDs so that it can put it on the fan and, then it could have messages or lights? Would it like a new coat of paint? Or would it just like a hug? I'd like to know how I can make Spinny Fan's day a little better. How can I improve Spinny Fan's disposition? It's done so much for me. It's done more for the fine people of this courtroom than the judge has. Spinny Fan is unbiased. Spinny Fan is neutral. Spinny Fan is even-handed to the prosecution and defense alike. Spinny Fan for Judge 2025. I also miss Fan and Clock from Murdahl. That is fair. It is a little bit hard to ship Spinny Fan when other things are not in the shot. That's true. When we had the Murdahl trial, we had Fan, Clock, and Chandelier. Fan, Ceiling Chandelier, rather. We had Fan, Seal, and Chandelier. Not so much clock in the murder trial. We had seal, not so much clock. But we had fan, seal, and chandelier, and we were shipping them, or at least I was. I was shipping them. I had a nice romance triangle going on between the three, with occasional appearances by sconce and, molding. And then I determined that the chicken was the real murderer. That was fun. That was a good time. But sadly, Spanny Fan is not in the same scene with other things, and so it makes it harder for me to ship Spanny Fan. I can't see light and smoke alarm, and so I can't really ship them, and that's sad for everybody. My ability to make a soap opera and use those improv skills, right? The ability to use my improv skills to create a story is being sadly underutilized by this setup. So that's disappointing for me, because I can work on my improv skills, and not so much. Improv is all about, like, you just imbue things and you imbue people. That's one of the traits of improv, right? So I can just imbue things. It's like, okay, you are this now, or this is this, and so then I just make a choice, and then we just run with it, right? That's the thing of improv. So it's like, okay, this is a fan. I'm now going to assign it traits. Those choices are arbitrary, but then now I've created a character, and now I can make choices consistent with the character I just created, and so forth and so on.
You are unmuted.
We are in fact unmuted. We are very, very unmuted over here. You can't mute me. You have no power over me. You're not my dad. There's lamp. There's some molding. Are we going to get a slow thing of the blind? We got a little blind action, corner of a TV with some icons on it. Can't quite tell what the icons say. Nice background on the TV, though, I have to say. I do like that background. That's nice. Blinds.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, it shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Morning.
To ask you those same three questions, were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
No, I wasn't able to follow the instructions. I want to talk about this case. You can't stop me.
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research?
No, I've done a lot of independent research. Fuck off.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case?
Well, I'm not sure I saw, heard, or read about it so much as I literally created content. But so, yeah, I'm not sure, strictly speaking, I saw, heard, or read, but I created. Does that count?
Stipulation really is just a fact that the lawyers agree to. So what the lawyers want me to tell you, what they agree with, is that last Friday when we were on our view at 34 Fairview, you may have seen an object in the front lawn. It looked like a rock. If you saw that, please disregard it. They want you to know that that was not there on January 28th to January 29th of 2022. Thank you. With that, could we...
Well, thanks for clearing that up. I mean, to be honest, really, you should have cleared that up at the scene. But, thanks for finally clearing up that rock was not there at the time of the crime. Carrying on.
We have Mr. Whiffin back, please.
Oh my God, it's Mr. Whiffin. Come back, Mr. Whiffin. How do we spell this guy's name again? All right, hold on. IANWHIFFIN, I believe it is.
Good morning.
Celebrate, I think that's right. Double check my spelling.
All right, Mr. Lessie, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I was close. Not quite. I didn't get celebrate right.
May I approach?
Yes.
There you go. That's right. And it's not a voir dire hearing anymore, so I got to change that too. There we go. Now it's all fixed. All better. I hope also you appreciate the slightly off-white font of the testifying thing. We spent a disproportionate amount of time yesterday trying to find exactly the right shade of white so it wouldn't be too bright and also be visible enough. So hopefully we picked the right balance. I care about you guys.
Your Honor, if I may address the court.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan and I have agreed, as we did yesterday, to stipulate into evidence portions of Mr. Whiffin's March 2025 report. So if I could have it marked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 43. Thank you.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Morning, Mr. Whiffin.
Good morning.
And welcome back.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
That one's good.
Thank you.
Mr. Whiffin, I've just handed you, which is in evidence as Exhibit 43, and this is a portion of your March 2025 report. If you could just take a moment to look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to do that, I'd ask you to turn to page 28.
Okay.
And just, if you could, sir, just pick up your head and let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Pick up my head? That is asking too much, man. Turn down the white noise a little bit there. I don't want to turn down too much, but turn down a little bit. So yeah, we can turn down, we can, like, this is unfiltered, right? This is unfiltered. And if we put on a little bit of filter, we can turn it down by about half. So trying to make the audio as good as we can make it within the constraints that we have.
You ready, Mr. Whiffin?
I am.
Thank you. So what I'd like to do is to, with Your Honor's permission, is to publish pages 28, 29, and 30, and start with page 28.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf? And if you could enlarge
He's not
the
Mr. Wolf.
text down below.
He's not Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf was the guy who's credible and honorable and respectable. This guy's Mr. Whiffin. And much like his namesake, he's a whiff. He's also a British ponce.
As much as you can so the jury can see it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Also, I think he smells
Mr.
funny.
Whiffin, this summary section of your report is a summary of the location section that you wrote in your March 2025 report, correct?
That's correct.
And it states the location data on this device contains a vast number of records while traveling between 12/19/33 and 12/24/38. These records all have a high horizontal accuracy value as well as bearing and speed information which conforms to the streets being traveled. Next paragraph. The device arrived outside 1234 Fairview at 1224:38, where it remains static for about 30 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And did I read that correctly?
You did.
Did I read that correctly?
Sorry, yes, you did.
Yeah, so at the end of it says, show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
I would like you to, Mr. Wilk, if we could switch back to the
His name is not
timeline,
Mr. Wolf.
of Mr. Whiffin
Mr.
that
Whiff-
we had published
Mr.
yesterday
Whiffin.
in deck.
Mr. Wolf is a better guy in every possible way.
79.
Dr. Wolf or Mr. Wolf is who we all aspire to be. I want to be like Dr. Wolf. Who's afraid of Dr. Wolf? I never liked Who Was Afraid of Virginia Woolf. I didn't feel like I got it. I didn't get it. It was just really weird. Anyways, pressing on.
Mr. Whiffin, if you could please, we just read that portion of your report that says at 25:30 the device bearing shifts.
Oh, the person in charge of the PowerPoint is Mr. Wolf? Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. I retract some of my earlier snark. Thank you for clarifying.
To a westerly direction, as location records also show the device moving west from the roadside towards the house. Did you put that in your timeline?
I did not.
It's kind of important information, isn't it?
I believe with the declining accuracy, the value that those records provided was more limited.
It was important enough for you to write it in your report, but you didn't put it in the timeline, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could continue on your report, page 29, Mr. Wolk, if we could put, and we're going to be flipping back and forth between the timeline in your report.
Okay.
If we could go to page 29, enlarge it, the text, so the jury is able to read it along with us. We're going to start from the top. So the next says, from the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move towards the house. However, since the bearing information appears to be based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
So the first part is again a statement that the device has started to move toward the house. Now, if we could go to the next paragraph. This location data is immediately followed by 12 minutes of low accuracy records which offer no reliable location information. So I just want to make sure I've got the time period here right. The 12 minutes is from 12:25, correct?
Yes.
And so 12:25 plus 12 is 12:37. So the range we're talking about here is from 12:25 through 12:37, correct?
Correct.
Then, if we could go to, Mr. Wolf, please, back to the timeline, slide 82. So I want to discuss with you the very top entry, Health 12/31/56, where you have the entry, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and yesterday we agreed 25 meters is approximately 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
And that is what you have in the timeline. Let's understand what that means. At that time period, 12/31/56, do you recall writing in a March 2025 report that the device began moving for a period of 20 seconds?
Related to the location data, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could, Mr. Wolk, go back to page 29 of the report. So what I want to do is go back to that paragraph up at the top from the combination of the device. From the combination of device location and bearing, it does appear that the device started to move toward the house. However, since the bearing information appears based on the location records rather than the direction the device is facing, it is difficult to say with any degree of certainty if the device actually moved. So you're talking about difficulty saying with certainty, correct?
Correct.
But it is certainly possible that the device was at that location and was moving toward the house. That's possible, correct?
Based on location data, yes.
Now what I'd like to do, please, is to go, stay on that report, and the third paragraph says, the reason for such low accuracy location data at this time is not known, as there are many possible reasons why the accuracy was be reduced. There's a little grammar issue there, but
correct.
In fairness to you, sir, we do that when we write long reports. But I think that your intention here is, why the accuracy is reduced at this point, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Thank you. This could include reasons such as the device entered a building covered area, the result of weather conditions, geography, poor connectivity, or interference, to name a few. So those are the reasons you gave which could contribute to some low accuracy, correct?
Correct.
And interesting, the very first reason you gave is that the device could be entering a building or covered area. And that phraseology could include a house, correct?
Correct.
It could include a garage attached to the house, correct?
Correct.
And it could include the house at 34 Fairview, and it could include the garage attached to the house at 34 Fairview, because both of those are buildings or covered areas, correct?
Correct.
Then you go on in the next paragraph to say it is known that the device was not being used at this time, and is this time that include that 12:37, 12-minute range, 12:25 to 12:37?
Yes, it was not being used for location purposes.
So that's another reason why, right, the accuracy could be a little bit on the lower side.
Correct.
Now, the next paragraph says, at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher, and that's relative to what it was recording before. It's not that it's high, but it's higher than what it was just moments before.
Correct.
The data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside. Although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown in the map below in white. So let's go down and look at what you had in your report for the area in white. In the area in white that you're referring to, there are two white circles, the largest one there. This, in fact, was a depiction that you included in your report on page 29, correct?
Correct.
Interesting and notable, you did not include that depiction in your timeline that you discussed with the jury yesterday, did you?
I did not know.
But it was important enough for you to put that depiction in your report, correct?
Correct.
And notably, the larger white circle covers a substantial amount of the house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yeah, this is pretty revealing, and we sort of knew this was going to happen from yesterday because, as you might remember from his testimony yesterday, he said when he showed that red ring, remember, that showed only like a bit of the corner of the house, he said he only included data that was 10-meter accurate or better. But he also testified, of course, and you probably know this already, that if you're inside a building, the GPS is not as accurate because it can't see the sky. So he excluded, if John did go in the house, he almost necessarily excluded that data, because if he did go in the house, it would almost necessarily not be 10-meter accurate because it can't see the sky. So this is like, so we see this data, which reflects data that he excluded, which would, be inaccurate, but it would be inaccurate for a reason. It would be inaccurate because he was inside. And so it's like, oh no, yeah, this is a more faithful representation of what the data potentially projects. It's like, yep, this is a lot more on point. It's like, yep, this is correct. You tell him, baby, you tell him.
Correct.
So,
also, GPS may be inaccurate for other reasons. First of all, it might be inaccurate just because of how many satellites you can see. You can't necessarily see the same number of satellites all the time because the satellites move. Also, it can be interfered with due to atmospheric conditions, such as snow. Also, it can be interfered with it can be interfered with at least if there's other radio signals, it's potential to be interfered with. GPS can be inaccurate for many reasons. Does he know how GPS works? I know how GPS works. No one asked him, do you know how GPS works? He's the guy who knows everything. Surely he knows how GPS works, right? I know how GPS works. Does he know how GPS works? I don't know, man. I don't know.
given your testimony on direct yesterday with Attorney Brennan, the phone of John O'Keefe, according to this depiction, could be anywhere within the largest white circle, correct?
Correct.
Yep, that's a lot more space, you idiot. Did Bev just roll her eyes? Probably.
And this depiction was not offered by you or the Commonwealth in your presentation to the jury yesterday, correct?
Correct, not in the PowerPoint.
Now, if we could go back, Mr. Wolk, to page 29 of your report, into the text, and if we can enlarge the text just a little bit, please, for the jury, Mr. Wolk. So the paragraph that begins with at 12:38:13, when the device begins recording higher accuracy information. Again, the data centers on a location slightly closer to the house than the roadside, although several records show the same center coordinate with differing accuracy radii. Some of these location records are shown on the map in white below. And I repeated that just to tether to connect this part of the text to that diagram with a big white circle. Have I done that correctly?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, sir. The next paragraph. Over the next few hours, the GPS coordinate and the associated accuracy radius jumps around numerous times between the house and the road. Did I read that correctly?
Correct.
And therefore, over the next few hours, according to your report, the phone of John O'Keefe could be in the house, correct?
Based on the low accuracy information, yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's low accurate
next
for a
paragraph.
reason. It's low accurate because of the nature of the technology.
We'll stop there for
It's
a
hard to see
moment,
the
and I
satellite
would
through
like
a solid
Mr.
surface.
Will go down, scroll please, to that diagram that's right below that text again. Yesterday, you discussed the Waze application with Ms. Attorney Brennan, correct?
Correct.
And you stated that Waze location data is more
Basement, yeah.
accurate than...
No, the more surface on top of you, the harder it is for the GPS to work, right? So if you're in a basement, that's more layers to go through. So it's probably harder for the satellite to see you. You guys got it. It's not that hard, right? It's like, yeah, what would make it, if you're in the basement, would that make it even harder for the satellite to see you? Probably, yeah, that'd be difficult. Yep, sounds about right. Yep, you guys understand more than the expert. That's always sad. That's sad every time, right? When you know more than the supposed expert testifying, that's just sad. That's sad for the expert, not sad for you. You guys are smart. This guy's an idiot.
The data that comes from the Apple apps like health data and location, correct?
Incorrect, no.
I'm sorry. Is Waze location data, in your view, accurate location data?
There isn't really a thing such as Waze location data. Waze location data doesn't really exist. Waze
That's right.
is requesting location data from location services, and location services would respond with high accuracy information.
Okay, I appreciate that correction. So, when
Waze has no idea where you are.
Application.
Waze has no clue. It has to ask. It has to ask a nice GPS.
Is that Waze app accurate?
It tries to be accurate, yes.
And as a general matter, is the Waze application more accurate than the Apple information regarding location?
No.
It's the same thing.
It's
Yes.
the same thing because it's coming essentially from the same source, correct?
Yes,
Right.
Apple provides that information to Waze.
Right. So you had testified yesterday that at a certain point, the Waze application ceased functioning, correct?
Correct.
But just because it ceased functioning, the Waze, the Apple applications were still taking effect, and that's why you could make this depiction on this item that is on the screen now, correct?
Correct.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, go to page 30. What I'd like to highlight, please, is the text. So if we can enlarge it up at the top. So you then state, while location data from this data source, cache SQLite, is usually able to identify the location of the device with a high degree of accuracy and reliability, these records are so close that making a distinction between the device's actual location on the front garden is impossible, correct?
Correct.
Your words, impossible.
Correct.
Did you provide any of the information in that paragraph in your timeline or to the jury in your direct testimony yesterday?
Not in the PowerPoint, no.
Yeah, it was a little misleading, wasn't it? What you provided the jury, you
Next
asshole.
paragraph. If the location records are limited to just the records between 0025, which is 12:25, and 6 a.m. and with an accuracy radius of 10 meters or less, there are 46 records, all of which fall within the red circle shown below. Go ahead, Mr. Woke, if you could scroll down. And that is the only depiction there that you included in your time.
Also, I'd like to take note for the record that whoever this is at Boston 25 has misspelled Celebrate. I double checked just to make sure. They dropped an E. Production value over here at Uncivil Law is better than Boston 25. Well,
Timeline yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So you took one of two depictions in your summary of the location, this one, in terms of your timeline presentation, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the timeline, and Mr. Woke, if we could go back to the previous with the other depiction. It's on page 29. If we could enlarge that depiction, please.
embiggen. Don't say enlarge, say embiggen. Embiggen it. It's a perfectly crumulent word.
You testified that the flagpole in the fire hydrant are more down toward the small black circle. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
I really need a sound clip, probably relating to the flagpole, so I can play it every time someone says the word flagpole. Probably to see who salutes, but no one ever does. Probably that clip from the song probably is the way to do this. Yeah, I need a clip of a song to play. Please consider amongst yourselves what would be like a good 1 second long clip to play every time someone says the word flagpole.
And yesterday, you rendered an opinion that you believed that the phone was mostly in the location by the flagpole in the fire hydrant, correct?
Objection.
I need a sound clip.
I'm going to see counsel.
Damn it.
Sidebar.
I bet you are going to see him at Sidebar. Sidebar. It took how long did it take to get to Sidebar? It took 30 minutes, man. Wow, that's like a new record. It took 30 minutes to get to Sidebar. Does Sidebar include drinks? Sidebar should include cappuccinos or something, I swear.
So, yesterday...
Well, obviously, we're going to use something from the song's Flagpole Sitta. Obviously, that was what I'm going for. Yeah, it's just like which 1 second long clip from Flagpole Sitta is the best clip to use? That's the question. So, from the song Flagpole Sitta, what 1 second long-ish bit of audio do I use? And then could I get a clip of that, please? That'd be great.
Mr. Whiffin, you focused your testimony and your opinions on the smaller black circle, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't discuss at all or disclose at all this depiction, and therefore didn't discuss or disclose at all the larger white circle, correct?
Not when discussing my overall opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
So the answer is
no.
Right. So the fair way to interpret, and this is what you put in your report, this is your depiction, is that, and based upon what you said yesterday, the phone could be at the very edge of the top of the circle, correct?
Correct.
And the phone could also be at any point, so you can, in theory, put a phone anywhere around the very edges of that entire circle, correct?
There's caveats to that, but yes.
Well, I'm just asking you that according to your testimony yesterday in this depiction, the phone could be anywhere in that location within the area of that white circle.
Correct.
I would like to now go back to the timeline, Mr. Wolf, where we had left off, which is slide 82. And at the very top entry, you have health, time 31:56, and then the description, start of health event, 36 steps, 25 meters, and we agreed about 84 feet. And this is where the device began moving toward the house for a period of 20 seconds. Is that correct?
It's the time that 36 steps started to be recorded. I've got no idea of the direction of travel.
I want to focus on the time, 12:31:56. Are you aware that a firm called Aperture, on behalf of the Commonwealth, has submitted a report that states that there was a trigger event at 12:31:56 that they refer to as the supposed collision? Are you aware of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
I recall seeing a report. Sorry.
You don't have to answer that.
Sorry, apologies.
That's okay.
Mr. Whiffin, are you familiar with a firm called Aperture?
I'm vaguely aware of them. I've heard of them once.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Dr. Judson Welter?
I'm not, no.
But you're familiar with the firm Aperture?
I am.
And do you know that the Aperture firm is working on this case?
That's the only reason I'm aware of this company.
Right. And do you know that the Aperture firm has used your data in your report? Do you know that?
I believe I saw something about that.
You believe you saw something, or do you know that they've used your data for a report in this matter?
I recall seeing a report. I don't recall whether it was my data that was being referenced.
Do you recall seeing a report from Aperture?
I do.
So you reviewed a report from Aperture?
Several months ago, yes.
And did you read the whole report?
It was a PowerPoint presentation, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed it.
And you recall reading that entire PowerPoint presentation?
I don't recall what it said, but I remember reading through it.
Fair enough. Do you remember, as you sit here today, reading about a trigger of a number 1162-2? Do you recall reading that?
I recall seeing reference to a trigger event.
What did you understand the Aperture firm that's what do you understand they meant by trigger 1162-2?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you recall the specific slide that discussed a trigger?
Objection.
Do you recall that, Mr. Whiffin?
Very vaguely.
Okay.
Would it help your recollection if I showed you a slide from that report that you said you reviewed to refresh your recollection?
Objection.
All right, so why don't I see counsel at sidebar? Bring that with you, Mr. Leslie, please.
All right, more sidebar. More sidebar. All right, let's skip ahead. Skip ahead. Where are we on this thing? No. We're just live now. Okay, we're just live. Okay, we've caught up to live, and now we're just waiting. Excellent. I don't know why there are objections. I don't know what's going on. Nothing makes sense. It doesn't, yeah, nothing makes sense. It's all dumb. Where's this going? I don't know. But it's a reasonable question, right? Because he's supposedly an expert. So if another expert, it's not necessarily a question you want to ask, but you can ask it. So if another expert has evaluated your work and come to a different conclusion, it would be a valid question to ask. Like, are you aware of this? And even if not, let me present it to you. And like, what do you think about it? Now you're giving them a chance to explain away the discrepancy. So it's not necessarily an advisable question, but under the right circumstances, it could be okay. So if you know what you're doing, which we presume, of course, the defense does. So, if you're an expert, asking them to opine about another expert's opinion would be valid. So I don't understand the problem. Seems legit to me. Does watching my video count as CLE for lawyers? It should. It should count as CLE. It should count as CLE for me, so I don't have to keep doing CLE because I hate it. I hate it every year. It makes me want to die.
I'm handing you this document.
Yeah, every CLE ever makes me just want to die. It is so boring, banal, and safe. It makes you want to tear your eyes out. It is absolutely the worst of. It has been. It's the same thing as like a corporate training video. It has been touched by so many hands and is so safe as to be completely banal and makes you want to die. Like every CLE is like that. And then I watch CLEs, and any criticisms I have of myself as a presenter, as a law tuber, just instantly vanish because I am better than every CLE ever because they're all horrible. They're all atrocious. They're all so safe and banal. They make you want to die inside. And then I'm like, oh yeah, no, actually I'm pretty good at this. So, yeah.
Thank you.
May I by the witness? Sure. Tell me when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at that.
The lawyers in the chat know I'm right. The lawyers in the chat know I'm right. It's all horrible. It's all so safe. It's all so atrocious. You may not like my personality, but at least I have one.
Mr. Whiffin, does that refresh your recollection with regard to an aperture report that discusses a trigger of 1162.2?
It does, thank you.
Pardon me?
It does, thank you.
And how does it refresh your recollection?
I remember seeing that several months ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's a blower on here that I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Whiffin. If you, sir, could bring the mic, it's not your fault. If you could bring it and speak a little louder, I'd appreciate it.
I recall seeing that as part of the report that I read 2 months ago.
And you recall the time of 12:31:38 now, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back to your timeline. '82. So you just spoke about a trigger 1162.2 associated with a time of 12:31:38, and we are now at the timeline of 12:31:56, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
We are now going back to the timeline, deck 82, and you see up at the top where it says health 3156. You see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says start of health event 36 steps, 25 meters, which we have said is 84 feet or so. And this is when the device begins moving, correct?
Correct.
And that is after the trigger of 1162.2, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Let's go to the next entry on the time.
What's wrong with that question? I don't know. What's the nature of the objection? Leading is fine because he's crossing, so it's not leading. I don't know what objection is that? Does anyone? I don't know. I got nothing.
Timeline, which is 32.
And incidentally, it isn't even strictly speaking leading, because it calls for a yes or no, but it doesn't necessarily suggest the answer. So it's not even necessarily leading. And even if you think it is leading, he's allowed to lead. So I still don't know.
3203. You see that? That's Doppler.
I do.
And then you state pocket state cleared. Is the phone at that time in a pocket?
It's impossible for me to say. I can say that the camera was blocked, but I don't know what was blocking it.
You're saying at this point the camera is blocked?
It had been blocked, and at that point it became unblocked.
So at this point it became unblocked from a previous block status, correct?
Yes.
Does there have to be some human manipulation of the phone at 12:32:03 for that to happen?
Technically not. There are scenarios that wouldn't require it.
Is it more likely than not that there had to have been some human contact in action for this pocket state clearing event to occur?
Yes.
12:32:04 is the next. It's a type unlock. Device unlock with Face ID. You see that, sir?
I do.
Is there some human action that has to occur for the device to unlock with Face ID?
Not
Typically,
necessarily.
you must be paying attention to the phone.
Sorry, sir?
You must be paying attention to the phone, assuming that that setting's enabled.
So someone had to be looking at the phone.
Yes.
At 12:32:05, application focus. What does that mean?
The messages application was at the foreground of the device being used.
Next entry, 12:32:06. We discussed this. It says read message, pull behind me. And that is associated with a Jen McCabe. It's the Jen McCabe message of 31:47, correct?
Correct.
And does a human have to be reading that for that entry to be made?
The message needs to be on screen. If the conversation with Jen McCabe was already on screen when the device was unlocked, then that message would automatically be considered read.
Next entry, app lock, 12:32:09, end application focuses messages, and then it says device lock with lock button for the last time. That requires human interaction with the phone, correct?
Correct.
And it actually requires somebody to take the cell phone and press the side button to do that, correct?
It does, yes.
So there has to be some degree of coordination for that to occur, for a human to be able to have something that hits that button, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And do you understand what the term fine motor skill means? Do you understand that? And would that person have to be using fine motor skills to do that?
Yes.
Next entry, 12:32:16. End of health event 36 steps, 25 meters, again 84 feet. That is in your timeline because that's when you believe the end of the health event, the end of the 36 steps occurred, correct?
That is the time that the device data shows the end of the health event, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
This is good cross, by the way. In case you were curious what good cross looks like, this is good cross. Do more like this. This is good cross. This is yeah. Do more crosses like this, please.
Do you need the light, Mr. Alessi?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Could we have the lights, please, Dave?
I think Mr. Jackson could learn something from Mr. Alessi on this point, to be honest. More judo. Let them let them do the work for you.
In your March 2025 report, the following: the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 25.4 meters, in that 84 feet, according to healthdbsecure.db. Do you recall writing that?
I do.
And you used in your report 36 steps were recorded covering a distance of 25.4 meters or 84 feet, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, but between the two, I would prefer Alessi to be my lawyer to Jackson. Alessi's a little drier. Alessi's not quite as theatrical, but I find him to be more effective. Theatrical can work. Theatrical isn't necessarily bad. But I feel like in Jackson's case, as a skill set, he tends to lean on it a little high. And he has some potential deficiencies relating to his cross that could use work. Alessi is not as theatrical, but it is a more effective cross. He's allowing the witness to do the work for him. He's just using redirect and judo to make it work and expose him. So this is preferable. This is much better. Yeah.
Do you know a
restrained? Yeah.
Nicholas Garino?
And also, if Alessi does need to get more aggressive for any reason, he's given himself the space to do that, which also means that he's not highlighting everything, because when you're aggressive about everything, you're aggressive about nothing. To highlight everything is to highlight nothing. You need to use the range, and by giving yourself somewhere to go, it makes, if you do need to get aggressive for someone, or you do need to get there, it makes it more impactful. So also that. Yeah.
I'm aware of him, yes.
Are you a little more than aware of him? You've worked with him on this case, haven't you?
He sent me some of the files related to it, but further than that, I've got no relationship with him.
But isn't someone sending you files on a case you're working on, working with the person? Isn't that a fair conclusion?
It could be.
It could be is a great answer, right? It's enough. You don't need to browbeat it, right? Jackson would probably have browbeat it. Like, is it this? It's like it could be. Could be does enough for you. You don't need to. Is that true? Right? You don't need to browbeat it. You got enough. You got enough. Let it speak for itself and move on to the next thing. Excellent. Do that.
Do you recall reading any reports of Nicholas Garino?
I don't recall reading a report by Nick.
Does that mean you didn't read it, or you just don't recall reading it?
I honestly can't remember if I did or not. I remember some of the reports that I read for this case. I don't recall if one was by Nick.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you a portion of his report to determine whether you would have read it?
Please.
Thank you.
See, there you go, man.
Sure.
Just easy, smooth, easy, just nice. Like water, baby. Like water. Just let it flow, baby. Just let it flow. Ah. It's nice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, you know, I think probably if you had to sort of redo this, you know, you would have a lessee be probably the cross for like the EMT and the firefighters, because you don't need as much, and you'd save Jackson's energy for like the police and stuff. So yeah, I think that makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah. We're giving notes for trial 3. Lol.
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure I got the entire report.
I did turn off the ads. I remember. Thank you for asking, though. I appreciate it.
Mr. Whiffin?
Thank you.
May I stand by the witness, Your Honor? Thank you. I am providing you with a document, and I would ask if that refreshes your recollection as to whether you read a report of Mr. Green.
A report or this report?
This report. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. You can wear those black robes if you want, Bev, but they don't suit you.
I don't recall ever seeing this report.
Fair.
Have you ever had any conversations with Trooper Nicholas Garino?
Very briefly.
But you have, the answer is yes.
Yes.
Did Trooper Garino tell you that he measured the distance from the flagpole to the front door and it was 72 feet? Did he ever tell you that?
Sustained.
Did you ever have a conversation with Trooper Nick Garino about the distance from the flagpole to the front door of 34 Fairview?
Maybe. Maybe.
So is it maybe then you had a conversation with him in which he stated to you that that distance is 72 feet?
It's maybe.
So if we go back to what we were discussing earlier about the steps and the distance covered, and this is in your report of March 2025, where we've talked about this, and it's the final health activity of note on John's phone can be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Is this the correct slide?
No, it's
So
not.
let's take
Yeah,
it down.
Thank you, Your Honor. let me start that over. The final health activity of note on John's phone could be seen to have occurred between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, during which 36 steps were recorded, covering a distance of 5.4 meters, or 84 feet. 84 feet is greater than 72 feet, correct?
Correct.
84 is a bigger number than 72. I remember that.
So if the distance,
but how big, how much more is 84 than 72? I'm not sure.
Steps, 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet, that would put those steps within the house, correct?
It would.
Let's continue on with the timeline. Deck 83. We now have Doppler 1233:14, and then Doppler pocket state. Do you recall in your report adding a word to this, that your report said pocket state detected? Do you recall
pocket state?
that?
More than likely, yes.
Yes. But the detected word is not on that slide, is it?
It's not, no.
What does pocket state detected mean?
There was an active check by the Doppler function, and it detected that it was in a pocket state.
That's unhelpful. You just defined the word using itself. I hate you.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Yes. To switch. Thank you.
You can't do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need this slide up there, Mr. Alessi?
I was just going to check that. I think the answer is going to be no, Your Honor. I would now like to change gears a bit and go to temperature with an iPhone. You recall that discussion in your direct testimony?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Wilk, if we could please have the slide deck, but a different page, slide 60. And just tee it up, but please don't put it on the screen yet.
Tee it up.
iPhones don't record ambient or the environmental temperature where the phone may be at any given time, correct?
Correct.
But the iPhones, including the iPhone of John O'Keefe, log the temperature of the battery inside of it, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that function, examiners and folks like you can use the battery temperature of an iPhone to identify increases or decreases in temperature within the environment that the iPhone is physically located in. True?
I believe so, yes.
And that's right out of your report, right? Your March 2025 report makes that very statement, correct? The battery temperature of an iPhone generally matches the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, correct?
From my testing, yes.
And when an iPhone is in a lock state with little activity occurring on the device, the battery temperature is heavily affected by the ambient temperature in the environment, again, matching the pattern of the rise and the fall of the thermometer temperature, right?
Correct.
And what I just read is right out of your March 2025 report, correct?
It sounds like it is, yes.
And you actually established this in various temperature testing and test scenarios in your March 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss those two tests.
The more I look at this guy's face, the
You
less I
had-
trust him, I swear.
An appendix to your report that discussed two test scenarios with regard to temperature, correct?
Correct.
Can
And
I
that
just
was
ask,
append-
I'm sorry, Mr. Whiffin, do you have your report with you, sir?
I don't have a copy.
I'd be happy to provide him with a copy of his report so we can have him follow along.
I think that's great, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Would that be helpful, Mr. Whiffin?
Very, thank you.
Yeah, approach it.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go. And Mr. Whiffen, feel free at any time to reference that report.
Thank you.
And if you could, turn to page 77.
And lo, on page 77, what does it have to teach us?
So, are you ready, sir?
I am, yes.
Thank you. So let's look at test scenario 1. Test scenario 1, you took an iPhone, if I'm remembering correctly, same model as John O'Keefe's?
I believe John Keefe's was the iPhone 11. I used an iPhone 10.
But sufficiently
Very similar.
similar for purposes of this experiment?
Correct.
Or this
It's the
test?
same iOS version.
Yes. So it's the same iOS version, the software inside the phone, just a different model?
Yes.
And it's the software that's important for this test, correct?
I believe so.
So you state that you placed the iPhone inside a freezer, correct?
Correct.
I object to that conclusion. That may be true, but it's not necessarily true. I don't know if there were any hardware changes between the 10 and 11 that would impact this test. And presumably, neither do you. You know, there were probably some changes to the battery alone, right? The battery wasn't exactly the same in the 11 versus the 10, was it? And even if it was the same size, it might have been different technology or a different manufacturer or a different chemical composition or a different size, or however they're determining the temperature of the battery, the monitoring of that was somehow different between the 10 and 11. Yeah, I don't know that you can conclude that just because the software is the same, the test will be the same between the 10 and 11. Were they differences in sizes at all? Was any of the hardware components different at all? Wasn't the processor at least different? Doesn't the processor potentially impact how much heat is generated, for example, by the processor? And therefore would impact how much temperature there is potentially by the processor, how much battery draw there is, the voltage of it, the amperage of, I mean, am I alone on thinking these things? That the 10 and 11 are necessarily the same in all these respects? So that when you're doing a test relating to this, that it would necessarily be true, what's true for the 10 would necessarily be true for the 11? I don't think that necessarily follows. I object to that. I object to that conclusion as being a necessary conclusion.
And now if we could, Mr. Woke, if we can...
the heat sink being different, right? I mean, it could be a lot of things, right?
Do we have that in...
Literally the materials of the phone, what it was made out of, would change the insulation properties. the heat sink, the battery, who it was made by, the processor, how much heat it gives off, other components and how they work, the amount of draw, the voltage and amperage draws might be different. The temperature sensor might have been different. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential variables in this equation that are being ignored. It could be true that the 10 and 11 are the same in all these respects, but to take it as a given, it feels like a lot, Mr. Expert.
Would be page 77.
It's also disappointing that I'm not an expert and I thought about all those things instantly. Yeah. But the iOS version is the same. I'm sure it'll be fine. Even if the iOS version is literally the same, it isn't necessarily even a given that the execution of that iOS would be literally the same because of all the factors I just mentioned. So I don't know that you necessarily could conclude as a matter of certainty that even given the same software and given the exact same inputs on the 10 and 11, I'm not sure you could necessarily conclude that it is a given that both programs would execute exactly the same. Not for at least the reasons that their inputs relating to these sensors aren't necessarily the same. So the software isn't necessarily even the same in terms of its execution. I mean, yeah. Okay.
If we could enlarge that chart, please. Enlarge it just a little bit more.
Dark Cloud says you can find the comparisons. You can find some of the comparisons between 10 and 11. I mean, I don't know it to be true, but I don't know that even the most thorough breakdowns of the 10 and 11 necessarily would note all these distinctions. Maybe someone has done it meticulously, but yeah, Apple's going to only tell you the big differences. And also they're not even necessarily going to tell you exactly what that means. It's like, oh, it's the chip 13 versus 14. 14 bigger than 13, 14 better. But beyond that, it's like they don't really, even Apple doesn't really tell you. And even the most meticulous breakdowns probably are not noting, for example, the differences in the size of the heatsink, or if the heatsink was made by a different manufacturer, or if it was of a different material, however slight, or anything else that might impact this equation. I don't even know if Apple necessarily knows all the things that are necessarily different in every possible respect. They test for a lot of things, but I'm not sure they test for every possible thing. They do their due diligence. I'm not sure even Apple knows all the distinctions between the iPhone 10 and the iPhone 11. Especially with respect to this scientific testing. I'm not sure even they know. They could probably figure it out, but I'm not sure if you knew them, they'd know the answer.
We're not concerned with the text at this point. So we can just get the chart as large as possible. Thank you.
That also, of course, assumes that every iPhone 10 is the same and every iPhone 11 is the same, which I don't necessarily even think that's true. I don't know how Apple sources its products off the top of my head, but it would surprise me if every single iPhone 10 is exactly the same, even the same model of iPhone 10. Right? Do they source any of the components differently? Is every single component of every single version of the iPhone 10, like you just take whatever your favorite version of the iPhone 10 is, even that model, is every single iPhone 10 exactly the same with every single component exactly the same by the same manufacturers, made by the same processes and so forth and so on? I have my doubts. They're exactly the same. These variables could matter. They might not matter, but they could matter. And so you're assuming a lot of things, man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So,
he should try to max. Yeah, he
I'd
should
like
try to
focus on
match as
January
close as he can to
29.
get rid as many variables as he can. Yeah, he should at least have the exact same model of phone at a bare minimum. That would be nice.
This is your experiment. When did you do?
Also, how is he qualified to run this experiment again? Going back to, so moving aside from all those issues that we just sort of highlighted, how is he qualified as an expert of Celebrite to run a test relating to this? How did you control the freezer? How did you control the temperature of the freezer? Is it a scientifically rigorous freezer? You know, I assume that when Apple does these tests, they have a protocol in place to try to reduce as many variables as they can. How are you qualified to perform this test, sir? I don't know. I just used whatever freezer I got from Home Depot or something. Oh, okay, that's super convincing in a scientifically reliable way. It's fine. It's fine.
Test scenario 1, approximately the date.
This is a good question. It was sometime probably in December last year.
I'm sorry.
In December last year, I believe.
December 2024.
He doesn't know what date he did the testing on. That's nice.
What you did here was you took the phone, you put it inside a freezer. What was the temperature of the freezer?
I actually don't know.
But it was a freezer.
What was the temperature of the freezer? I don't know. What the fuck?
It was freezing.
It's sort of your just regular freezer that everybody has.
A regular chest
Nothing
freezer.
special about it.
No.
Let's look at some of the data that you have from this. Let's start at the 1710 time frame where it's placed in the freezer and you've got, and we're going to go with Fahrenheit, if that's okay with you.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. 73.4 degrees, correct?
Correct.
And then if you go all the way down to the 1725, which would be 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Super chat, $5 from Dookie Stan, 616. No hate to Melanie Little, but she's a little dramatic for me. Hank can say hi and she's freaking out. You going to stream with Nick again? As to the last question, no, not for at least the intermediate term. I have no intentions of streaming with Nick in the short term. And as to other creators, I will simply note that, you know, Melanie Little may or may not be to your taste. That's okay. I'm not necessarily to everyone's taste. She would say herself that she can't please everyone. She's not a cupcake. She can't make everyone happy. She knows it's true. She knows it's true. And I'm likewise. I definitely can't make everyone happy, but we do appreciate everyone who's spending time with me. It is appreciated. And thank you for your super chat.
Can you state what the drop in temperature is of the battery temperature in just 15 minutes in a freezer?
Approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
So it drops 50 degrees Fahrenheit in just 15 minutes.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that if you do the math, that that's about a little over 3.5 degrees per minute? And if Your Honor, if he wants to use a calculator, or just accept my estimate, whatever Your Honor thinks is appropriate.
However you can answer the question.
I'm happy to accept your answer. That's fine.
Let me just make sure. I have a moment, Your Honor. .33, would that sound fair, sir?
That sounds fair.
So it's about 3.3 degrees Fahrenheit per minute drop, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go to the next page of your report, page 78, where test scenario 2. And in test scenario 2, you took the same phone with the same software and you placed it outside at a temperature of 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
And we could enlarge that, please, Mr. Wolf? And if you could just scroll up, well, just if you just leave it there, it's fine. So if we take the time that we start out with the control temperature, and then we've got a battery temperature at 9:02, and this is the battery temperature of the iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And we've got 66.2 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to call that a baseline for purposes of what this chart is?
The device had already been outside for 2 minutes at that point, but yes.
Okay, so we'll just refer to 66.2. And then if we go from 9:02 down to 9:15, a period of 13 minutes, correct?
Correct.
So at 33.8 degrees and 13 minutes, what is the drop in temperature in degrees? What's the drop?
Sorry, between the 9:02 and the 9:15?
Right. So does it go from 66.2 to 35.6?
It does.
And sir, so I don't have to have you do a math on the fly. I've calculated that drop at 30.6. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So you got a drop of 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes at an outside temperature of 33.8, correct?
Correct.
Yep. I know where this is going. Yep. Because your testing sucked, your conclusion, I know exactly where this is going, right? Basically, you made no attempt to make the freezer the same ambient temperature as the night in question, which, presumably could have been determined by looking it up on the National Weather Service or other reporting information, or at least getting close to it, right? So you could have gotten close and be like, okay, what was the ambient temperature at the time? Because of course the battery doesn't care about wind chill, it cares about the ambient temperature. And so you could have done that and therefore tried to make the conditions as close to the night in question, but you didn't do that. So you're seeing a sharper drop than you should have seen, and that sharper drop isn't reflected in the data, and therefore it suggests that it wasn't outside because you didn't control your variables because you're an idiot. Yeah. This is why you need a programmable freezer. This is why you need like a scientifically a freezer, or this is why you need a freezer that you can control the temperature a lot more precisely with. So you can set it to, a precise temperature, and you put it on, some sort of non-conductive, non-heat conductive kind of surface, and, let the ambient temperature do the work, and then you can sort of match the conditions, and then you'd replicate the conditions. And because you didn't do that, it makes it look like he wasn't outside because you're an idiot. Yep, that's where this is going. You're a dum-dum. You're a dum-dum and you failed. And then, of course, it's even worse than that because he doesn't even know what the temperature of the freezer was. So he can't even scale accordingly because he has no idea. Great. But I mean, it is kind of par for the course. Also, compared to the police, it's arguably a better procedure than the police used. I mean, he has freezer technology, whereas the police have solo cups. So, I mean, he's got one on the police. He's got that going for him.
We're going to come back to this, but what I'd like to do is to compare these two test scenarios. The one we just saw at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, where it dropped 30.6 degrees in just 13 minutes, again at an outdoor temperature of 33.8, and then test scenario 1 in a freezer, where it dropped 61.2 degrees in just 15 minutes. Now let's go to the slide 60, which was in your slide presentation yesterday, of what you stated was the temperature change in the iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. You with me, sir?
Yep.
Thank you. So if we start out at 12:13, we see a battery temperature of 82 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Then it drops a little bit to 77, a little bit to 72. And what I want to focus on is keeping the starting point for my questions here at the 12:37 time period on the morning of January 29th. And that's 72 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
So if you take the time period from 12:37 to 12:53, that's a 15-minute interval, correct?
Correct.
The phone only drops 11 degrees Fahrenheit in 15 minutes, correct?
Correct.
If you then go to 12:37 and give it a little bit more time, down to 1:36 a.m., the temperature, and that's just about an hour, right?
Correct.
And the temperature drops from 72 to 50, only 22 degree drop in an hour, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you compare this chart in the drop in temperature, for example, 12:37, 12:53, in 15 minutes, it's only dropping 11 degrees, to your experiments, where with the first scenario with the freezer, it dropped $50 degrees in a 15-minute period. Is it correct to say that there was a much more dramatic drop in temperature in your test scenario 1 than what actually occurred on John O'Keefe's phone for the time period we just covered in January 29th?
Yes.
And then with regard to even test scenario 2, where the temperature is 33.8 degrees, that's the ambient, the outdoor temperature, right? At that temperature, just above freezing, you've got a...
Sorry, it's below freezing.
I'm sorry?
It's below freezing.
What is freezing in Fahrenheit?
Don't know, but it's 0 degrees Celsius.
Right.
And it was -5 degrees Celsius at the time.
Right, but would you agree that, and I want to be fair to you because I know you use Celsius more than Americans who use Fahrenheit, but would you agree that 32 degrees Fahrenheit is the freezing point in Fahrenheit?
I honestly wouldn't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Even having heard it out loud, he still doesn't know? Really? Even having heard it out loud, he's still not sure? Wow. Okay. That's nice. Okay, great. All right.
So, in any event, in your experiment at 33.8 degrees Fahrenheit, you're getting a drop in your experiment in 13 minutes of 30.6 degrees, right?
Correct.
But much less drop in temperature on slide deck 60 of the actual iPhone of John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you know what the temperature was in Canton in January 29th, 2022?
I do not know.
Don't you?
I mean, you know, that seems like, again, that might be like, you know, probably something you should, you know. You know, if you're trying to replicate how the phone would act on the night in question, maybe knowing the temperature of the night in question would be nice. I'm sure you can just look it up at the National Weather Service, and it shouldn't be that hard. I mean, you know, it's fine.
I think that would be an important piece of information.
I do. I think it'd be important.
Analyzing where the phone of John O'Keefe was on the morning of January 29th?
I didn't think it was.
So you did. Didn't think it was important, even though you issued a report discussing the temperature of the iPhone, and you did 2 test scenarios, one in a freezer, one in an ambient temperature of slightly above 33 degrees, and you didn't think it important to take the final step to see whether there was anything to be gained from that comparison to determine where that phone was located?
My testing proved that the battery temperature is affected by ambient temperature. My report shows the data that was on the device. I also don't know the condition that the phone was found in, whether it was in a case, whether it was in a pocket. So to me, the ambient temperature in Canton at the time wasn't particularly relevant. I just wanted to show what data the device had recorded.
The information that you create from your digital forensics analysis, including everything that's in the slide in your report, including battery. One side, sir. I'll go back to the question. In digital forensics, you work with law enforcement often, correct?
Correct.
And you work in law enforcement in investigating cases, do you not?
Yes.
And so oftentimes, the law enforcement is using your digital forensics information to help them solve cases, correct?
Correct.
You didn't suggest to anybody on law enforcement that they might want to take a look at this temperature information to assist in determining where this phone could have been by the temperature? You never raised that with them?
I did not.
And do you know whether any law enforcement person was aware that you had done all this temperature analysis?
It was in my report.
So you...
Is it too late for me to make a motion to strike all of his testimony because clearly he has no fucking clue what he's talking about? Your Honor, I move to disqualify this witness and strike his entire testimony as incredibly incompetent. Yeah, motion granted. Get off the stand and get out of my courtroom.
You create a report as part of this case, and you deem the temperature important enough to do 2 test scenarios, important enough to put it in a slide presentation to this jury, yet there's no discussion of that between you and any member of law enforcement as to what it means?
The details were provided in my report, and there was discussions, but it never came up as to say what was the temperature in Canton that night.
Oh, so there were discussions?
Not with law enforcement.
Oh, who
as part of my preparations for trial.
Oh, tell me about who you discussed this
Please tell us more.
temperature information with.
It was with Hank.
You're hesitating, and I can't hear you. Who did you discuss
with
it
Hank?
Excuse me?
With Mr. Brennan.
Attorney.
You know him on a first name basis? First of all, that's just disrespectful. Second of all, what?
Brennan?
Yes.
You discussed temperature with Prosecutor Brennan.
It was in my report.
It was in your report, but you said you discussed. Which is it?
It's in my report, and the discussion was that it is in my report. I'm not in a position to suggest that investigations take place and
Sure you are.
change based on my report findings.
Oh, sir, I'm not.
Why not? Why not? Why couldn't you suggest a course of action for someone else? Why would that be improper? I mean, you don't necessarily have it. You don't necessarily have. Why would it be improper? Or yeah, why wouldn't here's some further testing that could be done. I've read some scientific papers in my past, and ideas for future research are not infrequently presented in papers. It's like, here's some ideas for future research. Why would that be improper? Especially by the police, because they have the raw evidence, they have the actual phone. Like, here's some testing that you might want to conduct, or here's some further lines of inquiry that might be prudent. Why not? Why wouldn't you do that? I'm confused. Why wouldn't you do that? Isn't that sort of common? Or at least not unheard of?
I'm not suggesting what you just stated. I'm just trying to get information about, you mentioned the verb discuss. Didn't you, in your answer moments ago?
Yes.
Isn't discuss a verbal thing? It's not a written thing?
Well, no, it could be.
It was discussed in preparation for trial, yes.
Oh, so there was a discussion, a verbal discussion with Attorney Brennan about temperature in your preparation for trial?
Yes.
Was there any interest at all as to what this could actually mean for the potential location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone on these very important time periods in January 29th that might assist to determine at various times whether Mr. O'Keefe is in a covered building based upon the temperature rather than outside in a nor'easter on January 29th?
I'm sorry, what was the question there?
Yeah, the question is, was there any discussion about the investigative value of what you had done in determining where that phone could have been on key time periods on the morning of January 29th?
That wasn't part of the discussion, no.
It wasn't part of the discussion. We went through, you may recall in my questioning, in your report, where you stated that it was possible that the phone could be inside the house of 34 Fairview based upon that big white circle. You testified that the low accuracy at certain points could be because of it entering a covered building, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you do a temperature experiment to track the very accurate temperature change of an iPhone, and it doesn't match up the actual data with either of your test scenarios, and you don't raise that with anybody. Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you ever put together in any kind of form your test scenario 1, your test scenario 2, and the actual temperature chart of the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So how do you mean put it together? As in compare the two?
Exactly. Compare the two and reach any conclusions about location, because you spent time, did you not, sir, a lot of time in your reports on location of the phone.
Yes.
But yet, with all that data, all that testing, all the experiments that you didn't include in your slide presentation, and you didn't include in your report what that could mean for the location of the phone, did you, sir?
I'm struggling to see the comparison there.
Really?
Let me see if I can
well,
ask
actually,
it
I should
in
be
a different
surprised.
way.
I shouldn't be surprised you're struggling to see it because
Nowhere in your slide presentation did you have any discussion yesterday about how your test scenario, did you bring up, by the way, in your slide presentation yesterday, your battery temperature at all, your tests?
Not the tests, no.
Right, so you didn't even raise yesterday in your presentation about where the phone might be located. You didn't even raise the experiments that you did, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the terminology. Ask it differently.
Did you yesterday, in your presentation to the jury, in any way discuss your battery test scenario 1 and 2 in your March 2025 report?
I believe there was mention of testing, but not to the amount of detail to say what the testing was.
Right. So there was no detail given at all about
detail.
it. You just mentioned that it occurred, but no detail in your discussion at all. And are you aware, with regard to the battery temperature, that battery temperature in investigations can be used to determine locations of phones at certain times? Are you aware of that?
No.
So you have never used battery temperature information in all your years in any way for any investigation of a case in determining location of a phone?
Again, I don't see how you can determine location of a device from a temperature reading, other than to say whether it was inside or outside.
So battery temperature and the chart that you gave that is up there, in your opinion, has no relevancy to the topic of where a phone might be to investigators in a case? Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Mr. Whiffin?
I'm saying I can't take a temperature reading and make a determination about a GPS location based on the temperature reading.
That's not my question, though, sir, and I appreciate your answer, though. My question is...
Do you appreciate it?
Law enforcement investigators regularly, correct? Yes. Isn't this information of potential relevance based upon your experience with investigations? Isn't this information at least potentially relevant in investigations?
I believe it could be. That's why I included it in my report.
Thank you. But you didn't include a discussion of it in your testimony yesterday, correct?
Correct.
I just want to be clear on a final point as regards temperature. Were you aware of the temperature in Canton on January 29th, 2022?
I know it was a blizzard, but I don't know what the temperature was.
May I have a moment to switch
Sure.
topics? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Whiffin. I'll be right back.
Yet somehow, some way, I think that this might actually be the star expert witness for the prosecution. Does anyone have a better candidate than this guy? I think this is as good as it gets. He's the best. He's the best. Yeah. What Temu expert witness website did we find these guys on?
Your Honor, if I may, I have one last point to make with temperature. If we could put deck 60 back up, please. Mr. Whiffin, if you bear with me, I just have one final set of questions. If you look at this chart,
am I being fatuous when I say that? I don't think I am. Can you name a better expert witness for the state than this guy? Can you think of any expert witness who's better than this guy? Maybe the medical examiner. Maybe the medical examiner is a better expert witness. It's a short list though. Yeah, who are our candidates for being a better expert witness than this guy, than the state? Who's better than him? Yeah, I'm not sure I'm being fatuous. I think he's unfortunately right up there at the top, man. He's right up there at the top. He is, in fact, the best that they've. Yeah, and I don't think I'm being fatuous. I think I'm being sadly very literal. Yeah.
And you, under January 29th at 12:13, battery temperature of 82 degrees. But you then go down. What I'd like to start with is 12:37 again, and this is a key time point, 12:37. You've got a temperature of 72 degrees. And then 8 minutes later, the temperature only dropped 6 degrees, correct?
Correct.
Again, using 12:37 is what I refer to as the baseline. You go all the way down, and you see to 12:53 a temperature drop of only 11 degrees. Do you see that?
I do.
Thank you. That you can, excuse me, Your Honor, one moment.
Okay.
Facetious, not fatuous. Facetious. Sorry for mispronouncing it earlier. Facetiously, not fatuously. I'm not sure where I came up with my exciting alternate pronunciation. Sorry, I've been struck by a little touch of the stupid.
The final data point
I apologize.
on this slide, Mr. Whiffin, and thank you for bearing with me on this. At 1:36, there's a temperature of 50 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Correct.
Several hours later, at 6:06, 4.5 hours, the temperature drop is only 7 degrees, correct?
Correct.
I'm switching. May I have a brief moment?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, there are problems here, man. That's problems. General IQ is dropping faster. Mm-hmm.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Temperature and battery or solo cups. Kind of, sort of, yeah. You know, one of the things I really like One of the reasons I like Supreme Court cases at their best push you up. They notch you up, right? Because you're reaching for really great concepts. You know, you have a really great issue, and sometimes you have conflicts between principles, and it elevates you. It elevates you. It's like reading a really good book or reading really good literature. It elevates you. It forces you to notch your own intelligence up. Right? That's one of the reasons I like really good Supreme Court cases, because it forces you to notch up. And this is kind of exactly the opposite of that in basically every possible dimension. Yeah.
What is Exhibit 42?
It's
Okay, thank you. We've got it. Thank you, Tori.
May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm handing you Exhibit 42.
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 42 from your March 2025 report?
I do.
And sir, just take a fair time to familiarize yourself with the exhibit before I start asking you questions. They're going to be very brief. And I'm going to be, you look what you need to, but I'm going to be focusing on just under detailed analysis communications on paragraph 3, on page 43, the top 3 or 4 entries.
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I have 43, which is in evidence published?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wolf, please. And if you could enlarge, you don't need the text, so we can just go to detailed analysis, communication, call history, and now if you could just super enlarge.
Super embiggen.
Yes, that is great. So what I want to do is just cover the information here. Whose phone is the subject of the entries on this chart?
This is John's phone.
And if we start with the first entry, reading left to right, 12:14:36, end time 12:15:20, incoming call from Jen McCabe, duration 44 seconds. You see that, sir?
I do.
You see, and is that a call that is answered?
Yes.
If you go to the next entry, 1847, that's 12:18:47 to 12:19:23, outgoing call duration 36 seconds to Jen McCabe, duration 36 seconds. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Is that a call that is answered?
Difficult to say. That could be a outgoing call that lasted 36 seconds of ringing. I believe it was answered.
Well, how is it that you can tell the first one was answered but not the second one?
Because it's an incoming call.
Okay, fair enough. So if we go to the third entry, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call from Jen McCabe. You see that, sir?
I don't mean to interrupt. Could I ask about the display?
Mr. Sidebar.
No.
The court is on break. Oh. Okay. Well, apparently the court is now on break for recess. Excellent. Everyone take a stretch. Stretch break time. Everyone take a stretch, including uncivil. Everyone takes a stretch break. Oh. Whoa. All right. Excellent. Let me read your super chats that came in. Let us read the super chats that have come in so far. Pickle Bug became an uncivilian, full-throated something, testosterone maybe, for $1.99 said Stanky Broinen. Present day yoga for $2 said what time Karen Reed accelerated her car backward. Full-throated testosterone perhaps $4.99 said yesterday's testimony exonerated the defense. Yeah, I'm not sure exonerate is the right phraseology there, but yeah, I mean, the defense, we believe in the defense because we understand physics and stuff. So yeah. Ken H for $2 says Commonwealth witness report showing doubt, case dismissed. Ken H becoming an uncivilian. Dark Cloud became a member at the uncivil posse membership tier, which is extensively and well appreciated. And thank you for everything. We do appreciate your participation on all of that. Let me read some of your member chats and see what else you guys are talking about from the member chats. Geraldine Frederich, I'm having trouble with pronunciation today, I apologize. The prosecution seemed to give limit day, then leaves the witness to flounder, that for sure. Lezica said, but he has a British accent. He must be intelligent. Yeah. Karina said, Hank is proud of this expert. He said numerous times he has now the hard sell data to prove the case. Just Rhonda says, I was looking for a wand in the chat, but you know what I mean. Lezica said, SpongeBob's greatest contribution was the several hours later thing. You're not wrong. We do have some new merch. We have some great new merch you can check out. And if we get 500 likes, I will do a merch giveaway today. So that's exciting, something to look forward to. Robin Hood said, I know a lot of people work in forensics, compliance, legal consulting, and found one I met from there. Hank doesn't have a friend in the field. I know. No doubt, right? I mean, yeah, exactly. All that good stuff. Thank you for your contributions and participation in chat. It is appreciated. And don't forget, of course, you can become a member of the chat as well for a mere 99 cents a month. You too can become an uncivilian. It's true. By merely hitting that beautiful, beautiful join button for 99 cents, you become an uncivilian. And then you get to, first of all, I will see your comments because I'm filtering out non-member comments as I previously announced per policy. And I also will respond to your comments. And also you get a cool little emoji by your name that represents how long you've been a member, and your name is in green. And also you get to, bypass any time delays that are relevant to non-members. Also, you get behind the scenes content. You get some cool emojis, plus that feeling of supporting Uncivil, which is always appreciated. So, and it is, of course, literally the least YouTube will let me charge you. I literally cannot charge you anything less than 99 cents a month. So all that good stuff, man. All that good stuff. So everything. Let's take a look at some of our merch while we're waiting so we can show you some of the merch stuff that we have. Let me just pull it up and just give me a second to pull it up, and we'll take a look at some of the merch that is currently available on the Uncivil Law merch store. Okay, what is my own merch link? I need my own link. Give me a second. Bot, give me my link, please. I need my own link. Come on, bot. Bot. There you go. Thank you. Oh, man. Lol, what a day. All right. We bring your attention to the beautiful, the wonderful, the only Uncivil Law merch store. Of course, B-Fish is there to welcome you, as he does, or she does, I apologize. B-Fish is a girl. Her name is Callie. We don't want to misgender the B-Fish. She already has enough problems with identity as it is. And we have welcome to the wonderful store. And we've got some wonderful stuff. We've got some Don't Be a Dick t-shirts. We've got a Don't Be a Dick mug. We got a sticker, don't be a dick. We've got a don't be a dick, tumbler kind of thing. We got some shirts. We got some stuff for ARCA. We got some mugs there and some shirts there. And so we got some hats. That's nice. We've got, of course, the clear evidence solo cup. So for all your evidence collection needs, we have the beautiful clear version of the cup if you prefer. Of course, a bag to hold your evidence in. We've got an evidence bag for you to hold your evidence in. That's available. We got ourselves a little phone case. House Long to Die in Cold sticker. One of my personal favorite items is the You Are Muted and You Are Unmuted coffee mug. It says you are muted on one side and says you are unmuted on the other side. So you can just turn it around at your desk and hopefully send a message to the person across from you. Got some nice little buttons that you can get. And we've got other stuff too that is available. So those are some of the items that are available at our store. Take a look at what else we've got going on. We got some stuff from Sarah Boone if you want that. Probably delist that pretty soon, to be honest. So, if you want to get your Sarah Boone stuff. We got Frankentruck, courtesy of course, our snowplow driver in this case. That's Frankentruck. So that relates to our friend and yours, the snowplow driver. Some uncivilian shirts. We got some mouse pads. We got the, of course, Canton PD forensic tools. Then we've got some stickers and some totes. And we've got this nice solid evidence solo cup, if you prefer that look. That's a strong seller. Some mouse pads, something for the taint team, some shirts, hats, some Callie the Beeffish stickers. Those are fun. And other merch items. So check out our merch store. There is a lot of fun stuff for you to buy. So all that good stuff. Do I think I could get away with selling an uncivil ARCA mug? Sure. Absolutely could. If we don't already have one, we can create one. But we have many things for many people. Yeah, we'll probably delist the Sarah Boone's merch stuff pretty soon because, of course, that case is over. So if you want to get any Sarah Boone merch, now's the time. So, because I'm probably going to delist it pretty soon. So if you have any last-second Sarah Boone merch-related desires, it is available for you. I like the muted mug, too. I like the muted mug. You are muted. You are unmuted. Yeah, I thought it was very clever, very clear. And also, as I mentioned, you can use it physically at your desk and turn it around. And hopefully the person across from you will get the hint. So I thought it also was practical. I like that item, too. I designed that one. That was a Kurt design. So I'm glad you like it. One of our mods, Jinx, designed a lot of the other merch. So thanks, of course, to Jinx and also other people who help design merch. It is, of course, extensively appreciated. You should keep the assault suitcase sticker, though. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, limited time, hurry now. Exactly. Yeah, I'll delist the Sarah Boone stuff at the end of the week, except for maybe the suitcase sticker. We'll keep that, but I'll delist the other merch at the end of the week. So all those things are available. And if we hit 500 likes today, we will have a merch giveaway of up to $20 so that you can get an item up to $20 or items up to $20, as long as it's not $20 or more than $20, I should say. $20 even is fine. $20 or less. We'll have an item. We'll have a merch giveaway if we hit 500 likes today. And we've never done a merch giveaway before, so it'll be interesting to see if we're able to do it technically. Hopefully it'll work. We'll see how it goes. Yeah. We do make, of course, the membership as cheap as possible at 99 cents a month. We know that not everyone has a lot of money. but less than $1 a month. I mean, YouTube will literally not make it any cheaper for you to be a member. We are not trying to put a massive barrier to entry here. We're just, we're just trying to get some support for the channel and also filter out the people who are bad faith actors, because there's unfortunately some of them. So limiting the chat on my end to member chat has done a lot to preserve my sanity already. And so that's nice. What about shipping costs for the giveaway? I think I'm not promising shipping cost. So yeah, I think you would still have to pay. I think you'd still have to pay shipping, but the merch item itself would be free. So yeah, because I think you still have to pay shipping. I'm not sure how that works. The merch item itself is free. I'm not sure whether or not you can use the code for shipping expenses or not. I don't know the answer to that question. I've never done it before, so I honestly don't know. So you might have to pay shipping.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I honestly don't know.
Yes.
Which incidentally, some jurisdictions don't allow for, so void where prohibited.
Replacement Exhibit 42 redacted, obviously to place Exhibit 42. And it's per stipulation with Mr. Bright.
I'll tell you what I'll do. At least for the first one, I'll tell you what I'll do, because I don't know the answer, so that we can find out the answer. All right. If you can't use the coupon codes towards the shipping cost, I will personally pay your shipping expenses on this first one. You can send me a copy of the receipt. Yeah, you send me a copy of the receipt that depicts how much the shipping cost is, and your PayPal or Venmo, and I will personally pay for your shipping costs for the first one, so that we can figure out what the hell's going on, because we've never done it before. I will do that for the first one. I will, if it is not automatically included, I will personally pay it, and then we'll figure out what the rule is, and we'll know for the future. But that seems like a fair enough way to go.
Yes. Thank you.
See. May I present it to Mr. Whiffin?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Whiffin. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Mr. Wolf, if you could again please enlarge, we're going to be focusing on the top entry of the chart again. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, we had started going through the top three entries. The first one you had indicated was answered. The second one you, as I understand it, could not tell. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the third entry, which is reading left to right, 12:29:44, end time 12:29:51. Incoming call duration 8 seconds from Jen McCabe.
Correct.
That's the third one. So because it's an incoming...
Mr. Leslie, we need to enlarge this.
Okay,
In big N.
Mr. Wolf, can you enlarge that pursuant to the judge's order?
In big N.
Is that sufficient, Your Honor?
I don't think there's any different.
If you can make it as large as possible for the jurors, please, even if you have to do smaller segments.
If we have to, Mr. Wolf, knock off the final right-hand column, that's insignificant. There you go.
All right, that's better. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to now go to the last one for this Exhibit 42. It's reading from left to right, 12:29:44, 12:29:51, incoming call duration at seconds from Jen McCabe. Again, restates duration 8 seconds.
Correct.
Given that it's an incoming call, you can conclude that was answered, correct?
Correct.
Now, if we could go back down and focusing on just the first three by way of example, Mr. Wolf, do just as Her Honor has requested, enlarge it as large as possible. Those three, after the first three, yep, starting there, just take the first three by way of example. All right. Mr. Whiffin, you should feel free to look at the hard copy Exhibit 42 if that's more helpful to you. But what I want to do is to focus on start time 12:33:35, reading across activity, incoming call, unanswered, and then to the right, Karen Reed. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see the same types of entries for 3409 and 3438?
I do.
And those calls are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
So in contrast to the, and now Mr. Walker, we can go back to the chart, trying to capture 6 and enlarge those ones last time. Thank you. So in the first one at 1436, and then skipping one to 2944, those are answered, but then starting, excuse me, at 3335 and 3409, those are unanswered, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. We have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics. Mr. Whiffin, when did you start working on this case? What was the date, approximate date?
On this case or on this exhibit?
On this case.
Approximately September 2023.
So over a year and a half?
Correct.
How many times have you been in Norfolk County?
This is my second time.
So you were here once previously?
Correct.
Do you recall yesterday discussing what you had done with an iPhone, driving around and then moving it with your hand?
Correct. Yes.
In the year and a half that you've been on this case, did you ever take an iPhone and do the same activity on the route that you were discussing yesterday between 34 Fairview and One Meadows?
I did it on Sunday night.
I'm sorry?
I did it 2 days ago on Sunday night.
And with regard to your time on this case, what was the results of that?
I object, Your Honor.
Why?
I'll need to be very brief.
I'm sorry?
I object, I need to be very brief.
Okay. Come on over, please.
All right, more sidebar. More sidebar relating to this expert witnesses, professionally conducted experiments. You don't want the witness to talk about his experiments now? Oh, that's rich. Okay. Yeah, man. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you for the 455 of you currently joining me and spending some time with me today. Of course, is appreciated. We appreciate all of you who are here. You rock. We love you. Thank you for those of you who are positive contributors. Of course, it helps a lot. We, of course, are continuing our coverage of Karen Read with all of its glory and wonder, including this witness and his wonderful expert testimony. He has so much expertise to offer us. It is truly our fault that we are unable to appreciate him. I'm sure it is our fault, not his, that he is not understood.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Whiffin, I am now going to proceed to a different topic. Do you recall discussing the Google search, how long to die in the cold?
Yeah.
And you discussed that in your direct testimony, correct?
I did.
You were a police officer for years before getting into the data forensic analysis of cell phones, correct?
Correct.
You were a response officer of the South Yorkshire Police from 2004 to 2009?
Correct.
You continued policing with the Calgary Police, working patrol, correct?
Correct.
You work frequently with law enforcement?
I do.
Indeed, law enforcement is the predominance of your work, correct?
Probably about 80% of the work, yes.
What percent?
About 80%.
80?
80.
Your work is used in investigations for law enforcement, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
In your area of work, you use and apply various forensic methods that are extracted, that data is extracted from a cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And you have various forensic methods to analyze that data, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for the super chat,
And
Rosemary
that
J.
data
Appreciate it.
that you analyze is often used by law enforcement in their investigations, right?
It can be, yes.
It can be, but it also is, from your experience, correct?
I'm sorry, are we talking about my actual analysis or analysis that's created by the tools that me and Cellbrite create?
Your analysis.
Okay, my analysis is typically used in investigations, yes.
So it's typically, your analysis is typically used by law enforcement.
On the cases I work, yes.
$5 from Christopher Akers. Are you familiar with the situation with angry cops in the Buffalo School District? I am not. And if so, discussing this on downtime to highlight this. Yeah, put it in the suggested stories tab on Discord, and I'll take a look at it if time allows. Thank you for your super chat. It is appreciated.
Right. And you know that is going to be the case oftentimes when you're doing your analysis, correct?
Correct.
And forensic software is used to gain access to people's devices, correct?
Correct.
Such as cell phones, right?
Correct.
So, and there's something called an extraction process from a cell phone that you discussed in your direct testimony?
Yes.
Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I want to cover, because it would be covering old ground, but I want to cover some of it.
Okay.
It's important, is it not, that the extraction process on a cell phone be performed correctly?
It is, yes.
And that's so that the data that's extracted from a cell phone is complete, correct?
Correct.
So that the data is correct?
Correct.
And so that the data is reliable?
Correct.
And data forensic examiners and people in your area of work need to ensure that the extraction file has not been tampered with, correct?
Correct.
Because if an extraction file has the possibility of tampering, then the information and data from it can be unreliable, correct?
Correct.
And there's a generally accepted methodology for how to perform an extraction of data from a cell phone, correct?
Typically, yes.
Typically.
One of the key ways to determine whether the data extracted from a cell phone is valid and has integrity is to evaluate whether the extraction process created what is called a hash value, correct?
Correct.
And a synonym for a hash value is a hash signature, correct?
Correct.
And a hash value or hash signature, I'm just going to use hash value. Is that acceptable to you?
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. So a hash value is a unique and usually consists of a long string of numbers and letters that's generated from the data file from a cell phone using a computer algorithm, right?
Correct.
And one of the computer algorithms is SHA 256, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And is it a fair analogy to state that a hash value...
Do you think he knows what SHA stands for? Probably not.
...can be thought of as fingerprint for a data file from a cell phone?
Yes.
And is it also a rough analogy that a hash value can function like the seal on a milk container? In other words, if you open the milk container and the seal's broken, that the same analogy can be provided that if you don't have a valid
that analogy
hash
doesn't
value,
really work for me.
then there is a question with
I don't like that
regard
analogy,
to the
no.
contents of a cell phone, just as there might be concern about
I don't like that
contents of a
analogy.
milk carton. Is that a fair general
Not
analogy?
really.
Yeah, if the hash doesn't match, then something has changed in the data.
So if the hash doesn't match or you can't determine a valid hash file, it's sort of like opening up a milk container and that seal cap is off, correct?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Thank you.
I wouldn't, but okay. I don't like that
Now, if
analogy
the
at
data
all.
file is altered in any way, the hash algorithm is going to produce a different letter in numeric string than the previous hash value for that same alleged data, correct?
Correct.
So that alpha numeric number is important because it can, if it's different, then it means something happened to that data, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it important for examiners, anybody in data forensics, to know whether or not the data they're looking at has a valid hash value?
It would depend, in my opinion, on the origin of the data.
But you would agree that it's much better to have a valid hash value for data than not, correct?
I would like to see the hash value match, yes.
You would like to see the hash value matching,
Yes.
correct? Now, once data from an iPhone is properly extracted and you get a hash value, then the examiners of the data seek to pass and decode the data to try and make some sense of the data in a more user-friendly format so that a report can be created for investigators, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall preparing a report for the iPhone belonging to Jen McCabe dated December 2024?
I do, yes.
And in that
Do I know why you use SHA 256 instead of SHA 1 or MD5 or CRC? Sure, I know why. Yeah. The short answer is that each of them are more secure than the one that follows them. MD5 has a higher probability of collisions. It's still pretty unlikely, all things considered, but you can at least in principle get a higher likelihood of collisions. SHA-1 is pretty good, and SHA-256 is even better. So basically, everyone is just better in terms of the algorithm, and the uniqueness of the hash is basically the short answer to the question. How did I do? Did I do okay? The larger the bit size of the hash, the smaller collision domain. Yeah, well, it's not just the bit size, although it's partially that. It's also the underlying algorithms itself are better, because MD1 I think is like 56-bit, I think, if memory serves correctly, or 64. And SHA-256, as the name implies, is 256. And yeah, CRC is just a simple error correction code, isn't it? So it's just a simple way of trying to determine whether or not there's an error in the data in terms of its transmission. It's not meant to really be secure. It's meant to just simply indicate obvious, notable transmission errors. Am I doing okay? It's been a while since I studied this stuff, but that's what I remembered. Doing okay? Great. Excellent.
Report, you discussed your views of a Google search of How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, you rendered various conclusions about that Google search, correct?
Correct.
And you rendered various conclusions about what is called a timestamp.
Correct.
And the timestamp that was in question was 2:27:40 a.m. on January 29th on Jen McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And the question that you were looking at is that timestamp that appeared in the data, that timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., whether that belonged to the Google search, How Long to Die in the Cold, correct?
Correct.
And you testified yesterday with regard to that very issue, correct?
Correct.
Now, in your report of December 2024, you discussed the hash value of that cell phone, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yesterday, in your direct testimony, you didn't mention anything about the hash value with regard to Jen McCabe's phone, did you?
Not in my testimony, no.
The answer is no, correct? However, isn't it correct that in your report of December 2024, you had an issue with the hash value from the data from that phone?
I didn't have an issue with the hash value at all, no.
So
yeah, exactly. Q squared. They are not reversible. Yeah, and the hash is designed to not really give you any information about the data at all. So if you make even the smallest change to the data, you typically get completely, wildly different results. It's not like a little different, it's a lot different, right? So there's no, yeah, and you can't reverse it. It's a one-way thing. Yeah, so it's a one-way thing. It's easy to do one way. Basically, it's impossible to back engineer it. And the hash gives you no information about what the data is. It just is a unique identifier for the data. Yeah, so that's right. Yeah, it's not encryption. It's a representation of the data that's unique to the data and non-replicatable. And if you somehow get a collision, we'd love to talk, because if you can get a collision out of especially if you can get a collision out of the SHA stuff, if you can get a collision out of 256, we'd love to talk. That'd be great. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but it's to the 256th power different ways of representing stuff, which is like more atoms than there are in the universe. So if you manage to get a collision, we'd love to talk. Yeah.
You didn't note that it was not possible with the gray key extraction, as the PDF containing the extraction has its value, that it was unsigned? That was not an issue in your report?
The hash value matches.
I mean, even in MD5, the collisions are mostly hypothetical, right? I mean, to try even getting a real world collision in MD5, I mean, you know, good luck. I mean, it's mostly theoretical. Yeah, but like, if you can, yeah, never mind. We can press on.
But because I didn't do the extraction, I'm unable to actually validate that was an original hash and hadn't been modified.
Exactly. So you didn't do the extraction, but you couldn't validate the hash value, could you?
No.
Okay,
So
maybe my impression of MD5 isn't correct. Fair enough.
Not any of the data on that cell phone of Jen McCabe had been tampered with, correct?
I take a holistic view of the data.
Holistic?
To find
that's a magic word.
Anomalies. And didn't see any that raised any flags.
That wasn't my question, sir. Okay. I'll try it a different way.
I'm sure you will.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct. They were always unsigned. Okay, apologies.
You concluded that the hash value was unsigned, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And you went on, did you not, in your report to say that this hash value could be used as a suggestion of authentication, but cannot be guaranteed 100%, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss any of that doubt, that suggestion of authentication but can't be guaranteed 100% at all in your direct testimony yesterday?
I didn't know.
And again, hash values are very important concepts for data forensic examiners, correct?
For integrity, yes.
Do you know the chain of custody of Jen McCabe's iPhone?
I don't, no.
So you don't know the chain of custody of her iPhone. You have an unsigned hash value, and you can't guarantee the hash value authentication, correct?
No.
The objection's overruled.
Not from the hash value, no.
It's close enough, man. I mean, it's, yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. That answer is misleading. It's not his fault. It's just the question is prompting a misleading answer. Now, do we have 500 likes? No, no, it's only three. I only see 396 so far.
2740 timestamp. And the question of whether that timestamp is associated with a Google search, house long to die in the cold. You understand there is a dispute as to whether that search was performed at 2:27:40 a.m. as the timestamp states, or whether that was performed later in the morning, say around 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You understand there's a dispute?
Yes.
And do you understand that the defense asserts that that timestamp means what it says, the Google search occurred at 2:27:40 a.m.? Thank you.
I'm going to allow it. Do you understand that?
I do.
I didn't hear your answer, sir.
I understand.
You understand that?
Yes.
So there are various data forensic tools, are there not, to evaluate what is called an artifact, this timestamp. correct?
Correct.
And those data forensic tools include Celebrate tools, your company's tools?
Yes.
And some of those Celebrate tools are called Physical Analyzer.
Correct.
And then you have another tool, I believe, called Insights.
Insights is a suite that includes Physical Analyzer.
Okay.
But yes,
So it's Insights is a
it's
suite.
essentially the same tool.
Essentially the same tool. So there's Insight, well, essentially, but they're two different tools, correct?
The two different versions of the same tool.
Thank you. Two different versions of the same tool.
Yes.
But there are other tools from other companies, are there not, sir?
There are.
And a competitor of Celebrate that can be used to analyze that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp and to potentially resolve that dispute of whether the Google search "How long to die in the cold" occurred at 2:27:40 a.m. or later at 6:23 or so a.m. There's other companies and tools that can be used for that, correct?
Correct.
And isn't one of the companies that can be used, a competitor of Celebrate, called Magnet Forensics?
Correct.
And they have a tool called Axiom, A-X-I-O-M, that evaluates questions such as this, correct?
They do.
And is Magnet Forensics a reputable company?
They are.
Am I correct that yesterday you essentially said that as of today, no Celebrate tool, no Insight suite such as Physical Analyzer, today shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp?
Correct. If you use any version from the last approximately year, that timestamp won't show up.
It won't show up as you sit here today.
Correct.
But that's not always been the case
Correct.
with regard to Celebrate forensic tools, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in the first proceeding in this case, in June of 2024, when you testified under oath, the situation with the forensic tools was Celebrate Forensics Insights did not show the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, but another version of Physical Analyzer did show it, correct?
Correct.
In that second program, that second tool, Physical Analyzer, not only showed it at 2:27:40 a.m., but it showed it as a deleted state, correct?
It's a deleted record, yes.
A deleted record.
Yes.
Did you mention that yesterday in your direct testimony?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
No, we changed it since then.
Exactly. You changed it since then.
Oh, dear.
Yes.
Your company removed it
Yes.
after the first trial.
Before the first trial.
Well, you removed it from one tool before the first trial, but you didn't remove it from the other Physical Analyzer program, did you?
Up until the following version was released.
No, I'm talking about the time of trial when you were testifying.
I appreciate that. There's some complexities with how we released the software. which
Complexities.
resulted in one being
Exciting.
released several weeks later and one being released several weeks earlier.
At the time of trial,
Yes.
last year in June, when you were testifying under oath, one of the Celebrate tools showed the timestamp of 2:27:40 a.m., correct?
Correct.
But that timestamp doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't exist today, does it?
Correct.
Celebrate removed it.
Yes.
Ooh, nice.
You
Could
mentioned
I see Counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please?
I bet you want to see him at Sidebar because they make him look guilty and shady as hell. Yep, Judge Bev wants to have a quick powwow relating to this. I'm not surprised. All right. Back to yep.
Go ahead, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to the first proceeding, there was one Celebrate forensic tool that still showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp.
Correct.
And it was shown in a deleted state.
The record was deleted, yes.
The record was deleted. And then after that, Celebrite outright removed the timestamp from, so none of its programs had it, correct?
Again, if I could explain a little bit how it works.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If you could just respond to my question. Is that correct?
The timestamp's been removed, yes.
However, the competitor of Celebrite that we just talked about, Magnet Forensics Axiom,
Yes.
that program at the first proceeding showed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, as you sit here today, the Magnet Forensics program, Axiom, still shows the 2:27:04 a.m. timestamp, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And Magnet Forensics Axiom is a reputable company, correct?
Correct.
Celebrite removed that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, which is in a deleted state, in response to issues raised in the first proceeding, right?
It was changed because of the research that I did, and that was verified by the forensic research group.
But the issue arose because of what had come up in the first proceeding, correct?
In the first investigation prior to the proceeding, yes.
In the first investigation in this case, correct?
Yes.
So Celebrite, after the first proceeding, after the investigation, just outright went and removed the timestamp.
It's not unusual to change the
I
code.
didn't ask if it, I just asked whether they
we removed it.
But Magnet Forensic Axiom still shows that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, right?
Again, they refer to it differently, which is why they can
But
do
they
that.
still show.
They do still show it.
Can you just finish the answer?
Sorry. Just let him finish the answer. Is that what you said, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, my apologies, but I'm having trouble hearing, but I'll pause more just to make sure you're done. In that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp, the dispute is whether it's associated with the search, house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk a little bit more about the first proceeding in this case. In terms of your testimony under oath in that first proceeding, do you recall stating that it was your opinion as to whether that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp was associated or not with the Google search, house long to die in the cold?
I believe so.
Right, so you called it your opinion.
Yes.
You didn't describe it as a fact, you described it as your opinion, correct?
Correct.
Because you realize that there are other fair interpretations of that timestamp and when the Google search occurred, correct?
I think even if I believe it's a fact, it's my opinion.
Right, so it's your opinion.
Yes.
So you also, do you recall stating that there's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40? You recall that?
Correct.
And you used the word evidence, correct?
Correct.
But that evidence on the Celebrate program is now gone, correct?
No.
It's not gone?
It's not gone.
So the 2:27:40 timestamp still exists in Celebrate programs?
Sorry, are we talking about the additional evidence that shows what happened at 2:27:40?
No, I'm just asking whether,
Okay.
I thought we had that clear, but I thought, is the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp show up on any Celebrate program as you sit here today?
The decoded value does not show a timestamp for
Thank you.
that artifact.
Sir, does your work include shaping how examiners will see the data when they open it?
Yes.
So you shape how the data is going to be, correct?
Yes, we have
Yes.
ways to create the data so it's usable. Yes.
So the answer is
shape it.
yes, you
Yes.
shape the data.
Yes.
These various forensic tools, Celebrite, Insight Suite, including Physical Analyzer, Magnetic Forensics Axiom, these are all tools, and we know that no one has access to the Apple source code on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
And the best source of information about what may be happening inside of an Apple iPhone would be if one could get the source code and look into the source codes to see what's actually happening, correct?
Correct.
So what happens is, in data forensics, because Apple considers it proprietary and people can't access the source code, there's these various data forensic tools that in some ways try to serve as a surrogate, given the fact that there's no access to source code, correct?
Correct.
So the best information would come from the Apple source code, but nobody has access to that, or few people do. Therefore, these other forensic tools are used.
Correct.
So sometimes examiners have to give opinions, like you give, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
So it's your opinion, oftentimes, with regard to ultimate conclusion.
Based on research and testing. But yes,
Not
it's an opinion.
100% absolute certainty, because you don't have access to the source code, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Your Honor, to switch topics, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Before I do switch topics, a couple points on the 22740 timestamp, if I may, Mr. Whiffin. The Google search in question associated with that timestamp, the dispute over that, is house long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you understand, sir, do you understand the significance if Jen McCabe made that Google search, house long to die in the cold, at 2:27:40 a.m. instead of 6:23 a.m.? Do you understand the significance of that?
Of course.
Sustained.
He said yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? I said sustained.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I didn't hear that.
Jurors, strike any answer that may have come.
What do you understand to be the significance of the dispute over 22740 timestamp?
Sustained.
Why? Why is
Mr.
that
Whiffin,
objectionable?
With regard,
It's open-ended.
to
What more do you want, ma'am?
2740 a.m. timestamp, have you looked at any forensic tools to answer that question other than Celebrite tools and your tool Ardex?
I've used Axiom as well.
So you used Axiom, and so did you therefore see that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appeared?
Yes.
Did you discuss that with the jury yesterday, that you analyzed the Axiom program and that 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp still appears?
I didn't, no.
You did not?
I did not.
Could we please, with the court's permission, put the PowerPoint presentation back up and go to deck 26? Mr. Whiffin, does an iPhone discriminate between whether it's in a car, bus, a bicycle, or walking?
It can, but I don't have the research on that.
Right.
Then
So
how
when
do you know?
sit here today, you can't say that an iPhone can tell the difference between a car, bus, bicycle, or walking, correct?
The iPhone can, but I haven't researched that data fully enough to understand it forensically.
So you
I can't, but the phone can.
Does an iPhone merely register movement? Let me rephrase that. Does an iPhone register movement?
It does.
Do you recall yesterday discussing movement at a speed of about 1.4 miles per hour at 12:24:37 a.m. on
Yes.
January 29th, 2022?
I do.
A person walking at a normal to even a slow pace can walk at approximately 1.4 miles per hour. Is that correct?
It sounds reasonable.
And does it sound reasonable that a normal speed of walking is between 2 and 4 miles per hour?
Reasonable.
Switching topics, Your Honor, if I could have a moment. You can take that. Okay, thank you. When you were examining Jennifer McCabe's phone, you used an operating system called iOS 14, correct?
That's one of the versions of iOS I used, yes.
That was one of the versions.
Yes.
Do you understand that Jen McCabe's phone was actually using iOS version 15?
Yes, I do. 15.2.1.
15.2?
2.1.
Thank you. And do you recall saying, with regard to iOS 15.1, etc., that the iOS operating system, your words, had fundamentally changed, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to, we're back to Jen McCabe's phone, we're back to 22740. the issue of deletions, you stated yesterday that deletion occurred after January 31 of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't determine how that deletion occurred with certainty, correct?
Correct.
And you gave 3 possibilities that you analyzed, correct?
3 or 4, yes.
3 or 4. And one of them was deleted by user, correct?
Correct.
Another one was that the search occurred but never loaded.
That would be the reason that there was no data found in the history.db file.
But that was another of the 3 or 4 reasons, correct?
That wouldn't cause the deletion of the record necessarily.
Right. And then you discussed those possibilities, but you can't state with certainty how that deletion occurred, can you?
Correct.
You have doubts about how it occurred, is that fair?
Yeah, I have an idea how it occurred, but I can't prove it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, please finish. I want to make sure you finish.
I have an idea of how it occurred, but I've not been able to replicate
An idea.
it. So
an idea. That's what you want to hear from your
unsubstantiated.
expert. I have an idea and thoughts.
So is it fair to say you have
Speculation.
some doubts
Yes.
about
Where's that Simpsons clip when I need it? Speculation and hearsay are kinds of evidence. Yeah.
about how the deletion occurs?
That's fair.
And you believe your doubt is reasonable
Yes.
under the circumstances?
Yes.
Your Honor, that is the extent of my questions of the witness at this time.
Yay.
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you.
Boo.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic analyst, do you study data?
I do.
Do you consider it a science?
I do.
In general?
Are you a criminal investigator like a police officer in your present role?
Not anymore.
Are you a detective in your present role helping aid one side or another in an investigation?
I'm not, no.
You know, strictly speaking, detectives who work for the government really shouldn't be on anyone's side either. Because ideally, obviously, they just want to get to the truth. They're not on anyone's particular side either. So maybe that's a dream, but you know, just
At some point, you and I spoke about reviewing phones.
We did.
You had begun your whole process in some of this work before you had met me.
Correct.
And I'd asked you to look at Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Did I ever tell you what you should look for?
No.
Did I ever tell you what I wanted to see or what I wanted the results to be?
No.
Did I ever share with you parts of the investigation that had nothing to do with your actual data analysis?
No.
Would it be inappropriate or not helpful for an advocate to provide you information that might taint or influence your thinking when you're looking at data in a case?
Objection, Your Honor.
100% it would be problematic.
When I asked you to look at data in this case, did I ever express any opinion whatsoever that I cared one way or another, what your results would find?
No.
Did I ever attempt to shape or influence your process by offering you information that had nothing to do with your assessment of data?
No.
And so as a scientist, what a legal investigator or an advocate for either side thinks, is that relevant to you?
No.
The data is the data?
The data is the data. I can explain my opinions on the data.
The science is the science?
The science is the science.
That's
science-
sustained. Watch
The
the
science
film.
is the science. Tautologies are
Now-
tautologies.
Counsel showed you some parts of your report regarding John O'Keefe's cell phone, didn't he?
Yes.
You saw select pages from that report?
Correct.
A few pages you were asked about?
Yes.
But you wrote an entire report, didn't you?
I did.
And do you think that your entire report puts into perspective some of those select pages that you have shown?
Definitely, yes.
I move to introduce Mr. Whiffin's entire report.
Okay.
Thank you for the 500 of you currently watching, by the way. If all 500 of you hit that beautiful, beautiful like button, then we can do a merch giveaway, which I'm pretty excited about doing, to be honest. I'm interested to see if it will work on a number of levels because we've never done one before. So we're going to give it a shot and see how it goes. Exciting.
Correct.
And so, did anybody ever share with you the important points of the decrease in temperature of the cell phone battery to try to influence your results?
I'm sorry, could you
Did
rephrase?
anybody try to tell you important points of the evening on January 29th, 2022 in an attempt to influence your studies on the fact that a battery or a phone, when it gets colder, the battery temperature decreases?
No.
So when you developed the graph of the battery temperature and you followed the progress of that temperature declining through the night, was there any other scope or focus of yours other than to simply track the data?
Just tracking the data.
Similarly, when you looked at healthcare data, were you asked to try to see if the healthcare data could fit a certain theory or argument?
No, I was not.
You were looking at the healthcare data, were you looking at it independently?
I was.
Now, it's not your opinion, or you're not taking the position what the meaning of that data matching up is, are you?
No.
No one's asked you to give an opinion about the coordination of data, have they?
No.
So if the data just coordinates on its own, that has nothing to do with your opinion.
Sustain it as
You mentioned when you put a cell phone in a colder environment, like a freezer, you noted that the temperature goes down.
Correct.
Do your studies also show that when the cell phone is taken out of a certain temperature and put in an increased temperature, the cell phone battery temperature goes up?
It does.
Do you have available for the screen the battery graph that we had on your PowerPoint?
I do. 2 seconds.
Is 2 seconds a different length of time in the UK?
If you could go back one to where it's just the chart, please. And if you could enlarge it, we'll start near the top.
2 seconds.
One Mississippi, bullshit Mississippi.
Okay. At 12:20:43 on January 28, 2023, the battery temperature is 77 degrees.
I'm sorry, that's 8:43 p.m.
That's
All right.
8:43 p.m.?
Yes, the first record.
77 degrees?
Yes.
And if we look down to the last box on January 28, 2023.
Yes.
So at 23:28, that's 12:23:28?
Objection, Your Honor. Move your approach, please.
Okay.
More exciting sidebar. More exciting sidebar action for you and me. Very fun. 469 likes. Getting close to that 500 number. Will the giveaway work? Technically, will it work? Find out here on Uncivil Law. Boy. What problems will we incur? Who knows? So much fun having over here in Uncivil Law. Thank you for joining me, by the way, all of you who are spending some quality time with me. Of course, it is appreciated. You had your choice of LawTube channels. We appreciate you chose us. What's magic about 500? It was an arbitrary number I picked. It was a number. What's magic about it? It's the number I picked. It seemed like a reasonable number. That was the number I picked. I don't know. I had to pick a number. 500 seemed good.
Mr. Whiffin, I'm going to ask you to start at 12:13 on January 29th, 2022. Battery temperature 82 degrees.
Yes.
And now you were also tracking healthcare data, weren't you?
Correct.
You were also tracking location information.
Correct.
At 12:22, the battery temperature is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
Correct.
And during that time, 12:22, that is the time with the location data where we see Mr. O'Keefe's car traveling near Cedarbrook, isn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form sustained.
And at 12:22 on January 29, 2022, where does the location data show Mr. O'Keefe's phone in progress?
It's around Oakdale Road, I believe.
And the travel that you're noting, is that consistent given the speed of being within a car?
I believe so.
And do you know whether or not that car had heat on?
I've got no idea.
You have healthcare data that the phone moves for a 20-second period, right?
I believe so,
And
yes.
That is after the Waze information stops.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
So you have to watch the form. I know it's hard to orient. You have to watch.
In your PowerPoint presentation, you are tracking the Waze information, aren't you?
I am, yes.
And at some point that switches to more local location data?
Again, Waze is not recording the location data. Waze is requesting location data from Apple's location services, and location services is doing the recording of the location data.
So if we're following the phone through Waze at 12:24:25, is it in a car moving at 16.6 miles per hour?
According to the data, yes.
At 12:24:26, according to the data, is it still in a car moving at 17 miles per hour?
Sustained is to forms.
Can you pull up your PowerPoint, and we'll start at 12:24:25. We could show the jury the progress of that phone.
Okay.
And at 12:24:25, how fast is Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone moving?
The data on the device says that it was moving at around 16.6 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:26.
17 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:27.
15.9 miles per hour.
Next page, 24:28.
14.5 miles per hour.
24:29.
12.1 miles per hour.
24:30.
11.5 miles per hour.
24:31.
10.4 miles per hour.
24:32.
8.9 miles per hour.
24:33.
7 miles per hour.
24:34.
5.2 miles per hour.
2435,
3.5 miles per hour.
2436,
3.2 miles per hour.
2437,
1.4 miles per hour.
and 2438.
0 miles per hour or 0 meters per second.
And at 2438, that phone is stopped near the flagpole?
I would say so, yes.
Then the location data gets more broad.
It does.
There is no movement at that time after the car stops. Is there any movement when the car stops at 2438, between 2438 and 2430? Is there any movement indicated on the healthcare data?
Not from the health data, no.
At 12:31:57, does the phone demonstrate any movement?
If I may just look back at my report, just to recall. What time was that, sorry?
12:31:57.
Yes, around 12:31, 56 or 57 is the start of the health event, 36 steps.
How long? How many seconds does that phone move for?
20 seconds.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16?
Correct.
And is that the only time that the phone moves from the point it stops at the flagpole until the next morning?
Correct.
The only time?
Correct.
12:31:56 to 12:32:16?
Yes.
And when that phone moves, you can't tell if it's walking a straight line or in a circle?
Correct.
You don't know if the phone is pacing back and forth?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form.
Can you tell how far a phone moves from its origin, from its original point when you're counting steps?
No, iOS creates the calculation, number of steps times the person's gait, and provides the 25.4 meters value.
At 12:32:16, when that phone stops moving, John O'Keefe's phone stops moving, do you know the next time it moves again?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's approximately 6:15.
Now, less than 5 minutes later, 12:37, that battery in that cell phone gets another temperature reading, doesn't it?
It does.
Does it go up?
It goes down.
Number go down the
And it
hole.
goes down to what degrees?
72 degrees.
And over the next 8 minutes, does that temperature even or go up?
At 43 minutes past, there was another reading of 66 Fahrenheit.
And then at 12:53, that's about, what, 21 minutes or so after that phone stops moving? What's the temperature?
I'm sorry, at 12:53?
Yes.
Oh, 61 Fahrenheit.
61 degrees?
Yes.
And over the next 14 minutes, does it drop again?
It does. It drops to 55 degrees at 1:07.
And at 1:36 a.m. that morning,
It's down to 50 degrees.
and this health data shows that that phone hasn't moved. Does this healthcare data show that this phone hasn't moved since 12:32:16?
No more steps were recorded.
Now, you had studies where you put the phone in a freezer.
Correct.
When you put the phone in the freezer, Did you wrap it in anything?
I didn't know.
Did you use any type of heat source that would slow down the process?
Maybe you should have done that as part of your experiment. Maybe you should try to stimulate the conditions like a normal person.
A human.
Did you try to simulate anything?
On a cell phone outside and had a body temperature directly touching the phone. In your opinion, could that slow the process?
Yeah, probably. Probably should have tested for that. That'd been good.
Decreasing as compared to just simply putting
I should try to test for that. That'd be good.
In a freezer.
Sustained.
When you put the phone in the freezer, did you wrap it in any warmth?
No.
Any clothing?
Nothing at all.
Did you make any effort to replicate the conditions of the evening? No, I just stuck it in a freezer. What was the temperature? You have no clue.
It was a blizzard outside?
That's my understanding, yes.
At 6:06 a.m., is there a change in the battery temperature of John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, the temperature has dropped to 43 degrees Fahrenheit.
So there's a 7-degree drop in temperature at 6:06.
Correct.
Sure.
Were you shared any of the facts or information that has nothing to do with data and science? Were you shared any facts or information about what may have occurred to that cell phone and its exposure to colder air that morning, minutes prior to 6:06 a.m.?
I may have heard around that time is when John was found.
So could you answer the question, yes or no, that Mr. Brennan asked you? Did anybody share information with you about that, sir?
Nobody shared it with me, no.
If the phone was in an environment and it was exposed to further colder air or drop in temperature, could it register a reading?
I'm sorry, can you just ask that again?
Sure. Let me ask a different question. The phone drops to 43 degrees, John's phone at 6:06. 6:14, is there another change with this phone dropping in temperature?
Yes, it drops to 37 Fahrenheit.
Do you know what, if anything, happened as far as the environment that phone was exposed to seconds before 6:14?
I don't know.
Do you know if that phone at 6:15:01 was then placed in a warmer environment like a pocket or a car? Do you know?
No idea.
But your data shows at 6:35 there's an increase in temperature.
Correct.
Doesn't it?
It does.
So at 6:14 you don't know if there's any increased exposure, do you?
No, I know that according to the battery temperature, it's increased, but I don't know the reason for that.
Now, if you look at the battery temperature at 6:06 a.m., it's 43 degrees.
Yes.
That's a change in temperature, isn't it? Is that a change in temperature from 136?
It is.
Looking at your healthcare data, is there something happening relative to the phone at 6:04 to 6:11?
There is. That is 432 steps were recorded at that time.
Can a phone record steps if it's being moved back and forth?
It may record some. It's difficult to say how many would be misunderstood as being steps taken.
If you're shaking an object that moves the phone violently, could it record steps?
Again, potentially it could record some, but it's not a consistent enough pattern of movement for it to be recorded as lots of steps.
Now,
that
at
sounds
6:14,
vague.
the temperature is 37 degrees, and you just offered us that by 6:35, over the next 21 minutes, the degrees goes up by 6 degrees.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening with that phone at 6:15:01, do you?
I don't.
I'll allow it. Do you know?
I don't know. No.
Next question.
But what you do know is this healthcare data at 6:15:14,
Correct.
and that demonstrates what?
At 6:15:14, it was the start of 180 steps.
So the phone at 6:15:14 is again moving.
Correct.
And after that starts moving wherever the phone may go, it starts getting warmer temperature?
Correct.
Now, you shared with us location data, and you explained the difference between Waze and other types of location data. I had asked you an opinion about where the phone was located, based just on location data, nothing else. When I asked you that opinion, I didn't ask you to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did I?
I don't recall.
I asked you if it was consistent
Yes.
with being near the flagpole the entire night.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Based on location data alone, are you offering an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty where that phone was?
It's difficult to say with a reasonable degree of certainty based on the randomness of the location data.
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, Mr. Whiffin. Could we turn the AC off, please? Thank you.
No, it's difficult to give an answer based to a high degree of scientific certainty based on the sporadic nature of the records that night.
Based on the data you have, just on location data alone, is that location data consistent with that phone being near the flagpole area from midnight until 6:15 the next morning?
It is, yes.
There's also information because the broadness that it could have been somewhere else.
Correct.
Yet it is consistent.
It is.
You didn't just rely on location data for your opinion, though.
I didn't.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form, Mr. Brennan. Sustained.
Did you rely just on location data for your opinion?
No, I did not.
Did you also consider the health data?
I did.
And did you also consider the battery temperature?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In addition to location data, what are the other things you considered, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that phone was at the flagpole the entire night from 12:30 until 6 the next morning?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
It was based on the location data that recorded high accuracy, based on the health data that showed when the device moved and how far, based on the battery temperature information, and based on the Doppler face detection information.
Let me ask you some more questions about the health data. You were
Please
shown pieces of information on examination. You told us that health data, well, the phone was it your opinion the phone was in the car until it stopped at the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, does the data show that is the time that the phone was moving?
Where do they find this fool
At what
from,
time,
man?
sir?
I swear.
12:31:56.
Do we not have enough
12:32:16.
fools in America? We have to start importing them
sorry,
from the
rest of
UK?
question was,
Does that demonstrate movement of the phone?
I thought America was pretty good at producing fools. Now we're importing them? This guy's taking American jobs, man. There's plenty of American fools who can fill this role. We don't need to import another Brit to do this job. We got plenty of natural fools here, man.
yes, it did.
You shared that you can't tell the direction or the distance of steps.
Objection, Your Honor.
If,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, please.
Parody.
If that phone moved from the flagpole in a straight line away from the flagpole, like, for example, towards the house, wouldn't it have to move again before 6:04 to get back to the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
I would presume so.
Are you asking me to strike that, Mr.
Yes, Your
Leslie?
Honor.
I'm going to strike that.
Does health data register when a phone moves?
It does.
I'll ask you some more detailed questions about
please
your
please
research
don't.
into a phone that's been attributed to Jennifer McCabe. You looked at one piece of your report on the screen, and that was a phone call register.
Yes.
Could you turn to that phone call register, please?
What are we doing with the slide that's up there, Mr. Brennan?
I would like to change it to the phone call register if possible.
Oh, it's not me.
I believe it's Exhibit 42. Do you have the report that you could put on the screen regarding
I don't
phone call
have.
register?
I don't have this one that was shared as
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
This is now marked as
Anytime this
Exhibit
guy wants to
42.
stop talking,
In the phone call
so I can do my
register,
giveaway, would be fine.
You noted that there was a call at 12:14:36.
Yes.
Have you found it? Is that you?
This is not me, no.
I think it's Ms. Gilman.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Could you enlarge that, please?
In Biggin.
Which portion of it?
Up the top part. The first 4 or 5 calls. Thank you.
And we need it larger, Ms. Gilman, please. All right, that's better, thank you.
On examination, you read that at 12:14:36, there was a phone call incoming
Yes.
that appeared to be from Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
At 12:14:36, the location information is the John O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview by that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the question, is it?
Yes, is it?
No.
And then at 12:18:47, there's another call, and again from Jen McCabe.
That's an outgoing call to Jen McCabe.
It's an outgoing call to Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
12:18:47, the location information, does that place Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone at Fairview?
No, it does not.
Then at 12:29:44, there's an 8-second call that you said you believe is answered. Do you know if there was any conversation in that call?
No way to know if there's any conversation.
And at 12:29:44, does the location information place John O'Keefe's cell phone somewhere
It does at Fairview Road.
at the flagpole?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll strike that.
Now, there is not a call. Well, let me ask you the next call. What time is the next call?
33 minutes and 35 seconds after midnight.
And who's that call from?
From Karen Reed.
Is that before or after John O'Keefe's health data stops?
After.
At 12:37, you offered us that the cell phone battery's temperature is decreasing.
Yes.
How many calls have been made from the defendant to John O'Keefe by the time that cell phone battery stops dropping in temperature?
7.
I want to turn now to some questions about your analysis of Ms. McCabe's phone. You were asked about hash values, a way of trying to confirm the integrity of the data on a extraction.
Yes.
When forensic analysts look at phones, do you sometimes get to actually see the phone?
Yes.
Do you sometimes have to use an extraction, a copy of the phone?
Yes.
Is it important to try to look and research or search the item to determine whether or not there's been any tampering?
Yes.
You were asked if hash values is one way to do that.
I was.
And you were shown or read part of your report about hash values.
Yes.
There's a second part to that, isn't there?
There is.
You didn't get a chance to share the second part, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In this case, there was a hash value, wasn't there?
There was.
Now, just so we can understand simply, how is a hash value created during the extraction process? What does that mean in very, very simple terms?
At the end of the extraction, an algorithm is run on every piece of every byte of data within the extraction, and it comes out with a value at the end. The idea is that if any of that data ever changes, be it through user interaction or through corruption of data in how it was stored, then that value will change at the end.
You mentioned Gray Key. Is that a software, hardware that makes the copy of the phone?
It's a piece of hardware and includes software.
How commonly is Gray Key used in the industry?
It's very common.
Did I hear you say that with Gray Key, the hash value is never authenticated?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to fall.
Does Gray Key authenticate the hash value?
The hash value is placed inside a PDF, which is not signed.
And is that common or typical in the industry?
That is the way that Gray Key do it.
Was there anything anomaly or untoward or different about the way this one was done?
No.
Did the hash value from the Gray Key extraction match the hash value?
It did.
Anything
Of
regular
what?
whatsoever about it?
No, not that I can see.
Now, you don't just read software programs when they spit out reports, do you?
No.
As an analyst, as one of the leaders of Celebrite, do you have a history of being a researcher?
Yes, I did.
A history of study?
Yes.
Have you written reports and papers for people to learn?
I've written multiple blogs, done multiple presentations, webinars. Some of my blog posts have become peer-reviewed articles.
Okay. Is it sufficient to simply look at a report that is generated by Celebrite or Axiom or any other service and make conclusions just on the report?
I don't believe it is, no.
Why do you think that's imprudent?
Sorry?
Why do you think that is not prudent to simply rely on a report?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow him to answer.
The tools are very good at surfacing data, but I believe it's up to the examiner to understand what that data means and to provide context to the information which the tool itself can't give.
And when you were considering the hash value and determine whether or not you thought there was anything wrong with the data, aside from the hash value, how do you do that?
How do I do
How do you make a determination whether or not this has integrity, the data hasn't been tampered with, so to speak?
Okay. So notwithstanding the hash value, I've been looking for issues with the data that don't make sense. In this particular case, there was lots of data points that all appeared to work together. Like you would see one artifact change in one database and an artifact would change somewhere else. And it all just made perfect sense in how it was functioning. That kind of leads you to believe that it's not been tampered with, or the person tampering with it did an exceptional job to be able to cover all of these different tracks and make it undetectable.
Did you try to summarize that perspective in the part of the report that wasn't read to you on examination?
I did.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if there was any data integrity issues in the information you reviewed?
I don't believe there was any.
It was characterized on examination there was a dispute about the time origin of the search, how long to die in cold. Do you remember being asked the question about a dispute?
Yes.
Have you, in your studies and in your position, is there any viable dispute in the forensic data scientific community about that issue?
I don't believe there is anymore.
Now, you got involved in this case because you received a complaint from a consumer.
I received a question from the consumer, yes.
And you attempted to resolve that?
Correct.
Sustained.
Other than that source, have you received any information, feedback, opinions that would make this issue in any way a dispute?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Other than that one person, that one consumer, have you received any information in the forensic community which you're part of?
Oh.
Any data, any information that would suggest that your conclusions are in dispute?
Yeah, I received a very similar question from an examiner in Europe. Fairly similar circumstances with a case and with a timestamp that didn't make sense, that was originating from the same database. I applied the same logic and theory to his question, and he confirmed it solved the issue for him. It all made sense then.
And since then, has in your world, academic and research world, forensic data science, other than the person who originally raised the question, has there been any dispute brought to you by anybody about your conclusions about when the search actually happened?
No. If anything, I've heard people who have confirmed the research that I did.
Do you know Jessica Hyde?
I do.
Is she well known in the forensic community?
She is.
You were asked questions about your law enforcement background and the fact that Celebrate is used as a forensic tool oftentimes by law enforcement.
Yes.
Did you go into your company's software and change it to accommodate law enforcement?
No, definitely not.
Would you ever do such a thing?
No.
Why wouldn't you do something like that?
Aside from being unethical to change the data in that way, this is an artifact that is easily validated by any examiner. And if I was to tamper it for the purposes of changing the outcome of a case, it would be detected by all of our customers immediately and would destroy the reputation of Cellbrite, which I've got no intention of doing.
Before a prior proceeding, the printout from the software, when it was showing the timestamp of the Safari search, was it labeled something in particular before?
The Cellbrite search was labeled last visited time.
Last what?
Last visited time.
And when it was labeled last visited time, did it show 227 on the report?
It did.
Cellbrite, after research and consideration, removed that label?
We removed the timestamp when we determined that it was not relevant to the last time that that page was visited.
Why was it important to remove that timestamp from the program and the software?
It was clearly causing confusion.
Does the company have concerns when consumers are confused about information?
Of course, yes.
Do companies have concerns if a consumer tries to manipulate the use of that information?
Of course.
Are companies concerned that a label could be misleading for somebody who may not have a higher level of experience?
Yes.
When that decision was made to change that for clarification, did you make that solely by yourself?
No, I did not.
Who do you consult with and who's part of that decision process?
So again, after my research, I passed the results of my research to the Forensic Research Group. This is a team based at Cellbrite whose sole job is to do the research, do the coding to make sure that what we're giving to customers is correct. They spent some time validating the research that I did, verifying that my research was correct, and then they were responsible for making the change based on the updated research.
It was suggested that a separate software program, not the company you work for, Celebrate, but Axiom, reflects this search as deleted. That's not entirely accurate, is it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Running an Axiom program, would it reflect this search as deleted?
Yes, and it is a deleted search.
Does it have a label on it?
It does.
Is that carved?
Yes, it would be.
Now, are you familiar with the Axiom Artifact Reference Guide when it talks about the dangers of relying on the timestamp?
I'm not familiar with it referencing dangers, but I'm aware of the document.
Are you aware of the reference guide when it talks about Safari suspended state tabs?
Yes.
And offers that since these are local tab states, results from this artifact may contain an earlier date and time compared to the results in the Safari history artifact if iCloud Safari synchronization?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the reference guide?
I am.
Are you aware that it cautions that a timestamp can be misinterpreted?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'm not even really sure 100% how it's in his expertise to answer that question, to be quite honest, because theoretically he's an expert from Celebrate, although I'm having questions relating to that. So how would he be necessarily an expert in Axiom? Right? I mean, that doesn't make sense. So I question his ability to offer an opinion relating to that, as well as other things. Also his scientific testing in general.
Sir, when you came to your opinion that the search for how long to die in the cold at 6:23 and 6:24 in the morning of January 29, 2022, was the time that they were actually inputted, not 2:27. In forming your opinion, did you consider both Celebrate and Axiom software?
I did.
Did you consider other tools as well?
Yes, my own.
And tell us a little bit about your own tool.
Again, this is a tool I've been writing for approximately 5 or 6 years now. Partially for fun, partially for research purposes. And it's a tool I make available to other examiners globally.
And sir, when you were trying to examine these searches that in your opinion were 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., did you ever try to test it yourself and actually take a phone so you could either prove or disprove to yourself that that earlier timestamp didn't mean it was the time that it was searched?
Oh, definitely. Yes. That's the kind of thing I do all the time when verifying artifacts.
And in your opinion, is that helpful in understanding how a timestamp earlier could relate to a later search?
Exactly. Very helpful.
Would you be willing to do a live demonstration for us on the screen?
Oh
to
my
check out how that
God.
works?
Yes.
No
How long would
way.
that take?
Probably about 5 minutes.
Oh my God, we're going to do a demonstration in court now? Really? Seriously? We're going to try? Oh God, help me. Okay. This guy will leave the stand eventually, right? Right? And also, why wasn't this just part of the standard direct? But okay, fine, we're doing this fine. It's fine. Hypothetically, at some point, if he ever leaves the stand, there will be a merch giveaway. I promise. I promise there will be a merch giveaway, but I want him to leave the stand first. I thought that would be reasonable, like, do the giveaway at a break rather than just interrupt his testimony. So, hypothetically, if he ever leaves the stand, then I guess we'll do a merch giveaway. And if he never leaves the stand, we're just here forever, then I don't know what we're going to do.
Could you show us?
Of course.
You may approach, Your Honor.
Okay.
Should we do the merch giveaway now since we're waiting for sidebar bullshit? I can't. Oh, we're doing the giveaway now. Fuck it. We're doing the giveaway now. Fuck it. I can't be bothered to wait. All right, guys. We're doing the giveaway. Here are the sort of terms and conditions. First of all, of course, most importantly, void where prohibited by law. You must be a subscriber to participate. You will have to type in a particular phrase in the chat. 1 entry per person. The Nightbots will select someone at random, as it does, and then announce that winner. That winner then will email me at the email address that's in the description of every single video ever. You may select up to $20 worth of items from the merch store, 1 or more items, as long as they do not exceed $20 of value. I will then send you the codes for those items. You will then buy them. You should not be charged for the items themselves. You may be charged for shipping. If you are charged for shipping, then you just send me back a copy of the receipt, which reflects your charge relating to shipping, along with your PayPal, Venmo. PayPal or Venmo would be preferred. PayPal or Venmo payment information, and I will send you back the cost of shipping so that this will be free to you. Okay, is that all sufficiently clear? Hopefully it is sufficiently clear. Let's see if this video works. Let's give this a shot.
Sidebar giveaway.
All right, so as provided by our friendly bot, the phrase that you have to type into chat is the following. If you type that phrase into chat, you will be entered into the drawing. We'll give you a minute or two to enter. Again, void or prohibited by law, must be a subscriber to enter, 1 entry per person, up to $20 worth of merch value. Shipping is included. If you are charged shipping, I will refund you the difference myself. Send me the email, blah, 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 blah. You know the drill. All right. So let's, no, I don't need this thing again. I don't, that's fine. All right. Back to the trial while you guys are dealing with that. And we got Spinny Fan. So I'm really glad that we did that. Are your entries being received? Yes, they're being received. Huzzah. So far we have 24 entries. Excellent. So it is working. Yay. Yay. The bot is working. Yay. The court's on a 45-minute lunch break. Okay, well, I guess then I picked the right time to do the merch giveaway, as it turned out anyway. There was no further testimony. So all I had to do was wait 30 seconds. I would have been there anyway. Oh, well. One step at a time. $56 entries so far into our chat for the merch giveaway. While we're waiting for your entries, let's go ahead and just review some of the items you may be able to purchase. Again, it must be $20 or less of items, but here are some of the items you can have. You could hypothetically have a "Don't Be a Dick, Wear It" t-shirt because it's $19.95. You could also have a "Don't Be a Dick" mug or some stickers. You couldn't have the "Don't Be a Dick" tumbler thing because it's $24. You could have a "Don't Be a Dick" t-shirt. That'd be nice. You could have an ARCA mug because that's only $19.95, and you could have some stickers. That'd be nice. No ball cap for you because it's too expensive. Some t-shirts. You could hypothetically get yourself an evidence solo cup too. Not so much on the evidence bag, but you could get yourself an iPhone case. You could get yourself some House Long to Die and cold stickers. You could get yourself a muted, unmuted mug. You could get yourself some buttons. You could get yourself some Sarah Boone merch maybe if you want some of that, although some of it's beyond the threshold, but you could get some Sarah Boone merch. You could get some t-shirts. Be an Uncivilian t-shirt. You could get yourself a mouse pad. You get yourself a PSI t-shirt. You can get yourself an evidence solo cup because it's $19.95. Not so much on the tote bag. You can get yourself a purple collection statement mug. You can get yourself a motto mat, a t-shirt. Not so much on the tumblers, but yes on the mug. Yes on the pint glass. Not so much on the tumbler. You can get yourself some beef fish stickers. You get yourself an uncivil law mug or a travel mug because those are within the threshold. You get yourself some stickers, some beef fish stickers. You get yourself some mugs, Again, one or more items as long as the total value is less than $20. That's the deal. So you could choose multiple different stickers. They can be multiples of the same item. I don't care. You could have like, I don't know, 3 of the stickers, or maybe, yeah, because they're like $4.95 each. You could hypothetically have 4 of them. And that would be fine because it would be less than $20 in total. I mean, it's not that hard. We understand what total means, right? I mean, you understand the drill. 74 entries so far. 1 entry per person, please. No purchase necessary. You do have to be a subscriber, though. Void or prohibited. So forth and so on. We'll give you another couple seconds to do it. We'll give you another, let's say, 30 seconds to enter. That sounds fair before we draw. I will give you a full minute because I'm just that nice. All right. 1 minute, and then we do the drawing. Now that's an hour. Chat, no. Cancel. 1 minute. There we go. 1 minute. We got ourselves a timer. When the timer goes off, I will hit the stop button and we will see who wins. So that is the threshold. Please enter before the time runs out. Appreciated. Exciting. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ah, that's the timer. All right, let's hit the stop button and see who wins the prize. Exciting. Choose a winner. It's doing something. Okay, Roots and Reason apparently won the giveaway. Woo! Roots and Reason won the giveaway. Exciting. Exciting. Thank you, Roots and Reason. You won our giveaway. So please send an email to kurt@uncivillawllc.com. The email address is in the description of the video. Send an email address there with the items that you want, and I will send you back the code, and we will work from there one step at a time. Congratulations on your victory. Exciting. That was fun. That kind of worked, sort of. Yay. That was fun. We had fun. The giveaway is now over. Giveaway is now over. Thank you for participating. Smiley face. Great. All right. And I will figure out how to send you that stuff and we'll figure it all out. And this will be a nice little demo run for us all. Of course, you're free to buy merch. You can, of course, buy merch from our store. It is available for sale. Hopefully all reasonably priced for various items. So I recommend the "you are muted, you are unmuted" button. I think that's pretty fucking hilarious. I think that's pretty good. And also, I recommend, of course, the evidence solo cups, because what is not to love about an evidence solo cup? Exciting. Woo. All right. Let's see. Okay, members. Can't invite member. Really? What's going on today? Okay. Interesting challenges ensue. You know what I like? I like when everything just kind of works and I don't have to worry about stuff. That's what I like. Sometimes it just doesn't happen. That's okay. We just press on one step at a time. Okay. Send a All right, guys, what do you want to talk about for 45 minutes while we're waiting? What do you guys want to chat about? Did the Commonwealth have to notify defense they're going to do an example? Yeah, I mean, I would assume so. They had to notify because it is a chalk, as they say, apparently in this part of the country. Apparently it's called a chalk. And so, yeah, they would have to notify about that so that, you know, there was an opportunity to review it and so forth and so on. So, yeah, they would have to notify. And apparently, I guess they failed to do that. So, have I cooked anything lately? I made myself a chicken dish that was pretty good. And I might get myself some lunch here pretty soon because I'm kind of hungry. Yeah, I made myself a chicken dish recently. I did some chicken and then I cut up some fresh vegetables and threw in some better than bouillon herb and threw in some garlic, added water, let it cook, and I've got myself some sort of shredded chicken dish. It's not too bad. So it turned out reasonably well. I'm still eating it. Serving it over jasmine rice because jasmine rice kicks ass. Are we going to get a flagpole expert? We might as well, right? All right, let's give this another shot. Mm-hmm. Perfect. Nothing works, man. Larry Foreman, otherwise known as DUI guy, messaged me to want to know if I was okay because of my rant against ChatGPT. Apparently, it drove a lot of people to concern. So, you know. But thanks for checking in. So I'll message him back and say it was kind of him, because it was. We do appreciate people checking in to make sure I'm okay. But yes, I was okay. I was just very, very frustrated and very, very animated. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I've already explained myself on this point a couple times, but yeah. It's like, yeah, it's just very frustrating, because it's like, well, the person my client went with based an entire legal argument off of essentially a lie. It's a little hard not to be frustrated by that, right? It's like they might have written in a more traditional white shoe style. It might have been written in a more common vernacular in some ways, but it was based on a lie. So it's a little hard not to be frustrated by that. You know, also for the sake of my client, because, you know, not to say that what I was going to do was going to work, because probably not, but at least it wasn't based on a lie. You know, there's a lot that can be said to critique me that's valid, but an invalid criticism would be it's based on a lie. It's not. It wasn't based on a lie. It was true. I had to try to elevate it in some way, but it wasn't based off a circuit split that didn't exist. Yeah, unethical. It was unethical. It was an unethical brief, in my opinion, because it you know, as I say, like you're basing an entire argument on this split, and it's non-existent. It doesn't exist. So it's like, it's a little hard not to be frustrated by that. I wish it did exist. That would have been helpful, but it didn't. It doesn't exist. So yeah. It's a little hard not to be frustrated when the guy says it's conflict with this Fifth Circuit case, and then it's not a Fifth Circuit case at all. It was a Texas state case. It wasn't a Fifth Circuit case. It wasn't a federal case until the Supreme Court got involved. You know, the Supreme Court was the first federal court to talk about it. You know, so it's like, well, like, okay. But, you know, a lot of people thought that I was, you know, there was a lot of criticisms with the way I reacted to that. So, you know, we'll accept the criticisms and move on. Yeah. If the feds are watching, what could ramifications be? Yeah, I don't know that there are any ramifications that are obvious. If the feds are going to get involved, it's most likely with respect to the police officers or the police department. Assuming the feds are to get involved, but it doesn't look like they're getting involved. It looks like their investigation is closed, which could be for a lot of reasons, not the least of which, of course, is a change in administration. You know, in case you forgot, we had an election, and there's a new U.S. attorney now than there was before, and the new U.S. attorney has different priorities than the old U.S. attorney. For a lot of potentially legitimate reasons, you can only keep your eye focused in so many places at once. So the new U.S. attorney may not be particularly interested in it, and or there was nothing really there in the first place, and or they have other prosecution priorities, and or whatever. So there is that. But of course, the Fed's role is very limited. The Fed's role here would be basically looking for corruption by the police force that would amount to a deprivation of Karen Reed's rights. And that is, requires a lot. Not for least of reasons, as I've commented before, that the DOJ doesn't really like to bring charges unless they've got you 5 different ways. The DOJ tends to be very small C conservative. They don't like to be embarrassed. There's a reason that they have a 99% success rate. It's because they tend to be reserved. They tend to not bring it unless they've got it 5 different ways. Not for at least the reasons that they're spoiled for choice, because they have the entire country to pick and choose from, so they're spoiled for choice. So they pick the cases that are the biggest slam dunk and the biggest profile. Those are the cases they tend to pick. So that's how the feds tend to get involved. As the DOJ. I mean, talking about the FBI as a separate entity, the FBI, at least, they're also, but the DOJ, the prosecutors tend to be pretty reserved. I would imagine that the FBI recommends a lot more charges than the DOJ prosecutes, would probably be what I recommend, probably what I would anticipate. Yeah. The DOJ also is full of other problems right now. Although that's mostly a main justice problem relating to various issues they have to focus on, relating to some of the stuff that they're dealing with. So the main justice has some problems right now because they're not kind of doing what they normally do. They're kind of deviating from the norm, and it's kind of biting them in the ass at the moment. Also, it makes a lot of sense that the DOJ is not getting involved while there's sort of live proceedings in state court. That feels like a very DOJ thing to do because of separate sovereigns, right? So even if the DOJ could swoop in and arrest people right now, they would probably, all things being equal, be disinclined to do so while there's live proceedings in place. Statute of limitations issues may force their hand, but the DOJ also is concerned, as they should be, incidentally, they should be concerned about interfering in state level proceedings because of separate sovereigns. The feds are not the bosses of the states. And the feds know that. And so they don't want to get involved, especially if there's an ongoing live proceeding in a state court, unless they really, really have to. For every possible reason, they don't want to do that. Let alone comedy as just basically a basic principle. Yeah. What else can we talk about? Okay, I don't see Jinx for some reason in chat. Where is Jinx? Where are you, Jinx? Jinx, say something in the YouTube chat so I can add you to the mod list, please. Jinx, where are you? Jinx, say something. Type something. Chat, Jinx. Jinx. Type something. There you go. Thank you, Jinx. Welcome our new moderator, Jinx, to the party. Yay. Jinx does a lot of our merch store stuff, and it is appreciated. Thank you. I guess I could just talk about what's on my mind, but yeah, the controversy, I guess, for lack of a better description, relating to my recent ranting and raving is a lot on my mind. Perhaps it shouldn't be. A lot of people think I'm overly sensitive, which is probably true anyway. But you know, when a lot of people are telling you, or a lot of people are commenting that, you know, basically you're making a mistake, it's hard not to evaluate that. You know, and be like, okay, did I make a mistake here? You know, try to be reflective about it. So, you know, I think being reflective is generally a good thing to do, although you can get inside your own head about it too much, but that's another problem. Jules, you want to be a mod? Do you want to be a mod, Jules? If you want to be a mod, I'll add you to the mod list. We like you. Notorious herself. Notorious can be a mod. See, do you want to be a mod? Are we on lunch break? We certainly are. Not a mistake. It's done. Well, the fact that it's done doesn't mean it wasn't a mistake. Those aren't the same thing. I mean, not to worry about it too much because it's done, I mean, is one thing, I suppose. Was probably your point. Rumination is destructive. That's fair. Self-reflection is constructive. Rumination is destructive. That's fair. That's a fair comment. I guess it really hurt in particular because I want to be valued. Like, my ego is rooted a lot in the perception of my own intelligence. Like a lot of people, like, this is not like a particularly unique phenomenon, but especially for people who, you know, tend to do well on intelligence metrics, my ego is rooted a lot in my intelligence, and my ego, particularly in the context of being a legal channel, is in the quality and value of my legal education. So I'm very precious of my legal work, you know, because that is my value. And so when, you know, when there is a perception that, you know, it goes to my, when it's a perception that goes to my fundamental credibility for my expertise, I perhaps take that a little more personally, I suppose, because my expertise is my value added proposition, or my unique value proposition, perhaps even, because I hold myself out, for example, as being a uniquely qualified expert, for example, when it comes to the Supreme Court. And that was, of course, the Supreme Court brief. So, like, this is like my area of particular competency, and which isn't to say that I'm beyond critique, because there's ways you could definitely critique it in a lot of ways that would be potentially valid. You know, the writing style not being as white shoe as a lot of people would write, I mean, is a valid critique. Although I don't particularly like white shoe writing as a typical rule, so I wouldn't choose to write that way. But the fact I don't write that way is, you know, a point of critique. You could also critique, again, the overall reliance on emotional polls like the PTSD statistics, but I kind of needed to do that because I couldn't make the pure legal argument work, but you could critique it nevertheless. You could also critique some of the word choices as being overly aggressive with respect to, for example, the courts below, but that's an easy fix. But yeah, I hold myself out as a subject matter expert in this domain. And so if people are perceiving me as less in this domain, that's a pretty strong attack on my ego. Jules has accepted the mantle. Thank you. I wasn't paying attention. No problem. Hide user on channel. I like how hide user on channel is right next to add as moderator. That's mildly hilarious. The ban button is literally next to the elevate button. I'm not sure those should be next to each other. Which one should I click? I don't know. Maybe I'll have a mouse slip. Maybe I'll just have a mouse slip and I'll ban her instead. No, I think I'll add her as a moderator. That sounds better. Okay, you're now a moderator, Jules. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party. We love Jules. Jules is the best. Notorious. Notorious. Jules. She's the notorious. I should make her change her username to Notorious Jules, but that's probably too much of an imposition. One of us, gooble gobble, one of us. Yeah. Laura, the giveaway is over. Laura, we appreciate your enthusiasm, but the giveaway is well over. I think I should sing Kokomo when feeling stressed. Yeah. I thought my brief was very good. It could be better. You know, it could be better, but I thought it was very good. You know, what are you going to do? I also thought his question presented was completely impossible and unwieldy. Who writes a question presented like that? Seriously. Who writes a question presented that goes on for like nine lines before you hit a period mark? Who does that? Who does that? I don't know, man. And I know not everyone would agree, and not everyone's, of course, required to agree, but I find being called autistic to be insulting. I don't think the fact that I don't really think that it's autism. I just don't agree. Just because I'm really interested in a subject in particular, I don't think it makes me autistic. And I like the subject, so I read a lot of it, so I know a lot. Being well read in a subject, I don't think makes you autistic. Being able to be well informed, I don't think makes you autistic. Presumably, people that are professionals in many fields tend to be interested in that field. That's sort of why they got involved in the first place, because they're interested in it. It's like they probably built their profession around it. So the fact that I'm able to quote Supreme Court cases, or the fact that I'm able to have a very wide knowledge base, especially when it comes to federal law, I don't think makes me autistic. I've been studying the subject for formally, I graduated in, what was it, 2007? So I've been studying it formally for 21 years, and I was interested in it before that. So I've read a lot. Still have more things to read, though. There's a lot of it. There's a lot, but I've read a lot because I like a lot. I do have 3,000 videos on my channel discussing cases, so it's like, that's at least 3,000 things I know about. Hopefully. One of the reasons I like law is because I think it's stories, and we talk about the importance of story. We talk about that as it relates to trials. And one of the things I like about law is that it's a story of the human experience. Every case is somebody's story, right? I mean, of course it is. Every case is someone's story. And so every case is like learning about a little drama tableau that happened, between people. And that's interesting. It's like, Miranda isn't just a case, it was a guy. Brady wasn't just a case, it was a guy. Griswold wasn't just a case, it was a person, and so forth and so on, right? I find that interesting. One person's story becomes now a byword for an entire legal principle. That's cool. I think it's interesting. And I think it's also very interesting that, especially in the common law system, that these stories continue to impact us legally. That's interesting to me. The very first assault case that ever happened, we've talked about it before, at least the very first civil assault case that ever happened. Ex-Ooks was IDX at Ooks versus someone else at the Assize in England, 17th century, right? Or 16th century, maybe. Was it 1500s or 1600s? But yeah, it's like IDX at Ooks versus SDX, I believe was the name of the case. And the Assize, which is a sort of roaming court. It was the court, just roaming around in the 15 or 1600s, very first assault case that ever happened. The story is this. The story is this. A guy comes to a tavern. At this time in history, people lived in their taverns. That's not unheard of even today, but even more common then, right? Their home is their tavern. So this is their home and a tavern. So a guy comes to their home / tavern. It's late. The tavern is boarded up for the night. The owners are asleep. This guy apparently really wanting a drink. What are the odds the very first assault case would involve alcohol? Am I right? What are the odds? This guy apparently wanting a drink starts beating on the wooden shutters of the house. The wife sticks her head out to see what the hell's going on. This guy takes a swipe at her with his axe. He misses. And that's the very first assault case that ever happened. And it is the foundation for assault law 500 years later. Right? It's the apprehension. She wasn't touched. It's the apprehension. And that's the very first assault case that ever happened. And the fact that her story is now the foundation for an entire legal principle is pretty interesting to me. Right? It's just one woman in a tavern, and her story is now the foundation for an entire legal principle 500 years later. How's that not cool? Was she called Miranda? No, we don't know what her name is. She's at Ooks. Yeah, we don't know her name because she wasn't able to sue because it's the 1500s. So she's Ooks, which means and wife. She's UX. So the guy's name is IDS. I space DE space S. I is his name. Presumably it's initial. ID means of. I of S. So we don't know what I is and we don't know what S is. So his name is I. He's of S. And his wife. IDS at Ooks versus SDX. S of SDX or whatever his name was. So yeah, that's at Ooks. Yeah, we don't know her name. Her name has been lost to history. She doesn't get a name. For that matter, the husband didn't really get a name, to be honest. So I guess it's okay. He got an initial. I want to say 1665, something like that. Sounds vaguely right in my head. But every case is like that. And I've met some of these people, right? I've met Heller. I met McDonald before he died. They're very different people, incidentally, but I was like, I've met them. You know? Heller is an interesting character, man. He is such a eccentric person. Yeah. Is there someone I'd like to meet from a famous case? It's a pretty good question. Well, I'd love to meet some of the great advocates. That would be really cool. I'd love to meet, for example, Preligar. I'd learn at her feet, man. She is so wicked smart. I mean, she disagrees with me politically as well too, so that'd be interesting because she'd provide potentially an entirely different perspective. So learning from Preligar would be really cool. I'd love to meet Gorsuch. Trying to learn from him because he's so interesting on his philosophy. That would be really cool. I give my right nut to go work for Gorsuch. I'll tell you what, man. Preligar is incredibly smart. Her ability to keep all that information in her head is, I mean, I know she's practiced and she's good at it, but she does have natural talent. Like the ability and her ability to do judo, her judo ability is perhaps the best I've ever seen. Her ability to take what the Supreme Court gives her and redirect, it's unbelievable. Her ability to just make it seem like, she makes it seem like every question was a question for her. Like she wrote the question. That's exactly what she wanted them to ask. She takes the question and if she doesn't answer it, she makes you feel like she did. Her ability to redirect the question and give the answer she wants to give is unfucking believable. I don't know how you get to be that smart, but she is so good at it. In my wildest dreams, I'm not that good. And plus, it's just not fair because she was also a beauty queen. She was like a finalist in junior or regular Miss Ohio, like Idaho, like 3 times. So not only is she incredibly smart, she's also beautiful. And that's just not fair. No one should be both. That's just not fair. Or are we discussing kind of anything? Because we're just killing time in between sessions. Paul Clement, another guy I'd love to meet. Paul Clement is like my all-time favorite Supreme Court advocate. I think Preligar is better than him now. You know, he's perhaps lost a step, but Paul Clement, I don't know if Preligar is as good as Clement was at his peak. Clement at his peak was pretty fucking good, but she's definitely on her way if she's not there. Olson is also really, really good. Olson and Clement are probably my all-time faves. Lisa Blatt apparently has the most arguments as a woman. Lisa Blatt can be good, but I found some of her arguments to not be as solid. Sometimes she's good and sometimes off point. Sometimes I remember one time, like I thought she was just like completely off point. She won the case though, so maybe I was the one off point, but you know, I mean, what can you do except give your perception? But yeah. Am I streaming something? Yeah, I'm streaming the Karen retrial is what I'm streaming, and we're just on a break right now in court. While I'm waiting, let me see if this guy emailed me and let me see if I can help him out on getting his merch while we're doing this. So let me see if I can help our friend actually redeem his merch. This is going to be interesting on a lot of levels. Let's see. All right. So, okay. All right, hold on. First of all, did you send me an email? Apparently not. I don't see an email from you yet for maybe you're still deciding what merch items you want. You know, take your time. No rush. I just want to make sure that I get your email because I want to give you your item. So please send it to me, you know, as soon as you're ready. That'd be great. Let me make sure it's not in my spam folder or something. Oh, there it is. It is. Yay. It was in my spam folder. Okay, great. All right. So you want a coffee mug, says you're muted, you're unmuted. Okay. You can have that. And all right. So that's all you want is the you are muted and you're unmuted mug. No problem. So I will give you that. All right, great. So now I have to send you a link to do that. So let me go ahead and do that. Talk amongst yourselves while I'm, making that happen. Okay. I'm glad I checked my spam folder. Okay, let's see now. Okay, let's see. How do I actually do this? Promotions, giveaway link. Create a giveaway link. Select product. You get yourself one you are muted, you are unmuted mug. There it is. You get that item. Confirm that. Quantity, you can have one of them. Save. Do I want this to allow in negative profit? Yes. You can have negative profit. That's fine. Payment method. Okay, I have to pay for the item. Of course I do. Mean thing. All right, so let me go ahead and select that. Talk amongst yourselves, please. Okay, this is challenging. Stop. I'm trying to type. Stop. I can't see anything I'm reading. Oh, shit. Come on. Don't. No, I'm trying to do something here. Get out of my way. Okay. Save. Please work. Great. Copy link. Outstanding. Send you back an email. Okay. Reply. Here is the link to redeem your item. And give you the link. Great. Send. Fantastic. Great. So that mission is accomplished. We are one step closer to achieving our goals. And also, this is not spam. So I can see the reply in case there are taxes that are, shipping fees that have to be paid, because I don't know how that works. EB gifted 10 gift memberships. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. We do appreciate everyone who joins and becomes an uncivilian. It's always extensively appreciated. All right, we will see how that progresses. Are gifts taxed by 30% YouTube? If you donate through YouTube, they are. That's why we have the Ko-fi instead, because Ko-fi only takes like 3%. So yes, if you gift through YouTube, YouTube takes 30%. That's why we have the Ko-fi link in case you want to donate that way. Is court moving on to the next witness? I don't know the information. I don't know the answer to that question. I think the witness has been excused. I think the answer is yes, but I don't know for 100% sure. Coffee is pronounced coffee. It is pronounced coffee. I'm just an idiot. Today is Uncivil Stupid Day. I apologize that Uncivil has Stupid Day. I don't know how to pronounce words, and I'm an idiot. What are you? An idiot sandwich. That's what I am. It is pronounced coffee. Fuck me. Everything ordered flawlessly, no shipping. I was scared too easy. Excellent. So everything worked. Fantastic. Well, that wasn't so bad. It didn't charge you shipping at all. That's nice. I wonder if it charged me shipping. Presumably. I don't know. Let's check. Let's see. Orders? Does it show up in my orders? Yes, it does. Okay. Breakdown. Oh, yeah. It did charge me shipping. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I apparently paid the shipping. Oh, all right, cool. Apparently automatically deducted shipping as part of the giveaway. That's neat. So, apparently shipping is also included. Excellent. Shipping cost me $7, apparently. $7.79. Shipping was almost as expensive as the item itself, man. I'm getting cheated out of here by my own promotion. I'm glad that worked out. The giveaway worked. The giveaway worked. Outstanding. Thank you for the 653 likes. I'm pretty sure I don't have autism. You're good. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I have autism either. I may not necessarily be the best at social interaction, but I think I do okay. I get along well with my improv group, although maybe they all have autism. Who knows? And I'm able to do autism. I'm able to do improv, which doesn't necessarily seem like it would necessarily align with autism very well, but you know. Especially because you have to try, because one of the things you do in improv is emoting. You have to take on emotions, right? So you have to decide if I'm going to play it sad or play it happy, play it mad. You know, you have to decide, you have to invent a character, decide what their emotional state is. You know, you have to invent something from scratch. And then you have to emote that in a way that makes sense. And I'm pretty good at it, actually. I'm pretty good at emoting. You know, I've been complimented before in terms of my ability to represent different emotional states. So I think I'm doing pretty good. Sounds like masking. Lol. Oh, man. Griff says it's not an insult to the spectrum. Don't tell me how to feel. Okay? Don't tell me how to feel. I feel it's an insult. This is not an issue of research. This is not an issue of education. You may not interpret it as an insult. I do. Don't tell me how to feel. I'm entitled to feel how I want to feel about it. I'm entitled to my own feelings. Please don't tell me how to feel. Thank you. You can feel insulted, but it's not an insult. Well, whether it is an insult, I suppose, depends on the intent of the person saying it. Right? It could be an insult. I think people do use it as an insult. Whether or not the person saying it intends as an insult or not, I suppose can be judged independently. But I definitely think it can be an insult, and people use it as an insult. And I think at least some of the people saying it about me are saying it as an insult, in my humble opinion and judgment. I don't think they're necessarily saying it as a neutral diagnostic in all cases. Yeah. 420 viewers. We do appreciate our viewers as always. No. Yeah.
You are unmuted.
Is there entering?
We're back. That wasn't so bad. We were able to have some fun together during our break. As soon as the witness gets on the stand, I'm going to get up and get some food. But I didn't want to leave you unsupervised while nothing was happening.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Brennan, go right ahead.
Who's it going to be, Brennan? Who's it going to be? What are we doing?
Mr. Whiffin, I'd like to ask you a couple of general questions.
He's still on the stand.
You mentioned with reference to...
God damn it! God damn it, I really hoped we were done with Mr. Whiffin. Shit! All right, Mr. Whiffin. Fuck.
Location data, that the scope of identifying a location of a phone can change depending on what information the phone is receiving?
I'm sorry. Rephrase.
You've shown us a number of graphs and exhibits that show different circles. Some might be smaller, some might be larger than others.
Yes.
And you share with us that location information is being received from a number of different sources.
Yes.
Can you remind us again what can affect that location data as far as receiving some high accuracy, mid, and low level? What could affect the receipt of that information?
So primarily the requesting application defines how accurate it needs the data. iOS location services then determines the best technology to use in order to work out that location. And it can use GPS information for the most accurate. It can use Wi-Fi cell sighting, so it understands the Wi-Fi networks that it can detect close by, and it knows where those networks are. And from that it can derive where it itself is. Similar idea with both Bluetooth beacons and with cell tower technology. It understands where the cell towers are, it understands where the Bluetooth beacons are, and if it can see those particular cell towers or beacons, it knows roughly where itself must be.
You share with us there are some factors that can affect that location data?
Yes.
in addition to being in a building, like a house or a business, that's one way it can be affected?
It is.
And there are other ways as well, isn't there?
There are.
And could you share again the other ways that location information could change?
Yeah, the weather can play an effect on it, the geography of the area, whether it's in a rural or urban environment, other kinds of interference. If there are other items close by that are emitting electrical interference, it could affect the location data as well.
How about a body being on the phone? Could that affect location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I would ask it differently.
If a human being was covering the phone so it wasn't exposed to the air, could that affect the location data?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I believe it could, yes.
You were shown Exhibit 40. It was one select piece of the report. It was a graph. With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 40.
Yes.
Exhibit 40 has two circles, one darker, one white.
Yes.
And do you remember being asked questions about this particular exhibit?
I do.
And in addition to this exhibit, is there other information in your report that wasn't shown to you that would put this in context?
There is.
This exhibit is to demonstrate a window of when location data was taken for a particular time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question, Mr.
This photograph, what does it represent?
There were two particular time periods of approximately 5 seconds where multiple records showed identical latitude and longitude. So the same center point of the radius, but the radius themselves differed. So in this case, the white circle or the white circles show the lowest accuracy and the highest accuracy for 5 records that were all within a 5-second time period. And that shared the same latitude longitude as the central point.
Looking at this snapshot of 5 seconds, is this still consistent with your opinion that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you opine that the cell phone was in the flagpole area the entire evening of January 29th, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, it still aligns with my opinion.
When you provide a report with all the different graphs and explanations, do you expect it's going to be shared with the defense attorneys?
Of course.
And you understand in this case everything is shared?
Of course.
And when you shared your report with this piece of information, did you include a summary chart that wasn't shown to you on examination?
I believe I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you your
Thank you.
report. Do you recognize your report?
I do.
And what page are you on?
22.
Do you recognize anything in particular as far as the chart on that page?
I do. There's a chart at the top with the location data that was used to create the image shown.
Does that chart help explain this photograph?
It does.
Then move that chart into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Lessing?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like Ms. Gilman to show us the chart.
Yes.
How long of a time period does that photograph encompass?
The photograph has got 2 time periods of 5 seconds each, which are approximately 40 minutes apart.
And what does this show us? Can you explain the chart that goes along with that photograph that was shown to you?
So this chart is, or I should say, the map shows 5 of the records from this particular chart. But we can see that all of these records have a consecutive timestamp 1 second apart. The latitude and longitude is identical for all of these records, but at the same time, the accuracy drops from 43 meters to 7 meters within that same 8-second time period. the idea was to demonstrate that if you had one of these records on its own, if you only had the 43-meter accurate record, for example, then the phone could be anywhere within that 43-meter radius. But as time goes on, the accuracy is refined. The same central point is used by iOS, but we've now got an accuracy of 7 meters. And again, if we were to say that the phone is anywhere within that 7 meters, it's a much more accurate representation, according to the data, than the 43 meters would be. And with an 8-second time period, if the device was actually moving during that time, I wouldn't expect to see the latitude and longitude remain exactly the same. There'd be some degree of movement in the coordinates.
When you're producing location information in the circles that represent the location change, small, medium, large, at different times, does this chalk help represent that there can be changes in the location data, but the item can remain dormant?
So ask that differently, Mr. Brennan.
What is the exact point of the demonstration or this chalk? How does that help us understand the movement or the lack of movement of a cell phone?
I believe it demonstrates the fact that the phone is constantly refining the location data or the accuracy of the location data, even though it's using the same central point, the latitude and longitude, as the reference point. It doesn't necessarily mean the device had to move.
If I could go back to Exhibit 40, please. So looking at your photograph that you were asked about, there are 2 different circles, one dark and one light.
Yes.
And those circles are in different spots.
Yes.
Based on the chalk, or the chart you just showed us, are both of those different color circles consistent with a phone being in the same spot and not moving?
The previous chart that was shown only accounts for the white circles on this map. And it only shows the highest and the lowest accuracy. 20 minutes later, there was another similar scenario where there were multiple records with the same central GPS coordinates, but with different accuracy levels, and that's what was used for the black circles. Importantly, in my opinion, they all overlap, so it's possible that the device is somewhere in between those 2 circles for the duration of the time.
Now, finally, I want to turn back to the phone that was attributed to Jennifer McCabe. And you had shared with us your opinions about the time in which the searches at 6:23 and 6:24 were made.
Correct.
And I asked if you could just show us live right now how it works that a person can open a tab, and there's a timestamp, a time when it's open, and then make a later search but still retain the original timestamp.
Yes.
Is that something you can do for us?
It is, yeah.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd ask Mr. Whiffin to give
Yes.
us a live demonstration of
Okay.
this.
Do you want the light off, Mr. Whiffin?
The light off would be better, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay, first of all, I will highlight on the left side of the screen here, this is actually a live representation of what I have on a phone that's in front of me. So as I move this around, you can actually see on the screen that the screen refreshes. I'll also point out the iOS version here is 15.2.1, which matches that from Jennifer McCabe's phone. On the right side of the screen is the tool which I spoke about earlier, the one that I've been writing for several years. I make it available for free for any examiner who wants to download it and research primarily iOS devices. Here, you can see I've got a live connection to the device. So every file and folder that is on the device I can see within this directory view as you would normally see on a regular computer. And we can see the browserstate.db database. If I open that database up, you can see there are 4 tables, one of which is called tabs.
Mr. Whiffin, I hate to interrupt you. Can we make this larger? I know jurors earlier were hoping
I can try to
have a larger view of what's up there. Is that going to impact your demonstration in any way?
It shouldn't. I should be able to work around it. Thank you.
Is that better for the jurors?
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
It's just a little closer.
Let me pull forward.
Thank you.
Turn the air conditioning on.
So at this moment in time, the tabs table has 2 records. I'm just going to ask that you ignore those for now. They're from a previous demonstration. I can't delete those without taking longer to do this demonstration. If I go back onto the phone itself, just takes a second to refresh and open up Safari. And I can open up a new tab. What I will just do now is search for the time that we're on now, so 14:10, and hit go. So right now that page is loaded, sure. And I can go back into the database and just hit reload. That will bring the most recent version of the database from the device back onto my computer and show it back in this window in exactly the same way as I was viewing it a second ago. And you can see right now there's still only 2 records. So the fact that I did a new tab and a new search has had no effect on what I can see. This is different to on previous versions of iOS, where you would already now see a new record with the 1410 search, which I'd made. I'm then going to do another search. Hopefully it's going to catch up with me. It's now 1411, so I'll do a search for 1411. Okay, we can see the page is loaded, and I can go back over to this tool and reload the database. We still don't have a new record that shows that a search is being conducted. I'll just take the time to do another little search and just do 1411X. Reload the page again. Still, nothing's appeared. I can even close down Safari, just minimize it into the background, and then bring it back into the foreground by just pressing the Safari icon. I can hit reload again. We still don't have a new record, and I can do a further search for now 1412. 1412 is loaded, and I can reload the page. Still no records present. I can now go into Safari and just close the tab. So now that tab is closed, and I can just prove that. So that tab is now closed, and I can go back over here and reload, and you'll see a new record has appeared. I'm just going to change the time zone just so that this shows accurately, and tell my tool to treat the timestamps as Eastern time. So we look at this particular record. You can see the title is 1412. That's the last item that I searched for. You can see the URL is the google.ca /search 1412. Again, that is the content that I searched for. And then we see this field here, the last viewed timestamp. And the time here still says 1410 because that's the time that I first loaded the tab. The fact that I navigated between, the fact that I minimized and reopened Safari, there's no relevance to this timestamp. It is purely the timestamp that tab was created or brought back into focus.
To an untrained eye, can that development of a timestamp become confusing?
Yes, the name last viewed time clearly has implications that would make you believe that it was the time that the page was last viewed. It's a very simple test I just demonstrated to prove that that's not the case.
Is there any other reason that Celebrite removed that process of timestamp other than to clarify that issue?
No, I'll allow it.
Purely because we determined it was unreliable to use as a time that the page was last viewed.
If an examiner simply made a report from Axiom or Celebrite or another software but didn't have the time or skill to actually go into the data, could they be easily confused by this?
Yes, the way that Celebrite provided this information showed as last viewed timestamp. The way that Axiom provides this data is called last interaction time. So there is some leeway there to misunderstand it less from Axiom because it's talking about tab interaction rather than a web page that was last viewed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. The lights on, please. Mr. Lessie?
Briefly, Your Honor, if I may?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you want Mr. Whiffin to take this down?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Good afternoon, and hello again, Mr. Whiffin.
Good afternoon.
Magnet forensics axiom still shows a 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp on its forensic tool, correct?
Correct.
And Magnet Forensic is a reliable forensic tool company, correct?
As reliable as they come, yes.
The demonstration that you just performed, when did you create it?
The demonstration?
What you just...
Like literally just now as I was doing it live.
So you just created the demonstration now live on the stand?
That particular demonstration, yes.
Yeah. So, that demonstration, therefore, was created after Celebrite removed the 2:27:40 timestamp from all of its tool programs, correct?
No, incorrect. I mean, that demonstration I just provided was right now, it was live. Initially, when I did these tests, I did the same kind of experiment, the same type of testing back in late 2023, I believe. And after I did those tests and used that research, that is when Celebrite removed the timestamp.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. Let's see if I can rephrase it. The demonstration that you just gave, when did you prepare it? The demonstration, not just the demonstration that you just showed on the screen. When did you create that demonstration on your computer?
Again, I've been doing this demonstration for 2 years.
My question, again, is the demonstration you just gave.
Yes.
When was the last time you altered that demonstration?
Other than to use different search terms, it's the same demonstration.
I'll try to differ.
Yes, please.
When was the last time you altered in any way the demonstration you just gave?
Right now.
So you altered it right now, and that alteration was made after Celebrite had removed the 2:27:40 a.m. timestamp from its programs, correct?
Yes, okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Whiffin, you are all set. So
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
May we be seen why Mr. Whiffin is collecting his items?
Judge, feel free.
How y'all doing? Doing good? I'm enjoying my chicken dish. It's kind of like a chicken soup, basically. So basically, I took boneless, skinless chicken thighs, took 5 pounds of that, and then cut up some celery, mushroom, bell pepper, and then I threw in some of the Better Than Bouillon Italian herb seasoning and some garlic, and cooked it with water in the Instapot under pressure for a half hour. So basically, I made myself a chicken soup, and then I just use instant jasmine rice, heat that up, put the chicken soup on top of it, basically, and then I bleed off all the sort of liquid and have myself just kind of a chicken soup without as much broth, I guess. It's pretty tasty. I recommend it. And also decently healthy, of course, because made from fresh ingredients. Oh, and also I added in a package of bacon. But really, in retrospect, I should have added more. I was worried about there being too much bacon, but apparently that was a silly concern. I should have added in 2 packages of bacon. I cut up the bacon and I froze the bacon in the freezer, and then I cut it up into small pieces, and to help flavor the thing. And the bacon is not as powerful as I imagined, so it wound up. I should have had more bacon. Apparently, more bacon, I guess, was the lesson of today. I wrap bacon in bacon. See, this is good stuff, man. I'm going to remove the pinned message. Sorry. We already did the merch giveaway. Thank you for the 700 likes, by the way. It was nice. We'll do another merch giveaway probably tomorrow. Probably the same thing. 500 likes. We'll do a merch giveaway. Could be good. Low sodium bacon? No, just normal bacon. I picked a pepper bacon. And then I added it. Yeah, the dish didn't turn out to have too much sodium. I added in some Creole seasoning, which has a fair amount of salt in it. Also added in some MSG, which was a good call. I mean, there's definitely salt in the dish, but it's not too salty. Could be saltier. Nah, that's unfair. It's plenty salty. There's enough salt in the dish as it is. Yeah, garlic bacon, that does sound good, Jules. But yeah, I'll definitely make that dish again. You can also use canned soups if you don't want to cut up the vegetables. It would be less healthy. Of course, you can use a low sodium soup if you want, but you could use like a low sodium cream of celery, low sodium, cream of mushroom, cut down. So you could do that too if you want to make it a little easier to make the dish. I don't know that they have cream of bell pepper, and if they don't, they really should.
D for identification. Thank you very much. Your Honor, may I call my next witness?
Please.
Call calls Jennifer McCabe.
Oh God, here we go. Yep, let's do this thing. Holy shit. Yep. Jennifer McCabe, much ballyhooed. Jennifer McCabe is back, people. Guess who's back? Back again. Shady's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Nah.
Hold the microphone close. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure, I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children,
You were a teacher?
I stayed at home with them, and
Oh, God.
basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
No, I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move on?
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, did at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
Sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes, back then I had, two in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the change in schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house, so I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received the call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there, so I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
Was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Okay. Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes, a little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he
Sorry, I was muted. I didn't want you guys to hear eating noises. I apologize. I was commenting, what is wrong with this woman's face? What is going on with this woman's face? Why does it look like that? Why does it look so severe? Why does it look so like there's no joy in her face at all? Why is it Botox or what's going on with her face? It's just a lot, man. It's a lot. You know? I mean, it's so severe.
He wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know. Maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
2 to 3 drinks. Okay.
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him, or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
How was the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert.
Also, what is that breathing? I'm just hearing this now. Is this... I don't remember hearing that earlier in the broadcast. Am I just hearing this now? What is this breathing? Is there someone who has an iron lung in the courtroom? I was under the impression that everyone who used iron lung was dead. I thought the last person died like last year. Is there an iron lung in the courtroom? What's bullshit is this?
They're brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr.
Has this woman celebrated a day in her life? Does she know what joy is? What is it what it's called when you can't experience joy? It's called anhedonic. Is that right? Or what's it called? Is anhedonic the right word when you can't experience joy, or am I thinking of something else?
Jr. For
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is, and then whatever, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
You were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, you know, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume. If you don't know, that's
Okay.
okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, you know, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, you know, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, you know, it was my daughter's birthday party. When it was time for pickup, you know, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that?
Someone in chat said Kurt zinging someone with MS. Okay, MS is definitely not a pass. And if you're telling me that MS is the cause of whatever this is, I'm going to at least claim partial bullshit. I'm not buying that. The fact that you have an MS doesn't give you a pass on all things. And if you're trying to tell me this is due to MS, I'm going to go with no.
Yes.
After John and the defendant enter the bar and you greet, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay, but if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt, and then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it could,
don't guess. It's
Okay.
okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Bullshit.
Because I was happy to see them.
Bullshit. She's never
Yes.
clapped a day in her life. Lies.
Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Have you ever hugged a person?
Can you continue, please, Ms.
Ever?
Gilman?
And if so, did they live?
Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please?
11:26.
11:26:50. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 11:26:50 to 11:27, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 11:46. Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
You can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you were going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house? The waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
Okay. When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
On the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yeah.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway, and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house?
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You'd look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look, and when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? To your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house?
Yes.
Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Okay.
Yeah, well, at least I'm having fun changing the description of her every 5 minutes as I think of new ways to describe her. So at least that's fun. I've got some other ones in reserve. I'm writing new ones in my mind. We've got a couple going already. How many ways can I find to describe her? Well, we're gonna figure out all those references we can do, man. We're having a good time. Yeah. Yeah. Odds across today. I don't think the odds across today are particularly good. We're going to come back tomorrow, man, for more. I'm going to have to write more jokes between now and then. Let's see. I already have she's a Dementor. She's a ring wraith. Has a painting in her attic. Yeah. Skeletor. Yeah. Gollum. There you go. Gollum is good for the future. I'll keep that in mind for the future. Gollum and Skeletor I'll keep in reserve. These are good suggestions. ARCA is finished. We have no more ARCA. ARCA is finished, thank God. Yeah. Does a sick Pennywise cosplay was pretty good. Tony nailed it in Discord. What did Tony say? Oh dear. Withers from Battleground 3. Yeah. We could use this as a thumbnail for tomorrow. Thank you all for joining me, by the way, for the 429 of you spending some time with me. It's appreciated. 708 likes, also appreciated. Thank you. Oh, when does ARCA testify? Oh, they're not going to testify until sometime in the defense's case. It's going to be a hot minute. Yeah, so the ARCA's, we're not going to see ARCA again for probably a hot minute. Probably in the weeks territory. Do you want to wait until she can see the report? Yeah, I guess that's technically allowable. It's a lot that's technically allowable. Also, and just random good news, it looks like a lot of my watch parts have arrived relating to my new attempt to have a watch build. So it looks like we may be able to do a new watch build this weekend. That's exciting news. I'm not sure everything has arrived, but at least one of the packages arrived. So that's exciting. So watch stuff is happening. Yeah, Kruger. I already had Kruger in mind. You're stealing my ideas, but you're contributing to the party. That's a fine. I mean, yeah, contributions are fine. The citizen you recommend arrived. Outstanding. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you like it. How do you like it so far? Is it what you wanted? Is it what you were looking for? Is it working for you? We do watch recommendations around here too. Apparently, that's one of the things we do with our time.
Thank you. May I?
Yes.
That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30 approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes.
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. You know, at one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get-together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
Okay.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you?
She has a sister. She has a sister who does this. Okay.
Spending time in?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house, as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No.
Any arguing?
No.
Any violence?
No.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Is the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
hair question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins?
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not sure. I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left, but Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Oh, maybe I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there, so maybe he left anywhere from 15 minutes, approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight?
Yes.
And you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way?
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
Okay. When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh, okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger.
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in which spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me.
Why were they teasing you?
Because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why didn't you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
How?
They were both sitting behind me, so I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right, and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
Okay. So as you start to drive, or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in, if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls, and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off in Snagel, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house, I go up to bed, Matt makes himself a snack, and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people, and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
How long did Diane call?
My daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night, and it was a very good game, so I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team, so we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2:27, that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up to that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
4:53, my phone rings, and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone, and it's Kaylee, John's niece. John's niece. And I say hello, and she said, yeah, well, basically, she relayed to me that. Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes.
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
It was a woman.
How loud was that person screaming?
Very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
And who's that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed.
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
The entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's?
Yes.
Jen! Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
Okay. During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They had gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar, and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clear?
It did, and I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen in John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different, or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call, or was it just general screaming?
My name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, she had said that she didn't remember that night. Was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
She was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mm-hmm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home?
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed out on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be sure.
Were you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now, at this point, at this moment, when you hear her outside of your house yelling, early morning hours, did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No.
Had you socialized with her at that time?
No.
Had you ever seen her before with John?
Once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No.
Were you friends at that point?
No.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrives to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all, beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, Jen, Jen. She's screaming that 3 times, and then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. You know, a lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes, now the snow had intensified. It was almost like, it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in, or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out, or whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open, so I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street, and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway, I'm sorry.
When you say the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, who is that?
Did you ask the defendant, or did you walk up?
I asked the defendant, and she told me it was Kerry Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face-to-face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of the plow was coming, so she was having to move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone, over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, we got to go to your sister's house, and Kerry Roberts said, no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Kerry was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Kerry Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Kerry said that Kerry's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Kerry Roberts other than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes.
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in.
How would you remember that?
Because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen, and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No.
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
Because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Roberts.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen, had said that had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, well, someone's going to get. Oh, sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car. Was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Kerry's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant?
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Kerry said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where was everybody sitting?
Kerry was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview.
All right, let's do a little bit more of an obscure one.
Roberts pulls out of John's driveway.
Try something a little bit more obscure.
Inside that car.
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name's three times, and then she would yell, "Could I hit him? Did I hit him?" Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was
No
there
one speaks
anything that you were
no one
doing
speaks
on the way?
Italian in no one speaks Italian in chat. No one speaks Italian in chat. Well, they can't all be winners. But it's Italian in the original, so I wrote it in Italian because it's in the original. So, what can you do?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Ms. Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Ms. Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I just didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
She screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
When she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking, like, over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Carrie Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had its headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill.
I just cracked the case, guys. I just cracked the case. It wasn't because John O'Keefe's phone was in the snow. that the temperature of the battery was going down. It's because she was holding it.
Also, yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Carrie removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Carrie removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Carrie just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Carrie was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Carrie Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Carrie and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Carrie's car, and then Carrie was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Carrie. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Carrie had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911, when you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Carrie, Karen, and John. And at that point, Carrie asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very what?
It just wasn't like normal.
What?
I don't.
Who taught this girl how to emote since last time? Who taught this woman how to emote? Which of you did it? Which of you did it? I'm blame one of you, and this is one of you in chat's fault. Well, who is it? It's one of you. Who taught this woman how to emote? Or at least tried to teach her how to emote? Whose fault is this?
I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
Mr. Canton, we need you back tomorrow. You can stay. Okay. Jurors, that's it for today. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And again, please be very careful with your social media. All right, we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Goodbye.
All right, guys. Well, we'll come up with more jokes for tomorrow. So if you want to join me on Discord and come up with more jokes, I can use some help. I've been coming up with jokes all day, man. I'm doing good on the jokes. So, what are we doing? Are we done? Is there motions?
Please.
Maybe seated.
What are we? What fresh hell is this? What are we doing now? Surprise motion hearing? What are we doing?
So I know it's shifting gears, but I want to address, I said I'd hear you today on the argument on the ARCA motion. Mr. Brennan, do you need a minute or can you argue?
Oh,
now?
baby, we're doing ARCA. We're doing ARCA again. Okay. All right, fine. All right.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at my notebook. What issue would you like to?
Your motion yesterday. We had the motion, and I told you that I would hear you on argument, and it's very brief. 10 minutes, please.
Your Honor, before we begin, my client needed to use the restroom.
Oh, I didn't notice she wasn't here.
Yes,
Okay.
you just got 5 minutes. She'll be right back.
Sure. All right. 5 minutes.
All right, please.
Okay, guys, I guess we're doing a motion on exclusion of ARCA, which I did not spell properly. So let's, try to fix that because I said I can spell, but that's actually a lie. I've never been good at spelling ever. Yeah, but apparently we're doing the exclusion of ARCA motion. We're doing the motion today. Exciting, fun, excluding / limiting / sanctioning relating to ARCA, all those fun things. We have surprise motion, surprise Pikachu motion. I didn't know there was going to be a motion hearing today. I kind of thought yesterday was the motion hearing, but I guess we're going to have argument relating to it now or something. I don't know. Fuck me. ARCCA, thank you. Yeah, I mean, exclusion. Exclusion / limitation / sanctions ARCA. There you go. That's a more accurate description. There you go. Now we got a more accurate description. Exclusion, limitation, sanctions regarding ARCA. That's what we're doing, I think. That's what I think is on the agenda. What will we do? Who knows? Could be anything. Spinny Fan has some things for us to. Yeah, we should absolutely start a poll. That's fine. We can do a poll. All right, so we need some options. What fate ARCA? RACCA? Okay, what fate ARCA? ARCA. Now I will give you my opinion before you vote on this. In my opinion, the most likely thing to happen is probably just the defense gets yelled at, but I'll give you all the options. ARCA gets the boot. ARCA gets limited. As to testimony. So let's see what else we got. Defense gets sanctioned. Get formally sanctioned. Judge gets pissy, but no consequences. But no, let's say, but no action. Adverse action. No action, I guess. All right, those are your options. Let's see what you think about that. I would vote judge gets pissy, but no action, but we'll see. What fate will we have? What fate befalls us all? Okay, yeah. To fully exclude ARCA would mean that, would that be Brady since it was in the first trial? Well, Brady isn't the right issue, but the reason to exclude ARCA would be because of misconduct, right? So the reasons to exclude ARCA would not be substantive. The unfair surprise gets you to limitation of ARCA. The reason to exclude ARCA is because the defense has fucked up so hard in some way that would be the sanction. So it wouldn't be due to ARCA itself. It would be due to the defense being, fucking up some way. So if she thinks the defense fucked up in some uber serious way, then excluding ARCA is a possible sanction. If she thinks that somehow this new report is unfair surprise, which seems like bullshit, she would limit ARCA. If she thinks the defense has fucked around but not hard enough for excluding ARCA, then some sort of sanction, probably a monetary fine. And then if she just wants to be pissy, then she yells at everyone, but there's no real consequence. Yeah, I mean, excluding ARCA is item 1 of a future appeal brief if Karen Reed is convicted. That is a potential legal sanction, but I don't think the record justifies anything like that. And I can't, as jaded as I am sometimes about this case, and there's reasons to be jaded, but that the appellate court would sanction that result is like a lot. So yeah, excluding ARCA is a huge deal. It's a huge deal. And if she does it, every single lawyer covering this case is going to absolutely lose their mind. So, if you thought I lost my mind relating to that brief thing, if you thought I lost my mind, if she excludes ARCA, you ain't seen nothing yet, man. You ain't seen nothing yet. Did they finish direct? No, they suspended for the day. We've moved on to other issues.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial.
Well, my friends, Brennan is going for the wall. Anyone remember how he said he didn't want to exclude ARCA? Anyone remember that? Oh my God, Brennan is going for the wall. He wants them out. He wants them out. Holy shit. Holy shit. I mean, I'm honest to God surprised he said it. I can't even believe he said it. I mean, this has been being teed up for weeks. This has been teed up. I've told you repeatedly they've been teeing this up. All the questions have been teeing this up. Everything has been teeing this up. I've been saying it for like 4 or 5 weeks at this point. They've been teeing this up. Nevertheless, I can't even really believe it. I can't even really believe it that despite all the tee up, all the things, I can't believe we've gotten to the end and he's really gonna do it. I mean, that was the direction everything was heading. That was the direction everything has been moving. That is where this has been going. But the fact he's actually up there saying it, holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Unfucking believable. Wow.
To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages.
Wow.
Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Rentschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Rentschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure and logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchanged about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rentschler, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rentschler told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination. And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice, at least, is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday.
Exhibit 4, Counsel.
I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rentschler admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Lisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done until May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair. And so the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March, and then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never, at this point, receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lassie, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15? I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical.
I think we got to rescore this. I think we got to rescore this. I mean, I was saying I thought the most probable thing was just a chiding, but I'm not sure the most probable thing is anymore just a chiding. This is heading in a direction. Is this, are we really doing this? Are we seriously really doing this? I've been saying for like 5 weeks, we've been teeing this up. Are we really, really doing this seriously? Really? Is it to quote the West Wing? Is it possible to be, what is it? Is it possible to be amazed and yet not surprised? Yeah.
Or electronic form must be saved for 10 years minimum. How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
I'm going to, should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding for the, can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Leslie, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay?
Oh.
So...
Step off the premises, baby. Okay. All right.
I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all.
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I feel like I've been brought on a roller coaster, man. Man. I mean, I don't even know what to say at this point. I was I right? I don't even know. Was I right? Was I wrong? I'm not even sure if I was right or wrong anymore in my predictions. Cause like, how do you even, I don't even know if I was right or wrong. I just feel like I'm on a roller coaster on a precipice, man. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck. Breathe. Breathe. Breathe.
All rules of professional conduct and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, the court, please.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, that's a fair point. That in chat, it's a fair point. It's a fair point to assume that we're 100% done. That is a fair point. So, and even trying to figure out whether I was right or wrong, that of course assumes that we know the end result, which I think, to be fair, we don't necessarily know the end result. Because, yeah, that this could change in some way is not impossible. I mean, holy shit, dude. Can I explain what just happened? Sure. Give me a second to catch my breath, but yes, in principle, I can. Give me a second, okay? Let me just go ahead and monitor my blood pressure and find out what number it is. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna check my blood pressure real fast here. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second, guys. You guys know Norm. There's no way that's true. How's my no? That can't possibly be right. I demand a recount. There's no fucking way. Hold on. Oh, I demand a recount. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Okay, hold on. I want to recount. You can do replay up to 3.0 now? Oh, that's pretty cool. Since when? No fucking way. 127 over 78 at a heart rate of 101. The first time I measured it, it said 118. What the fuck? 127 over 78. What the fuck? Okay, all right. Apparently I'm not in a panic. Who knew? All right, let me explain to you what happened. No problem. Okay. All right. So this has been an issue that has been teed up for weeks. This has been an issue that's been teed up for at least a month and possibly longer to that. The prosecution has accused the defense of improper correspondence with ARCA and also in not turning over their discussions relating to ARCA. Now, why they have to turn over their discussions relating to ARCA is a bit beyond me, because that feels a lot like work product. So I'm not really sure why the defense has to turn over their discussions with ARCA relating to their emails and texts with ARCA. That's work product. So I'm not really sure how we're in the position that the defense has to turn over the emails and text messages. Now, they do have to turn over like expert reports. They do have to turn over underlying data the expert based its conclusions on, for kind of the same reason that the prosecution does, right? To give the prosecution a chance to find an expert who might be then in a position to disagree with their conclusions, right? So we don't allow unfair surprises. And as to, of course, what the witnesses will testify to, there's really no privilege, because that doesn't make sense. Because I'm going to put the witness on the stand. See, I'm going to put this expert witness on the stand, and they're going to testify to things, including, of course, their report and the underlying data they based their report of. So it doesn't really make sense to say work product, and it doesn't really make sense to say privilege, because I myself am waiving the privilege by putting them on the stand. Now, admittedly, that hasn't happened yet, but it will happen. And so we're allowing the release of it now to give the other side time to prepare so that there's not unfair surprise. Does that part make sense? That part makes sense. So in the same way, the prosecution has to turn over the expert reports and underlying data that the expert used. So the defense is not unfairly surprised, in order to give the defense opportunity to find experts who would be in a position to disagree with their conclusions. In the exact same way, the defense also has to turn over its expert reports and its underlying data to the prosecution, so it won't be unfairly surprised. And as to that much, there is no work product and privilege, because I myself am going to waive it by putting them on the stand, because that was the entire point. Are we on board with that so far? Hopefully we're on board with that so far. So that much I understand. What I don't understand is why then on top of that, I have to disclose any emails, text messages, phone conversations, correspondence via email, signal, text message, or otherwise. The prosecution doesn't have to turn that over. They don't have to turn over their private conversations. They only have to turn over the basis of the testimony. They don't have to turn over their work product either. So why does the defense have to turn over its work product? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, okay? But be that as it may, apparently somehow, some way, we're in this universe where the defense somehow has an obligation to turn over its work product. And the defense apparently hasn't said, go to hell, which would be roughly my answer. If you asked me, my answer, if the judge said this to me, would be go fuck yourself, but in polite or legal language. I wouldn't actually say go fuck yourself, but effectively go fuck yourself, right? But for some reason, we aren't doing the go fuck yourself game, which I don't really understand, but be that as it may. So anyways, the prosecution believes that it has been bamboozled, misled, deceived because ARCA had communications with the defense that it somehow doesn't know about, that it's supposed to know about, and in some way that is unfair surprise and or an ethics violation by the defense and or a violation of the rules of criminal procedure. So those are kind of three things, right? It's unfair surprise, a violation of the rules of criminal procedure, or a violation of the rules of ethics as it relates to attorneys for presumably violation of duty of candor. If it is discoverable, which I don't know how it is, but if it is discoverable, I have to give you everything that's discoverable, right? I can't just give you some of the stuff that's discoverable. I have to give you everything that's discoverable. Now, if I want to say some of it's not discoverable, we can have a fight over that, and there are court hearings for that too. If we want to have a fight over what is and is not discoverable, which incidentally, when it comes to privilege and work product, there are plenty of fights to be had over that. But in any event, right, I have to give you everything that is discoverable. So if you assume it's discoverable and you assume that they didn't give it to the prosecution, then that would be a violation either of the rules of criminal procedure or the rules of ethics, because they didn't do the thing they were supposed to do, and they were obligated to because they were entitled to, because it was discoverable. How are we doing so far? I'll take a pause to see if we understand thus far, because I need you to understand the framework of what's going on before I move on. And I don't want to get too deep into the rant and not understand the framework. So do I need to clarify about what's happening in sort of step one of this? I'll just give a second for you guys to type if you have questions and stuff. Good? We're doing good so far? So far, so good? Great. All right, great. All right. So Brendan's complaints relating to this are several-fold. First of all, he believes that despite both the defense attorney's representations and ARCA's testimony that we heard yesterday, he believes that there were substantive discussions between ARCA relating to the scope of their testimony, which incidentally, by the way, would still be proper because that would be witness prep. But maybe for some reason they're not allowed to prep the witness. I don't know why, but that doesn't make any sense. But he thinks that he hasn't been told about discussions that would not just be logistics, but also be witness prep, which attorneys do witness prep all the time. Of course they do. They always prepare their witness. It would be malpractice not to prep your witness, which is also incidentally why it was so weird that apparently there was no witness prep here. Now, why there was no witness prep, I don't know the full background of that. Maybe that was due to some sort of limitation imposed by DOJ or something. But apparently there was no conversation prior to the first trial in which the defense and the witness had a conversation about, so what are you thinking about testifying to? And they say, well, this is what I'm thinking about testifying to. And then the lawyer's saying, well, could you phrase it this way? Or could you hold back on this a little bit? Or could you as we sort of shade it as we do to present it in the best possible light, right? We want to emphasize the good. We want to emphasize the good and we want to diminish the bad, right? So that's basically what I'm going to do. I can't tell you to lie. I can't tell you to not answer truthfully, but at least with respect to the questions I'm asking, I can ask questions very deliberately, right? So I phrase my questions very carefully, and then I can have you give an honest answer to my carefully phrased question. Now, I might not be able to control what happens on cross because, I can't control that, but, I can, it's like, It's like, I'd like you to testify about this. And it's like, well, I'm planning on saying these things. I'm like, I don't really want you to say those things. So let me ask a more specific question. And that way you just give me a more specific answer, right? That would be an example, right? If I said, what are all the things? And you said all the things. And like, well, you know, I like 1, 3, and 5, but I don't like 2 and 4. So instead of asking, tell me all the things, I'll ask you, tell me all the things about 1. Tell me all the things about 3. Tell me all the things about 5, right? And that way I don't ask you about 2 and 4, and therefore you don't tell me about 2 and 4, but that would be perfectly normal, right? And then I'm kind of hoping that the other attorney doesn't ask you about 2 and 4, because at that point I'm kind of out of luck. But I can control I can control the question I answer, and I can have you give a truthful answer in a way that provides things in a favorable light, right? This is the difference between prepping and coaching, right? I can't coach you, but I can prep you. And sort of the distinction between that, one of the major distinctions is I can't tell you to lie. I can't tell you to, you know, not answer a direct question that the other side asks. If they ask a direct question, then you just have to give an answer, and it sucks to be me. But, you know, I can't, you know, that's sort of the major distinctions, right? All right. So, but that would be normal witness prep. But for some reason, there was no witness prep, which is really weird, right? That's really weird. It's also particularly weird for an expert witness because, of course, unlike a fact witness, an expert witness is my pawn. I mean, because they are there to work for me, right? And if I don't like what this expert has to say, no problem. I'll find someone else, right? Lawyers do it all the time, right? This expert, you know, I ask an expert. He's like, here's what I testify about. I'm like, I don't like that answer. Let me find someone else, right? So I find an expert who will tell me the answer I want to hear, which of course, that isn't really hard because there are a lot of experts, and I'll find somebody who can present things in a truthful yet favorable light to me. You know, this is, you know, in the ideal, right? In the ideal. But we didn't do witness prep here. We just called the people to the stand, and apparently we had a copy of their report, but we didn't prep them. So I don't really know what they're going to say. I mean, presumably they'll say things that are consistent with their report, but I don't know what they're going to say beyond that. All right. The report is the report, but I don't know if there are other things that they have to say because, you know, what isn't in the report? Who knows what isn't in the report? I don't know what isn't in the report. So apparently I'm going to call this person to the stand, and they're going to tell me what's in the report and then also other things beyond that. And as the lawyer in me is kind of freaking out at this scenario. I'm like, have you consulted with your malpractice carrier about this plan? Okay, because this sounds like malpractice. Let me get this straight. Let me make sure I understand what it is you want me to do. You want me to take an expert I didn't hire, I don't control, I haven't prepped, and you want me to put this person on the stand and ask him questions, some of which I won't know the answer to because who knows? And definitely when it comes to cross, who knows what's going to come out of his mouth? And you want me to put this person on the stand in my case, representing my client? This sounds like a malpractice suit waiting to happen. Like, this sounds like, whose genius idea is this? Like, you're right. This sounds like, whose genius idea is this? But apparently we decided to roll the dice in one of the most batshit crazy plans I've ever heard of in my life. And somehow it worked out. And the prosecutor is a bit incredulous because he's saying to himself, there's no way that happened. And he's not necessarily wrong for saying it, because the idea that would happen is so foreign to every concept of law going through my head. It's like, really? You had no conversations in substance about your testimony? You had no prep? Seriously? Really? The defense says yes. The witnesses say yes under oath. But I'm like, there's no fucking way that's true. It can't possibly be true. How can that possibly be true? That's insanity. But apparently it's true. And that's the situation we're in. Anyway, so he feels like there were substantive conversations he wasn't told about, even though I don't think he should be told about it, because I don't think it's discoverable, but never mind. So that's one set of complaints. And the other set of complaints is also, wait a second, you mean you didn't have any agreement to be paid in advance of the first trial? Right. Wait, what do you mean you didn't have an agreement to be paid? What are you talking about? You're an expert witness. You're an expert witness. Of course you're paid. How many times do you have an expert witness that does pro bono? Not that often. It's been known to happen. We saw it, I think in Maya's case, there was a pro bono expert. But the idea of a pro bono expert is like, what the fuck, right? Who's doing this? Who's doing this, right? So, and even if you were going to do it for free, you would still have a retention agreement, because I want to clarify as the lawyer that you're doing it for free too. So even if you were going to work for me for free, I'm still going to have a contract, and the contract says, you give me testimony, I give you nothing. Sound like a good deal? It's like, yeah, sounds like a good deal to me, sign on the dotted line, right? It's like, well, I'm still going to have a contract, a retention agreement, but apparently there's no retention agreement, which also blows my mind. The lawyer doesn't have a retention agreement. What do you mean the lawyer doesn't have a retention agreement? What do you mean he put a guy on the stand without a retention agreement? What do you mean the expert agreed to be put on the stand without a retention agreement? What the fuck are you talking about? How does that make any sense? It doesn't make any sense, but apparently that's the universe we're living in. No prep, no substantive prep, and no retention agreement. I just appear somehow magically. I appear magically in court with no agreement to be paid and no prep, and I'm just going to start saying things. And the defense thinks that this is a good idea somehow. Did they run this by their malpractice carrier? Seriously. Did they run this by their malpractice carrier? How I don't think they did. I don't think their malpractice carrier would agree to this bullshit. I have serious doubts. But anyways, apparently that's what happened. And so the prosecution's a little bit incredulous about this. As to be fair, the prosecution has a right to be incredulous, because it sounds like some absolute crazy ass bullshit. It sounds like the most bullshit story I've ever heard of in my life. There is no agreement. There is no signed agreement. I don't know how I'm getting paid. What's money? And also I have no substantive prep. And so they're like, this sounds like some bullshit. I'm not being provided everything, notwithstanding, of course, that the defense has on multiple occasions stood up and said, no, actually, that's exactly what happened. And also, that's exactly what ARCA said happened on the stand yesterday. That's apparently what happened. Okay? How are we doing so far in phase 2 of the story? Then we'll get to, so that brings us to the end of trial 1. How are we doing so far in the story? Do we understand the story so far? Are we good? Are we doing good? So far? We understanding all this? Good? Yeah, all right. Yeah, it's exceptional. It is exceptional. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the first trial. Okay, so now we have ARCA, and will they participate in the second trial? Which, is a question. And the timeline here is a little vague, incidentally, relating to when, well, I don't know if it's vague or not, because I think they testified. Let me rephrase. I'm a little vague on the timeline. I'm pretty sure they testified to it, but I kind of lost a little bit of the timeline here. So sometime in between the end of the first trial and the beginning of the second trial, the DOJ apparently ended its representation with ARCA. So we don't need you anymore. So, they at some point they fired ARCA, not because they did a bad job, but because they don't need them anymore. It's like, we don't need you. We have enough information. All right. So sort of now we have 2 phases of this after trial 1. We have the phase where they're still working for the DOJ and the phase where they're not. With respect to when they're working for the DOJ, same problems we had in trial 1. Okay? It's the DOJ's witness. You want to borrow my witness. And, we have to kind of negotiate about that. I mean, you can have an expert witness. You just can't necessarily have my expert witness. And not only that, it's relating to the same fundamental subject matter. And so I'm a little concerned, if I'm the DOJ, I'm a little bit concerned about my own work product, because I have the right to keep my own work product secret too. So I've had a whole bunch of communications with ARCA as the DOJ, and those communications are secret because, of course, they are. It's work product, right? And it's like, yeah, we've had a whole bunch of communications, and I'm a little bit concerned, that my work product might get leaked as part of this. I'm a little bit concerned it might be discoverable in some way. I'm a little bit concerned about that, and I should be concerned about that. So we're having to sort of negotiate this very carefully, right? And also, it's slightly weird for the DOJ as a posture, because the DOJ not infrequently cooperates with state level prosecutors. They're not always at loggerheads. They cooperate and share and play nice. Typically they share and play nice. And, it's like, do you want to prosecute? Do I want to prosecute? You go first. No, I go first. It's like, it's not normally, it's normally like at least quasi friendly, or at least quasi amicable, if not friendly. Right. And so, because separate sovereigns, right? Separate sovereigns. We have the federal government and we have the state government, and these are separate sovereigns, and everyone is wanting to make sure that they don't step on each other's toes. The federal government has to stay in its lane. The state government has to stay in its lane. And, never the twain shall meet. And so the DOJ is a little bit concerned about this, but they're used to that relationship. And so they kind of understand the parameters of that, because it's something they do not infrequently. It's something they do on a fairly regular basis of working with state level prosecutors. Here, it's a little bit weirder because the DOJ is trying to share with a state level defense attorney, which is not really what the DOJ does with its time, right? The DOJ is doing something exceptional here by DOJ standards. It's like, it's not that, I'm trying to share information with a federal defense lawyer, because of course that happens all the time as it does, right? Because, discovery and all, right? So it's not that I'm working with a federal defense lawyer. It's not that I'm working with a state level prosecutor in which, we understand sort of the ball game because we work with each other. I'm working with a defense lawyer on the state level, and that's not something the DOJ is used to doing. So we're trying to figure this out because it's not something we're used to doing. And so much like the first trial, we're sort of feeling this out about, will ARCA be allowed to testify, about what, so forth and so on, and all the rest of it. Okay, and then at some point, apparently not sooner than November for some reason, which seems odd to me. Apparently at some point, not earlier than November, the defense apparently reached out to ARCA and be like, hey, are you guys interested in participating in trial number 2? Now, why they waited until November, I don't know, but it's 5 months before the trial, so it's not like last minute, but it's also like, I'm not sure why they didn't talk to them right away. That might have something to do with the DOJ defense relationship and the reason why they wait till November. A little unclear why they wait till November, but might have something to do with that DOJ defense level cooperation. It's precipitous. It's very tenuous cooperation. But in any event, didn't reach out to them till November. And then, the prosecution at some point hired Aperture. At some point hired Aperture, who apparently is going to be their expert witness to contradict ARCA. And so then the defense did what you would expect. They turned over Aperture's report to ARCA and said, do you have any thoughts relating to this? Can you rebut this? Can you contradict this? What thoughts do you have about this? And so that's a whole discussion. Then at some point, the DOJ releases ARCA. Presumably at that point, the defense signs a retention agreement with ARCA. When that happened in the timeline is unclear to me. I'm sure they testified to it, but I'm a little vague on exactly when that happened. And about a month ago, in March or something. Yeah, something like that. Something like whatever. Something like April, something early April. ARCA starts working on the report from Aperture. Sometimes in early April, they start working on the report from Aperture and are doing what they're doing is not exactly clear. You know, that's a little vague about exactly what's happening, and we still don't know exactly what's happening. They're doing something. What exactly that is yet unclear. Some new testing, perhaps. Some new whatever. But they haven't finished the report yet because they didn't start working on it until early April. Why didn't they start working on it until early April? I'm not sure, but that's the relevant timeline. And they're not going to be done until the 7th. Okay, so then we have sort of complaint from the prosecutor part 2. First of all, there's a whole bunch of deleted text messages. Like, you know, that's a problem. Or, you know, the issues with Signal, somehow that's a problem. And ARCA says, you know, well, I didn't retain the text messages from a year ago because why would I? That's, you know, not our standard practice. Why would I keep them? I get, you know, I'm a professional. I work with lawyers all the time. And so, you know, I don't keep text messages, you know, after I need to, because why would I? That's just clogs in my inbox. That would be kind of weird. But they're trying to make this whole thing nefarious. And then the fact that we coordinated by Signal, they're trying to make a thing, which it's not, because lawyers have a duty of maintaining confidentiality. And some lawyers want to use things like Signal in furtherance of that obligation. So that's not weird. But Brennan wants to make it weird for some reason and be like, you're supposed to retain these records. And I'm like, no, I don't think I am. I don't think I'm required to retain that. I don't think that's what the rule's talking about. But again, kind of same set of complaints. I didn't get the text messages because they were deleted. I didn't get, you know, the emails. I wasn't able to find out exactly what happened on every single phone call to my satisfaction. I didn't find out what the parking lot of the church meant to the ARCA witnesses. I didn't find out what that meant. Also, I didn't get, you know, the retention agreement. Also, I think they're being nefarious. Also, something unfair surprise, because I don't have this report yet. And somehow that puts me in a position that would inhibit me in some way because I don't have it and therefore can't prep for it. Okay, so that sort of takes us to the end of phase 3 of our discussion. There's at least a phase 4 in this discussion. So do we understand through phase 3 of this discussion as I sort of try to lay all this out? Or how are we doing? Are we understanding okay so far? Just trying to check in and see how you guys are doing. It's a lot of information, but I'm trying to help you out. Anybody? Bueller. Rose says good. Julius Jalessa says yes. Delia says yes. Anyone else? Are we generally okay on this? Pretty simple. Okay, great. Wendell and Young, thumbs up. Okay, great. All right, so people in chat say they understand. All right, so let's move to exciting phase 4. All right, exciting phase 4 of this discussion. All right, so starting at least a month ago, give or take, Brennan has been railing this drum relating to ARCA and excluding, limiting, or otherwise punishing the defense. So we have seen several hearings going back at least a month or thereabouts where he has raised these issues on multiple occasions and accused the defense of withholding the discovery he's entitled to, withholding the information, not giving him everything he's entitled to. And the defense is like, we've given you everything. It doesn't exist. And then he's sad that it doesn't exist. And he's like, it's supposed to exist. And the judge is like, it's supposed to exist. And the defense is like, I don't think it is. I don't think it's supposed to exist. I don't think that's right. and we don't have it in any event, so we can't give it to you. And it's not, and there's nothing there even if we did give it to you, because it's stupid and banal bullshit anyway. So starting at least a month ago, and at least this is like, I don't know, like the fourth or fifth time we've heard about it in the last month or so, Brennan has been arguing. He's been teeing this issue up. Like a month ago or 2 months ago or whatever it is now, Brennan said in open court, I'm not here to exclude ARCA. And I'm like, I don't believe you. And the reason I don't believe you is because particularly every question from the judge, well, I don't know if Brennan was trying to tee it up. Yeah, because there was like that whole speech, right? It's like, remember, like from 2 months ago or whatever it is now, that the defense gave a response, and he basically stood up and said, well, I'm not asking you to do anything. I just have some random thoughts, right? It's like, and I was like, why am I here as the judge, right? Why am I here? Anyone remember that from like a month or two ago, where he gets up? I'm like, I'm not asking you to exclude ARCA, but I'd just like to share some random musings that cross my head as Your Honor is considering these important matter. And I'm like, as the judge, I'm thinking to myself, why am I here, right? Why am I here? But he didn't want to say it, but apparently the judge was like, understood the assignment, because the judge was asking a lot of questions, and the questions seemed designed or were teeing up excluding ARCA, right? The nature of the questions from the judge were the thrust of the question, the tenor of the questions, the scope of the questions, the direction of the questions were all aiming towards one thing: excluding ARCA. And I said that like a month or two ago, and I'm like, this is where things are going. This is where they're trying. This is what's happening in the courtroom, right? This is the thrust of what's going. And some people in chat are like, no, that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. I'm like, it really, really is. That's what's happening. They're trying to tee this up, right? And so we saw that sort of started to be teed up 2 months ago, and we've heard some discussion on it since then. And then between yesterday and today, it finally came to a head where Brennan finally revealed what he really wanted the whole time, which is, yes, I'm asking you to exclude ARCA. He said it. He's like, I want you to exclude them because of all these issues. I want you to kick them out of the Cool Kids Club, right? So he finally comes forward, 2 months ago with like, I'm not asking you to kick out ARCA, and then I'm like, yes, you are. And then 2 months later, he's like, I'm asking you to kick out ARCA. I'm like, yes, I know you are. You were asking them 2 months ago. You like to pretend you weren't, but you were. And the judge has been teeing this up the entire time with her questions. And you saw it today. You saw like the way she was treating people. You saw like, basically me in a half panic, or maybe 3/4 panic. You see, I was like, are we really doing this? Are we really doing this? Like, the plot, all the stones have been laid. All the foreshadowing of the book has been laid, right? The foreshadowing has been going on for a hot minute now. The foreshadowing has been going on for a hot minute, and it finally comes to a culmination. And I'm like, seriously, really? Are we really going to do this? Because I'm like, I think that she might. And then at one point I interrupted myself. I even interrupted it and said, I think we have to rescore the probabilities because of what the judge was saying. I was like, I can't believe this is where this is heading. I can't believe we're doing this. And then apparently at the last moment, the judge apparently backed off. So it was all just smoke without fire. But holy shit, was I in a panic for a hot minute, because yeah. And so the judge basically said, well, I know they violated the rules, which they didn't, by the way. I know they violated their ethical obligations, which they totally haven't. They violated the rules of criminal procedure. They totally haven't. And I know all those things, but the right of the defendant, blah, blah, blah. So I'm not going to exclude ARCA, and they can say anything they said through yesterday, and you're going to get the report. And, and I know it's late, which incidentally, no, it's not. He has plenty of time to prep. He has plenty of time to prepare to deal with this, and but if you need something, we'll figure out something later. So potentially still yet potentially we are not yet done with the story. Potentially we're not yet done with the story. So that's what happened with ARCA. So ARCA is allowed to testify, which, yeah, they're going to be allowed to testify about at least what they testified to in the first trial. And it looks like they'll be allowed to testify about whatever new stuff it is that they are currently writing a report for, supposed to be received on the 7th. So we stepped off the ledge at the last second. We stepped off the ledge at the last second. Or did we? Or did we stop off the ledge at the last second because there was that slightly ominous, note there at the end, like, well, if you still don't have enough time, you can come back and ask me again. So there's still this slightly ominous note in the air that somehow she's going to do some sort of uno reverso at some later time, which incidentally would be even more prejudicial to the defense than it is now. Like if she were going to exclude them, it would be plenty prejudicial as it is now. If she's going to do some uno reverso, like, basically at the last minute, like just before they take the stand, the prejudice is off the chart. Because at least hypothetically, although it'd be hard practically, and it would raise discovery issues of its own, but hypothetically, if she excluded them now, hypothetically, the defense could potentially get a different expert that hypothetically could, solve whatever problems there are. And hypothetically, there might be some redress there. And so maybe, so if they excluded ARCA now, perhaps that is salvageable. But obviously, if that happens at a much later time, much less salvageable. So that's what happened. Long story short, Judge Bev is being biased, but she knows that limiting and particularly excluding ARCA would be 0.1 of a future appeal brief if Karen Read is convicted. It would have to be 0.1 of an appeal brief if Karen Read were convicted, because it's a huge deal. It's a huge deal. And as jaded as I am, and I'm a little bit jaded about how some of the cases are being reviewed in this case, but as jaded as I am, I'd like to think that even this Court of Appeals couldn't possibly justify excluding ARCA based on this record. The standard is abuse of discretion. Abuse of discretion goes a long way. But even this Court of Appeals, I think, would have a tough time saying that was an appropriate sanction given whatever sins there are, which I don't even think really exist in the first place. So she knows that because she's not an idiot. And even limiting ARCA would present problems, although obviously less so. And so the safest thing for her to do by far is, just yell and admonish at the defense, but not really do anything about it. Or in the alternative, sanction the defense itself. Like, I'm going to fine you $5,000 or something to make a point, right? Which, you can fight that, but it's a different issue. That doesn't prejudice Karen Read. It prejudices the defense lawyers, but doesn't prejudice Karen Read. So, different issue for a different day. So, all those things. That is the summary of all the things. So, do you have any questions now that I've brought you up to speed and now that you understand everything? Hopefully. Maybe. Or do we understand everything? What's for dinner tonight? The same thing I had for lunch, assuming I have dinner at all. I don't eat very much these days. All is well? Yeah, okay, great. You understand nothing? I did my best. I did my best to try to bring you up to speed on where we are on this. So, yeah. Your charge renamed to Sergeant Schultz. Nice. So, anyways, we will have Bev again tomorrow, and of course, Skeletor will be on the stand again, and I have to come up with more fun names. So, yeah. Why DOJ got involved? Well, the DOJ got involved presumably because they thought that there was evidence relating to potential criminal liability by the state police that might be a violation of Karen Reed's federal rights, under color of law, deprived her of her federal rights, presumably is what they were going for. 18 USC 241 through 243. Something like that, probably. But it doesn't appear that the DOJ is bringing charges. And that could be due to a lot of reasons. As we mentioned, it could be due to they didn't find enough to satisfy themselves because they tend to be fairly restrained. It could be due to the fact that there's a new administration with new priorities. It could be due to a lot of things, but it doesn't seem that there's a federal involvement at this time. It's also possible, incidentally, that the feds are waiting for this to be resolved before they bring any action, because the feds don't want to potentially do anything that would influence a state level proceeding more than they have to because of separate sovereign concerns. So, they don't tend to get involved, especially with court proceedings. They might get a bit more involved with an investigation. They might fight a state police officer somewhere for jurisdiction. But the DOJ is going to be very, very reticent to get involved in an ongoing live court proceeding because of issues of separate sovereigns and comedy and stuff like that. So the DOJ role here is obviously much more limited. So that's the most likely thing that they're looking into. I mean, we don't know because the DOJ doesn't tell us what they're doing, but that's the most likely thing they're doing because that seems like, based on the available information, what they would be concerned about. But maybe they have some concern beyond that. That is not obvious. Who knows? Will Jen McCabe be testifying? Yes, she was on the stand today, as a matter of fact, and she will be back tomorrow. Does it get them to Proctor being fired for cause? No, I mean, just because Proctor is fired administratively doesn't necessarily mean there's criminal liability relating to that. Those are separate questions with different standards and different issues. And also the DOJ versus state level police in terms of how they evaluate things like this. Did I see the end about ARCA? Yes, we've been talking about it for a little while now. Yes. So all those things. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go ahead and create the thumbnail for tomorrow and redirect you there so you can, like the channel and stuff. So let me go ahead and create the thumbnail for tomorrow. Give me a moment, please. Talk amongst yourselves. Tomorrow is the 30th, right? Day 7. We need a new background for tomorrow, so let's see what's available. All right, let's see. What do we have in terms of a texture that looks like we can use? Let's see. Oh, this wood one's not bad. Yeah, this one looks cool. Let's take this one. There's a Mid-Journey Discord, and there's a lot of people that produce like textures, and so I just look for a texture that looks kind of interesting. I can use as a background in case you're curious, just so I can differentiate the thumbnails from each other, provide more visual separation. So I try to change the background every time, just in case you care with that behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, that looks nice. Change Karen Reed a little bit, make her change her a little bit where she is in the thumbnail. Try to find the perfect place to put her. That looks pretty good. All right, let's download that thumbnail. Okay, need the current page, please. Can I teach him how to send someone else to someone else's live stream? Sure. If he needs help. Should I send him a message and ask? I'll send him a message and see if he wants my help. Okay. Someone said you might need help with setting up redirects in YouTube. And I assist. See if he texts me back. I think theoretically I have his phone number. I'm not sure. Anyways. I'm not sure if I have his phone number or not, to be honest, now that I think about it. All right. So anyways, where was I? I was creating a thumbnail for tomorrow. Okay. Okay, and I need a different one than that one. What the hell? Can I not reschedule this while? No, that can't be true. There must be a way to reschedule it while I'm doing it. Duplicate? If I duplicate it, does that do anything for me? Okay. Schedule it. All right, I'll do it that way. It's a little clunky, but it works. All right, so this is going to be the 7th. Going to be on April 30th, or the 7th day rather. On the 30th, change the thumbnail. And for some reason, my thumbnail didn't save, so I have to go find it. So I didn't download it. That's why it didn't save. Okay. Change the thumbnail. Okay, there's that one. That looks nice. All right, 7th. Okay, I need to change the date. It's going to be on the 30th. It's going to be starting at 7:45 in the morning time. Okay. All right, and this is going to be this. That looks good. All right, we are going to stream this on. What should I drop? Maybe I should drop Twitch. How many people do we have over on Twitch right now? Anyone? Because I might need to like. Whoa, what's happening? Facebook unable to connect. What the fuck is that all about? Yeah, we only have one person watching over on Twitch. Okay.
That would have been so fun.
Some, come on.
So you can like customize this game? That's cool.
Yeah, only one person watching on Twitch. Okay. So I think we'll drop Twitch for tomorrow so that I can add in LinkedIn instead. Try to see if I can get some professional cred over on LinkedIn. Let's try to stream it LinkedIn, see how that does. All right, so I'll do that. So then I'll stream on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, X, and TikTok. That sounds like plausible. All right, so scream that for tomorrow. Wait till that's set up. Give it a second to wait. Wait, and we wait, and we wait, and we wait. Wait, and we wait, and we wait. Wait, and we wait, and we wait, and we wait for the thing to be scheduled so we can set up the redirect till tomorrow so that you guys can like it in advance. All right, cool. All right, now I need to set up the redirect so that we'll go over there. Redirect to tomorrow. Redirect is saved. Let me double check to make sure because I'm not sure I just did it right. It looks right. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and sign off for now. Thank you very much for joining me for today. I had a lot of fun, and I hope you had a lot of fun. And I will see you bright and early. If you would do me the kindness, please, of when you're redirected, to please make sure you hit that like button for tomorrow. I'd really, really appreciate it. So if you could go over the stream for tomorrow, please, and hit the like button on your way out, I'd really appreciate that. Help us get a nice start early tomorrow. Until later, I've been Uncivil Law. I hope you have a great one. Cheers for now, my friends, and goodbye.